did a little bit of an excursion to the Chinese region just the past 3 days. Sneeze and Winter here bring you the action for Southeast Asia now. Elite League close qualifiers. These teams a lot more familiar to us and a lot more familiar to you guys for sure. I think we got some big names starting us out already. Of course, Southeast Asia is a bit different from China given that we have 2 slots to fight for. So the grand finals, you know, we'll have the bracket up and show you guys everything. But of course, these teams won't be playing off in one final best of 5 to decide. We will get 2 slots, and I feel like just looking at the rosters that are available, there are a lot of promising contenders for that spot.
Who's the favorite? That's the main question. Who is the favorite?
I want to say Team Darling. I want to say Team Darling, which is actually going to be the first match that we have. So because we're in the draft already, we'll leave all the details for Southeast Asia for later. We'll just hop straight into it so you don't miss any bit of the action.
Wow,
Team
you actually
Darling
didn't leave your copium stick behind China.
Oh,
You're
damn,
bringing it
for real?
into SEA.
Dude, okay, look. In the previous qualifiers I cast, Team Darling literally went to the grand finals and took it 5 games against Aurora.
Not this time.
Not this time, you don't think so?
Not
The
this
change
time.
in players not good enough, you think?
Talent's in
10 seconds
good form.
remaining.
Talent. I think I feel like the other teams are question mark. Bleed,
Okay.
Blacklist. But I get what
You don't have faith.
I get what you're saying.
Bleed?
You know, the last time they almost qualified.
Yeah.
With, what was the difference in their roster? It was with a different carry.
Yeah, if I'm not
did they
wrong, it
change?
wasn't it Palos? Who
Oh
was
yeah,
playing for
Palos
Darling?
was the carry. Yeah, he was the carry.
Yeah,
They
and now
have
he's with
Abad.
Blacklist, which is also another interesting roster, right? I think you
seconds
mentioned this is the
remaining.
first time we're seeing an SA player come to Southeast Asia. You know, these 2 regions always characterized by a bit more chaos in terms of the play style, and maybe MJZ will fit right in. We're not really sure how the communication's gonna go though, because it's gonna be
They'll
for
be fine. Don't worry, Mike.
You think
They'll
so?
Be fine.
Okay, all right. Well, for now, we're looking at Geek Fam and Team Darling. And, you know, as much as we want to play up the story of it being a bit of a grudge match, of course, for those of you who aren't following, Geek Fam's position 4 just switched. You'll notice right at the bottom there on our screen, it says Mineski Dota 2J, because that is Raging Potato. Standing in for them on the position 4 of all roles. We're used to seeing him on the position 3, but that's what he's here for today. Because, as you can see on Team Darling, Jing, who was Geek Fam's old position 4, has switched sides. He's been let go. Not really sure what the situation is, but we did see in the all chat in the lobby just now that they seem to be on pretty good terms. Jing started things out saying, "Oh, I miss you guys," and just a little bit of banter back and forth. So hopefully, you know, they're all still just kind of on good terms and no shenanigans going on. Just maybe a difference in terms of Dota ideologies here.
Still at your
Radiant
I
team
miss you
pick.
guys face, yeah. Give it more time.
Yeah. Give him more
Let
time,
it
and then
boil, let
the
it simmer.
hatred will start to swell. Yeah,
Oh
I mean,
boy. This
it's
is the
good,
first
it's
time
good.
we're seeing a Chen.
yeah. I
Chance
think
open.
we did see
Dude,
at
they-
least in the
They banned Huskar overall first pick.
No, it makes sense because in the previous games that Darling have played in the
10
open
seconds
qualifiers,
remaining.
Yoe picked Huskar 3 times. This guy is disgusting. He's been
But
playing.
They banned it themselves. What the
Oh wait,
hell?
they take it out. Huh. Yeah, that is interesting.
Yeah, the
I wonder
hero-
whether
the hero feels good now for sure with the buffs to Singe.
that's interesting. I mean, maybe China
Yes.
just doesn't have a lot of Huskar players
Yeah,
because
too.
we haven't really seen it at all.
They're too honest, you know. They don't want to play dirty heroes.
True.
SEA
ASEA,
players,
these guys-
they do whatever it takes to win the game.
That's true. And one of the things that we didn't really see quite a lot of is this Terrorblade still
Wow, support talent.
Yeah, I'm thinking because that's exactly what Jing has been practicing over the past few days. It's what Team Darling has brought to success. This Centaur first pick is also something Cuckoo likes.
10
They banned out a
seconds
couple of
remaining.
carries that are good against the Centaur and lane, namely the Life Stealer as well
It'll
as
be
the
funny
TA.
if the
seconds
center and the
remaining.
Terrorblade are both supports. That'll be a thing.
Yeah, the fact that this could be 2 supports starting our draft out is pretty interesting. Geek Fam, they get their hands on the Scam Chen though, and that is
Radiant
definitely a scary
team
bit of
pick.
business. And a very fast draft going through. They immediately snatch up the AA, which is quite interesting, looking to deny some of the healing that the Chen can do across the game, I guess.
I feel like it's kind of bait sometimes if you think about it that way, because not only the healing is like gonna be a problem, but the creeps, right? And A is
10
not the best
seconds
support at
remaining.
dealing with the creeps early on. Like with Chan, it's more about early game. He's gonna
5
take all
seconds
your map.
remaining.
He's gonna take your towers. He has a bunch of creeps coming in, so you need
Yeah.
to make sure you have heroes that can kind of deal with the creeps or depush, you know. And
Yeah.
AA kind of not the best. I mean, you have the vortex to try to push it back, but you do nothing to the creeps essentially as AA.
Yeah, it's all right. It's not that big of a deal, right? And I mean, right now across the whole Team Darling lineup, they don't actually have a lot of wave clear to try and de-push what the Chen brings. Now, one thing I want to kind of throw out there, do you ever put the Chen on position 4? Because you mentioned that the AA can't deal with the creeps, right? Is there a world where we see Mars Chen in the lane? I know it's
No,
not really
you
a
don't
Mars.
have to. You don't have to because you want him on position 5 because he can
Do
use the
you?
gate to go bottom.
Oh, that's true.
To
That's
change
true.
lanes and because you want him to be near to the jungle. So if you're on 4, right, you're further away from the jungle. You have more camps
Ah,
to get
that's fair.
access. Remember yesterday when Pono plays the ward behind when he had Doom? It's kind
Oh,
of like
right,
similar.
yeah.
The Chen wants to play in that area. He wants to see the creeps there. So it's actually better for him to be on a 5.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, they are on the Radiant, so probably a bit of a flip of the script there where yesterday, I think, Winter, the ward you're referring to is the one placed at the tier 1 bot side, right next to the twin gates to the left, right, just to spot out the small and medium camp there. We'll see what creeps the Chen gets to equip himself with. It can be early on over already if he gets something like the Harpy Stormcrafter. And it's going to be the Sven picked up. So Sven Chen, very classic combination. They have the teamfight control of the Mars as well. Good physical burst damage into these Team Darling heroes. It's a pretty
Lot
early Sven
armor.
pick though.
Yeah, a lot of armor. Warcry and a Divine Favor. Everyone's tanky. I mean, they're just trying to
Wow.
keep the mid for last to before they decide what to go with the mid hero. I think they just want to see everything because it's really important, right? We talk about all these try versus try, trio versus trio heroes, and if you keep your mid matchup till last, I feel like it also can give you the benefit of just having the better 3 versus 3,
Yeah.
which is pretty important nowadays. So the Sven Chen is going to be a lane, Monkey is going to be a support. You know, all these carry heroes are just demoting themselves to support roles right nowadays, you know.
Everyone wants to be a support now. It's so cool to be a support in this day and age. Everyone sees, all the shenanigans that people pull off with Monkey King support, Terrorblade support. They're like, I can do that. Team Darling, they will give themselves an Ursa pick. This is interesting to say the least. Now, this is, of course, Abad. So I think previous Team Darling roster, we did already mention it was Palos, who is such a strong force on the carry. Instead, now we have Abad, who, if you guys have heard of Signal Ultra, that's kind of where he was last on. So prior to that, hasn't really been on any notable teams. I know he's a sort of good friend of Cuckoo's and always around that sort of group of players. But not a lot of overall competitive success and not a lot of Ursa games played in his pro history. So I'm interested to see what this is supposed to get done.
It's mainly like a good call to call matchup against Sven because with the Enrage you can kind of face tank the God's Rank initiation, and Sven's usually they can't really nobody can really man fight Ursa, I think, except for a couple like Faces Void Troll. Yeah, I mean Sven you just can't. It's a good matchup for Ursa with the furry swipe stacks, and he's also a good matchup. Actually, maybe not as good as before against the Mars. I feel like he can just spear you and God's Rebuild. He should be fine in the lane. Because Ursa used to be like just a lane winner against all these melee offlaners, but nowadays I feel like it's not that straightforward. But on the other hand, because you have a Monkey King position 4, is he even gonna be in the lane with you? I don't know.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking about as well, because Mars always feels like you want to pair him up with a position 4 that can help you get kills early on. The AA could be a very susceptible target, but that's if you have someone to pair up with. I mean, this Monkey King kind of feels like he might just get in your way. I'm not sure whether the Boundless Strike is going to be enough to follow up on any sort of kill. So Ursa looking to have a pretty free time. I think, like you mentioned, the 3v3 is very important, but with the Monkey King Chen, it's a bit of an awkward ball up. And speaking of ball up, we're going to have a Pangolier last pick for Yoe here.
Pango AA Terrorblade. That looks a lot more scary than... I mean, if you have the right creeps, I guess the Chen Monkey King can also be scary. So Pucks removed, Dazzles removed. They make sure they protect the Pango's matchups. So I guess they're still like they need like another initiating hero, I guess.
Yeah, it could be one of the spirits. Ends up being Primal Beast instead. So that is initiation in a nutshell, alright. Mac is going to be the one piloting that up.
They're going to have so much gap close with Monkey King, Primal, and all these bruisers, Sven, Mars. I feel like they just want to brawl till you die and leave the game. There's just no break for you.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't you say that about both teams though? It feels like both these teams are very, very fight heavy, less focused on the objectives. Sure, Natsumi wants to farm a stack or two, and eventually Ursa wants to get Roche and whatnot, but they are gonna be bashing heads at
I
each
mean,
other
they
non-stop.
can kind of kite them pretty well with the reflection, ice vortex, and you have the stampede. I feel like if you don't catch people in the arena, it's not that easy for you to kill stuff. And even in the arena, you have like the Pango's role for the counter play, and then you
Yeah.
still have the Sunder to save the target that's being focused. I think it's not going to be that straightforward. I feel like Darling has the draft that is much more all-rounded and just overall has more ways to win the game. Whereas for Geek Fam, sure, they have the Chen. It's very strong early. You ball up together,
Yeah.
but your overall lineup feels like everything needs to go fast, fast, fast. You need to
Yeah.
keep the ball rolling. Otherwise, you're just gonna feel really bad with the 4 melee heroes with the Chen.
Yeah, it kind of feels like one of the drafts we saw yesterday in China, right, where they brought themselves a Lycan, and the supports aren't really playmaking supports. The Monkey King can get you vision and set up, the Chen can help you push, but it really comes down to Mac and Cox, who are going to be the ones starting these fights. If they don't have enough damage to work through some of these Team Darling heroes, they're very quickly going to run out of options on the map. So we'll see how things go here. Of course, both these teams, I wouldn't say any of them are necessarily favorites in my eyes, but I think they're very formidable in their own right and pretty evenly matched, all things considered. So into this game number one, of course, our Southeast Asia, qualifiers a lot more forgiving, I'd say, compared to China. It's not just one slot. So these teams, it's not that you want to drop to the lower bracket, but it's not as deadly, right? It's not as like, okay, you lost out on this chance and you need to go through this insane slog. Yeah, already some tips coming through as well as some all chat. Just a couple of misuse in the all chat, just in case someone didn't see it. Jing really wants to let them know that he misses them.
A little bit too clingy, if you ask me.
Winter doesn't like clingy people. You say I love you to Winter, he like punches you in the face. Grow up, man.
Yeah,
Seriously.
grow up. Why are you playing Monkey King running around killing couriers? Grow up.
Yeah, I mean, okay, to be fair, I think my eyes are gonna be on this Monkey King because it's all down to how much work he can do. You already mentioned we might not necessarily see him in the lane much with the Mars, but then what is he going to be doing? Is he going to be trying to bully the Pango in the mid, help secure early runes? Is he blocking camps for the us? I don't even know. I could not tell you.
Try to snipe the mid's courier. I mean, that's mainly what you are trying to do, just run around, just kill couriers. Haven't you seen this? I mean, Zinq started it and then everyone is doing it in the pubs, and there was this one YouTube video about how you should do it, how to mid-max it. It's actually pretty legit, if you do it correctly, you're gonna be able to win 2 lanes or win all your lanes because of the lack of resources on that lane. I mean, sure, your off laner is gonna it's gonna be sad.
Yeah.
For the most part. That's why you kind of want to pick a hero that can play alone. I mean, I guess you can say Mars is one of the stronger ones that can do that, but ideally I'm looking at a hero like Enigma. If you have an Enigma offlane, then yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But Mars, I guess he has to figure out how he can survive against this Ursa AA lane.
Yeah. Speaking of the Mars, it's actually going to be Cox in that off lane, and I think it's particularly interesting what a smooth transition he's had. He's not the first mid laner to transition to the off lane. We've seen quite a bit of those over the past year and a half, and whatnot. But, the fact that he didn't really have much hiccups and, in fact, seems to be quite a fighting force, it's pretty impressive. I'm just wondering whether he's really used to suffering like that, right? Every time we talk about offlane, you always talk about, the good old days where you had to 3v1 and basically eat complete shit and scraps and try and get a one item at 20 minutes. It's a lot different now, where we're seeing a lot of offlaners sort of take on a bit more of a carry role, where they're the ones taking the early control of the 15 to 20 minute mark and dominating the fights, maybe even transitioning into semi-carry later on.
It's not off lane now anymore, if you ask me.
Semi-off lane.
It's just another lane. It's just another carry lane.
It feels that way, yeah.
When basically Dota is so different now compared to before. Now it's just like both their side laners are going to be sitting in the lanes farming, jungling, because there's just so much resource on the map, right? They have to mob things up, and you need to just most of the time play with your mid as a support. The three-man group that we are always talking about, because the other two guys are just going to be. It's not like they are greedy, it's just how you should play the game and how to mid-max everything.
Yeah.
It's just the way it is. They saw the monkey. They saw the monkey. They were pinging him.
Yeah, I mean, they have to. That's the one thing that they're watching out for, right? For sure. So hopefully, no shenanigans here, but Raging Potato still able to take that poor bounty rune away. Ends up being a 2-for-2 exchange. So nothing crazy, but Abad, he's very clear that this tree is his op here. He's gonna see the tree walking past the creep wave to try and block it as best as he can. So, I mean, that's not gonna happen. The Ursa secures his own creep wave.
A is trying to D-ward. I think he's gonna look for a D-ward here. He went all the way back, trying to guess where he put the ward.
Yeah.
Or is he trying to just ferry the items from base?
No way. He's the courier now? No, are you serious?
So, basically what Spirit did against this was they dedicated the position 5 to follow the monkey all the time.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I remember. Was it Miposhka on his Elder Titan? He was just chasing him around the map.
He was just basically chasing
Oh,
the monkey
yikes. I don't know. I don't know whether you can afford to do that. I mean, you talk about the Ursa not really being the lane dominator that he used to be. If you're wasting so much time on the AA running around, this 1v1, it seems like Koss will be just fine.
Yeah, I don't think he should be actually doing this. He should just play the game as usual. Because if you wanted to follow the Monkey King, then you wouldn't pick this hero.
Yeah. Well, I guess to be fair, the Monkey King was picked into this AA, so maybe Raging Potato thinking that he can drag Abeng's attention away. There's a bot side. Stomp going to go wide there. Scam. Going for the early level into Penitence. It always intrigues me, these Chen builds, because over the past few, maybe months, we've seen a more heavy focus into early levels of Divine Favor, just getting that regen up and trying to min-max the resources in the lane. How do you feel about this Penitence first?
Why not? I mean, it helps with the lane, gives you attack speed, gives you range, slows.
Yeah, I guess.
I don't think you really need the aura as early. I mean, the Divine Favor.
Yeah. I guess you're not too worried about the harass coming out from Terrorblade.
Maybe in some lanes, but I think generally you just want to be aggressive with the way you're playing with the creeps and your hero.
Yeah. So apologies for the technical difficulties, everybody watching. To start us off here, it seems like we've had a little bit of a hiccup. Winter and I were still connected to the game, so more radio Dota casting for you. As we'll get right back into it. Yeah. Momentary hiccup. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Nothing missed, so no worries. The only thing of concern is the fact that this Primal Beast is absolutely trampling over your way right now, and even onslaughting forward, not gonna connect in that mid lane. And this Primal Pango matchup is really tough for the Pango because it feels like every single time you swashbuckle away, he's just gonna get a full duration trample on you.
Yeah, and
oh my god, Raging the bottle!
Oh, you got the bottle. That's
oh my goodness, Raging Potato. This is what he
how does
this
that
monkey
happen when
for.
the AA is still following him?
Yeah, and the AA commits like what? Look at the wards being planted by the side of Darling. Yeah, just complete shenanigans here. He's gonna walk under the tower and kill the Ursa's courier. No. Oh, another one. Oh my goodness.
I mean, that's why
Potato.
there's no way you follow him if he has boots.
Yeah, this is.
I'd much rather he actually just get level. It's whatever, let the monkey just do his own thing.
Yeah, this is a huge waste of time for Abeng because as much as, the Monkey King is losing out on EXP by trying these shenanigans, so is the AA, and the difference is the Monkey King is at least getting something. Abeng, his 6 tangos not even being put to use right now as Cox, being able to just get free levels. He's not doing the best in terms of the CS, but he'll be more than happy to just keep things going in this lane.
The Courier Hunter, are you counting?
Yeah, I have 2. I'll start counting. 2 couriers. Oh my god. Please have mercy, Raging Potato. I hate this. I actually hate this because I feel like it just makes games so weird. Like there's a whole ass Dota game going on, and instead the most interesting thing is this Monkey King morphing into a courier. Yeah, he's playing his own game. This feels like a custom game that we're watching here. Everyone else is just playing normal Dota, and you got the guy who wants to play like Auto Gladiator or something, and then he's just chilling by himself. You're like, please join our stack. He's like, fine, and then he does this shit anyway.
Pango's going all the way back to base to pick up his bottle.
Yikes, yeah, you can't risk it. I mean, he'll start high five. He knows Raging Potato is just watching him. Raging Potato's trying to race him to his own bottle. If you dare to bring the courier out, he's gonna smack it down first. Just glares at him. Yeah, I know what you're trying to do, homie. You're gonna better try to TP back. The craziest play is if Yoei tries to TP back mid and he Boundless Strike cancels it, but he's not even level 2, so he just has to get out of the base. Oh, this is ridiculous already. But I guess this is to be expected when the Monkey King is picked, and I guess the trade-off is that there isn't really much aggression or action happening on the map just yet, right? It's been largely shenanigans, trying to get your items from the base and trading pretty evenly, all things considered.
Yeah, because the A decided to follow him, so the Mars is not even like suffering. Because usually when the Monkey King does this, he is actually paying a price, right? Because your offlaner is left 1v2. But because
yeah, the offlaner's about to get a free kill if only he had a bit of mana. He's just gonna pull the wave.
This guy doesn't feel like a guy that's like 1v2.
First blood in the bot side though. Mac comes through with a clean rotation, gets the kill, but at the top, it looks like Cox is finally going to get run down and punished. Gets a courier though. Do you want to count that towards the courier kills, or are we only caring about Monkey King?
Let's just count Monkey King. 5, right?
Okay, now it's 4. 4 couriers. Mars killed 1. I'm keeping track here, don't worry, don't worry. But yeah, quick early rotation from Mac. As soon as he hits that level 6, he gets rolling. And taking advantage of the fact that Yowei is just too busy trying to deal with the Monkey King and his shenanigans.
Horn of the Realm.
Oh, unlucky. Mac guesses wrong on the rune spawn and it'll be an amplified damage rune available for Yowei. He does have the Rolling Thunder as well, so maybe we'll see a rotation for him. TP available.
And just has to be careful with how he uses it, since you can always cancel it with the pulverize.
Yeah. There's you ever play basketball? That's exactly what Mac's looking to do. Just bounce that thing and dribble it around. Yowei. It's nothing but a little beach ball for the Primal Beast to play with, size considered. So
Oh,
wonder
potato. Potato.
Uh-oh. Ends up
he
going
wasn't
down.
looking. I think he wasn't looking.
Yeah. Abeng finds him. So finally exterminating the Monkey King. As the 7 minutes come around, looks like they won't be under any threat of losing the Wisdom Rune to the pesky shenanigans of Raging Potato here, Darling. To grab that for themselves. Meanwhile, on the flip side, Raging Potato will come back just to grab his level 2 at 7 minutes.
This is not even Dota, man.
It's not. It's really not.
This guy is
You
just
did say Southeast Asia, it's a lot more, I guess, underhanded, right? They'll do whatever it takes to win, and if it means running a Monkey King into your base and trying to gimp you like that, I mean, that's exactly what Raging Potato will do.
Pretty sure he's having a lot of fun.
Yeah, I would hope so. I mean, he's coming in as, what, an emergency stand-in? And he hasn't really played position for a while. In fact, he hasn't really played Pro Dota in a while. The last time I saw him appear was when he was on Neon, and it seemed like there were some issues there. He was doing pretty well in the offlane too, and now a gank up in the top side, setting up for Mac to come in with the onslaught. Nice slow on the Earth Shock though, ends up creating just enough distance so that Mac can't get the pulverize. And Abed's just able to walk his way out of that thanks to the phase boost as well.
Yeah, but that's like 2 TPs wasted. I have a feeling they kind of saw one of it on the Monkey King, so they know some of these TPs are not going to be ready. So they're probably trying to look to try to abuse this. They have Shurun on Primal.
Ooh.
And this is going to be a very big rune for him. Obviously, the biggest rune is probably this case.
Yeah.
The best rune for this hero.
Meanwhile, Bosku in this bot side does get worked down by the God Strength there. Looks like it was just an easy stun. I'm not really sure how that happens without him, I guess, just stomping and walking away, but it seemed like they were just able to slow him down, perhaps with that ghost creep.
Chen creeps. Yeah, that's why Chen is like this. Like this hero is so strong because he gets his own
top
farm.
side, setting up onto Ursa again, and this time without an enrage, he doesn't stand a chance. So getting a bunch of pretty significant kills around the map, Geek Fam, to start things off.
Yeah, very, very good moves by Mac. That's what you want to aim to do as Primal Beast. Just run around, you pick your runes, you pick your bounty runes, power runes, and just try to use the absurd range that you have on Onslaught to set up kills for your lanes.
Yeah. Natsumi's having a swallow time here, but the biggest winner of this laning stage feels like it's Mac. Level 9 already on this Primal Beast, and just, what?
Yeah, I mean, the bottle snipe benefited him so much.
Oh, yeah. And I think this is what you said before as well. Sometimes we saw in China, we saw these hoodwink position force TP mid to help Kankas. You kind of give over that advantage from your offlaner and give it to your mid instead. But the difference is Mac is making the most of it, right? He's roaming around the map, pressuring the Ursa. Mid lane though, they're starting to chase down onto Raging Potato with the 3 members, but they aren't able to get the touch on him. They don't want to commit Rolling Thunder here for now. Raging Potato will be able to walk this one off. Stampede in the bot side, trying to commit onto Natsumi. Coming through the Twin Gates, great move from Abed. Understanding the kill threat that Ursa possesses, he comes through and kills off his counterpart.
Yeah, very very nice play there, but just getting that all-important Sven kill, which is he's just like having like a free game. You know, he needs to be stopped, and now he gets the kill. Uses Twin Gate, goes back to top, doesn't lose anything.
Yeah.
Probably gonna lose the tower at some point. But
Yeah, eventually. I mean, it's dropping very low. You're coming in with the TP now. Getting another rotation in your way with the Rolling Thunder. Connects onto Cox, and this should be a dead mass. So, excellent moves from both teams to start us off here. I feel like they're both heating up. Meanwhile, mid lane Mac able to get the kill, diving under the tower for Abeng. Jing, he's trying his best to pressure back the Primal Beast with his meta, but good sort of awareness from Mac to understand the Pango will be coming from the top side and dodge back to the mid. Oh my goodness,
Yeah,
the action is just non-stop. I feel like everywhere we look, somebody's dying. Bosco now, squared up on by the Chen creeps, and he'll just get sliced down lightly. He's trying to buy as much time as he can, even taunting while he's had it. He's having a good, he's just laughing to himself for sure. He end up going down here. He has quite a bit of move speed. This Sven trying to catch up with the Warcry. There's the stun. It should be enough. Slow down with the Primal Spring. Still turns around with a stop. Bosco. He has been on the run for a good 25-30 seconds now. Finally, the Boundless Strike, but Godstrength runs out. Oh, Stampede, don't tell me. He's juking into the trees. Bosco, is this the great escape? He stampedes to safety. Are you kidding me? Bosco takes them on a roller coaster ride. And they just crash and sink in the end. They can't even get the Centaur.
space, you know, so much space being created by this center.
Insane space. Insane space. Blink completed for Mac up here in this top side. Immediate arena and pulverize. They don't give the Ursa a chance to pop that enrage. Winter, the past 3 minutes has just been non-stop kills. You run up onto Mac now where Abeng and Yoei are waiting. And they don't have a Rolling Thunder, but they have quite a bit of damage. They've finally come off cooldown. The inhibit was slowing down that Primal Beast for a while. You're trying to dodge out on the initial bump. But Scam is here as well. Yeah, you gotta watch yourself, Yoei. It might be time to retreat. We'll just back up there. It seems like finally we have a bit of a moment to breathe.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you're gonna get when you have all these brawling heroes, you know, the Primal, the Sven, the Monkey King, the Mars. And at the same time, their counterparts, they're playing against the Centaur and the Panko and Ursa, and everybody just wants to brawl and wants to fight.
Non-stop aggression here to start things off. This is the Southeast Asia way after all, as they always say. Bosco, he went for the Veil first, so not prioritizing the Blink and trying to sort of get a bit more tanky. So perhaps help his team out mid lane. Looks like Jing goes down. They're standing around that mid tower for quite a while, so finally gets punished for it. And looks like there's a whole congregation of Geek Fam heroes here looking to take down this mid tier 1.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Without Stampede, without Terror, it seems like there's very little they can do. They don't even have level 6 on Abeng because he was like following the Monkey King around so much.
Yeah? And worth noting, on the flip side, we look at how poor Abeng is and how far behind, at least EXP-wise, that AA is struggling with. Chen has a Vlad's, by the way. He has that fully complete and he's now working on the drums. Bosco will go down in the bot side. So Mac tag teaming up with Raging Potato to get that kill.
Radiant's bottom tower has been denied.
Meanwhile, Smoke up. You don't want to let things go for a moment. Just want to find a bit of a return. The smoke will break onto Raging Potato, who's disguised as a Hellbear, but not very well. Okay, that's a small camp. You don't belong there. He'll get snuffed out.
Yeah, but he's already gotten so much done for his team, you know, killing the carriers, setting up kills. And he's gonna buy use. I like this item a lot, this game for the Monkey King. It's very good against the Ursa, the Enrage, because he doesn't really remove the duration on use, so you get to cut it out a lot.
Yeah. And also just a good bit of control, right? A lot of times when the Monkey King starts jumping on you and whatnot, you just wait for the Boundless Strike, then you try and TP out. With the use available, it might not be so easy. Okay, so I think yesterday we saw a Pudge being picked, which looked pretty good during the laning stage, getting a lot of kills in that trio on the rune fights and whatnot. But later on in the game, it felt like it just completely fell flat. Is this something that the Monkey King suffers from as well? Because I'm a little bit worried about how he's going to contribute to these team fights later.
He's more reliable than a Pudge because you need to land your hooks for your team to set up kills sometimes. You know, as Monkey, you just hide around the trees. You get to scout to get the information. And it's easier for you to stun and initiate compared to a Pudge that needs to land the hook, you know?
That's fair, yeah. So I guess we'll be looking at Raging Potato to try and couple in with that initiation.
He's doing a very good job so far, like giving his team a lot of leeway in terms of where to go on the map. He's creating so much distractions, and Primal Beast, I think he's he's the one being able to use that information the most, you know, with his blink.
Yeah. And just really clean play all around. I think wouldn't really have expected this coming into this game given the draft. Of course, Monkey
And
King.
you think about it, you know, how well it works with the Chen, because if the Monkey is like always disrupting the opponents as a Chen, you just want to have room to farm creeps,
Yeah.
your item timings, and push down towers, you know, and Monkey King is precisely giving you that.
Yeah, even when you start pushing these towers, you're not really scared of any sort of counter initiation because the Monkey King is scouting around. They've really gotten over this roadblock of, you know, needing to come into these trios because every single one of their heroes in any tag team situation, like you put the Monkey with the Mars, you put the Primal Beast with literally anyone. It feels like they can get any kill on the map right now, Geek Fam.
They're bringing the numbers. Mac is here with the Primal.
Yeah.
He's gonna run into his ex-teammate.
Yep, and kill him off. I heard you missed me. Let me just, okay, sees the TP, decides to
Nice
go away
roll.
instead. Nice roll, and the Sunder swapping the HP, but that's what the Hand of God is for. Rules into the air though, but still tagged up by the Ice Blast. Cox looking in trouble. He's doing quite a bit of damage the other way, but it seems like Geek Fam, they've decided to just extract themselves from this fight. Especially with the full force of Darling coming through. You cut down the Monkey King, at least getting that test away for now.
Enough of your mischievous endeavors, says to Monkey.
Enough. Enough is enough. And then
Dire's
Sanity.
middle tower is
He
under
has that
attack.
Battle Fury and Blink already completed. This is a pretty nice timing for the Ursa.
He has to just try to play around his
Dire's
team,
top tower is
especially
under
with the
attack.
Pango. I feel like as long as the Ursa with Pango, they are actually so freaking strong right now. I mean, on the flip side for Geek Fam, they're gonna have to
Oh my god.
use the Chen with his army, play with the Primal, and this is exactly what they're gonna do.
Oh, dude. I mean, I think even without the Primal, it seems like he would have been able to get that kill. Yules for the setup onto the Centaur, not allowing him to run away. Stampede is available. They're using the Pulverize and Bosku. He's going to try and hightail out of here, but the Onslaught was saved for that exact reason. Bosku will get run down by the Chen army. Schem finds another immediate smoke up. They don't want to miss a beat.
Look
Straight onto
how
the next
scary
move.
this trio is: the Monkey King, the Chen, the Primal.
Yeah. Not really, honestly, not really a trio I was necessarily respecting, but they are looking lethal, and they might just find this Ursa. That would be huge. As the Pulverize available, starting to run
No
forward.
mana.
Yeah, a little bit low on the mana. He still turns around, gets that enrage, and here comes Yoei with the roll in, controlling onto Mag. No Hand of God, and this Primal Beast is in a little bit of trouble, especially if this Ice Blast connects just off the mark on the cusp of finding his little big bum. Yoei still trying to come through with a swashbuckle, but too much armor on that hero. They bring the full force just to protect their carry. The Ursa will be able to walk away out of this situation.
You're very, very tense right now.
Yeah.
I mean, Terrorblade has a vessel as well. I mean, okay, they have A and they also have a vessel on Terrorblade. I'm not sure if I like that so much.
Dude, this feels like an F1 race the way these guys are just vrooming around the map. Every single kill is just immediate smoke up through the twin gates, straight away TP, tag team up with someone else. It's just non-stopping. It feels like it's crazy because we've seen so many kills, but somehow both these teams have still been able to largely keep up with each other in terms of farm. The only person who's really a little bit behind is Bosku, but it's understandable, right? The Centaur, he needs to get involved, and he's not really too good at flash farming compared to the rest.
They might find a monkey here. Might, if they're patient.
Yeah, wait for
Nice
him to show.
vortex.
Let's hear the Primal Spring. Immediately onto him. No jump away. Arbeng too quick for him. And they'll wave him goodbye.
Dire's bottom tower
I guess the next opening for the side of Darling is that they'll want to find an opportunity to head into the Roche Pit,
Oh,
right? Surely
nice
that's what
dodge.
Ursa's waiting for.
He got out of the arena in time.
Ooh. Clean move from Yoei. I mean, he had that haste rune packed as well. But could have been very scary, and yep, straight into the pit they go.
Is Geek Fam actually thinking about doing this? They don't have arena. Oh my god, they're actually coming in.
Radiant's
Through the
middle
twin
tower
gates they
is
go.
under
We've seen this result in absolute disaster before. They're gonna run straight into a rolling thunder. That's not really where you want to be. And already the Aegis is claimed. So the fight, no more, and Cox will be left as a sacrifice. It's just the advanced party. You know when your friends peer pressure you to try something they don't want to? That's literally what happened to Cox.
You need to find friends, new friends, I guess.
Yeah,
is under
this
Friends
is
that
it's not
don't
good.
force you to do something that you don't
Yeah, they're
want.
like, hey, yo, try this drink, man. We're sure it's gonna be good. Oh, Natsumi on the front lines, he just gets burst down. So easy looking for Darling as they crush the Sven. And now Mac forced to pop that BKB. I believe that's a reveal too, and he is gonna die as well. Darling, the patience play pays off. They were just waiting around there knowing that Geek Fam might try and occupy that space. They get punished immediately for it.
Yeah, they know without Arena, maybe without God Strength as well, they were kind of still able to take the fight, and they were right.
Radiant's top
Crazy.
tower has fallen.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I wonder what Natsumi was necessarily looking for though, because it almost felt like he thought he was safe, right? And then he ends up just going down like that, which is tough. Now this mid lane tower being pressured up. Wisdom rune.
And there goes your
Radiant's
Tormentor.
middle tower has fallen.
This is very good play there by Abad, stealing the enemy Tormentor.
He just understands that he can do that, right? And that's just kind of a good understanding of Ursa and his capabilities.
Yeah, I think you see it a lot on Ursa and Troll players nowadays. They whenever they get an advantage, they, especially the early ages, they have some form of insurance when they are playing aggressive, and they just walk up because everybody's dodging you, right? So you just walk up, and the best thing you can get is actually the enemy Tormentor.
Yeah, denying something like the Chen Shard is pretty handy as well, right? Being able to bring some of those ancient creep auras could be such a benefit to them.
Yeah,
like
so
the
who
Granite
got the shard?
Golem.
AA and who was there? AA and Terrorblade both get their shards.
Demon
I think
Zeal, we're gonna see
Demon Zeal and the AA shard, they're both very top tier. Probably the TB one is a little bit better because with the reflection cooldown talents, and it's actually crazy, you know. I feel like it's actually broken. It's way better than the AA one.
I mean, we're gonna see it in action here. We've yet to have the chance to up till this point, but
It's crazy,
what Winter
right?
has been telling me about.
50 bonus attack speed on the illusion. I mean, it's half, right, on the reflection. Yeah, it's half on the reflection illusions. I mean, you're literally gonna die to your own illusions.
Yeah, especially illusions like the Sven or maybe the Monkey King that can output.
You can't move.
Okay, maybe
Like
not
it's
the
a
Monkey King.
reflection slow, and then there's a vortex on top of you.
Oh, true. Yeah, I mean, the slows coming up from these two supports, not really the heroes you think about when it comes to control, but they're going to be very icky to get away from. And then you're just slowed in place so you can land a killer Ice Blast, and then it applies the level of Cold Feet. Oh my goodness, you're going nowhere. These are all melee heroes as well, so they need to get into the mix all close
Maybe
and
you were
personal.
onto something when you felt like Darling is actually gonna win.
Come on, I'm telling you. I mean, both these teams are definitely cooking with the drafts here. We already mentioned how interesting of a combination, and honestly, how perfectly concocted it is. The Sven, Chen, and the Monkey King, they all kind of cover each other, and the Primal Beast tag teaming along with that, it's just perfect. But it seems like Darling, they're onto something as well. They have a pretty good combo cooked up, and maybe this is why they picked the AA along with the Terrorblade. It just seems like such a... It makes sense, right? We still have to see it in practice, but if it goes the way that you just mentioned, especially the Shiva's just so much slow on this team. And then Geek Fam, 4 melee heroes and a Chen, you're gonna be stuck right there. Might as well be a stun.
I mean, I kind of felt like the way they are playing, it'll be actually maybe better for them to have like something like a Luna or Medusa to hit tower, so the other heroes, the Chen, will just follow. Because Sven kind of wants to do the same thing with Primer and so the way you need to make this draft work is you just have to run in and kill heroes. You know? It's not necessarily something I feel like you like to do as Chen, because Chen, you want to hold a position, hit the enemy tower ideally, and you want to force the enemy team to enter your position.
Death zone, right?
And you have all the auras to fight them in that position, you know. And right now, because of how their lineup is working, the Chen is like being dragged around left and right, and he doesn't like to do that.
Yeah, it always feels like Chen is part of the... You call it a Chen army, but in a way he's like the general who wants to stand his ground, right? If he needs to be dispatched to location just to follow those soldiers around, it feels like too hectic. He just wants to chill with his little rat, you know, sit on his little throne, you know, say like, let's go here, guys, and then everybody walks in one linear direction. It's
That's what the Medusa Luna type of heroes, or even the gyrocopter gives you. You know, you sit in the location, you hit the tower, you wait for the enemy team to come, and that's when the Chen is happy.
Yeah. I mean, some strengths and weaknesses of the Chen definitely being exploited here. Geek Fam. Yeah, I'm worried later down the line that with heroes like the Ursa and the Centaur's ability to just jump on you and cut through the back lines, Geek Fam are going to have a difficult situation where, you know, their back line just gets cut down. Cops, a bit of trouble here. Set up on by Jing. It's a lot of slows again. And unfortunate little disconnect there, but it looks like this Mars is dead.
He's already dead on my screen. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, that's fair. Is Scam dead? The question is Scam also dead?
Are you gonna wager on that?
Hey, what are we wagering? Though?
chicken-
How
one
many
plate of
chicken
chicken
breasts are
rice.
we? One plate of chicken rice. Okay, I don't mind. Wait, are you wagering that the Sven is the Chen is dead? Because I am.
Everyone's dead, you know.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. No chicken rice to be won here.
Primal
Everyone's
has no
deceased.
dagger. Dagger's on cooldown. Yeah, they are gonna just run away.
I mean, is there a world where the Mars turns around and arenas because he knows that his team is still in the area and they might be able to set up a fight for it? They just saw the Ursa on the bot side as well, so at the very best, it's gonna be a 4v4 situation.
Kind of feel like it's tough when you're already getting jump here. I think the best course of action is just to retreat most of the time, and I feel like sometimes you see these Sven players going in.
Yeah.
But without a blink and axe, I just feel like he can't just instantly kill someone. So it's gonna be tough if he decides to go in.
Yeah, that's fair. He actually turns around to arena anyway and Scam. Oh, beautiful hurricane to the opposing end of that little pillar. They're still gonna run in though. Mac with the power rise trying to control up to Yoe. It's a beautiful Wukong's command in the middle of things, and Raging Potato on the high ground actually works out for him. Yules up onto the Ursa, who has blinked himself up there and has an earth shock to come down. But that was beautiful from the Chen. He survives. I would have won a chicken rice if I wagered otherwise.
Too bad, you know. You didn't take the shot.
Yeah, true. You know, wagering is for the daring, they say. But
Radiant's
yeah,
middle
and
tower
ends
is
up
under
being
attack.
a 2-for-1 trade, which I guess even though the advantage for gold is in Darling's favor, any bit of not objective losing fight you can take. It's not too bad, right? Especially if this Aegis on the Ursa.
I mean, the thing is also you think about game dragging, game becoming long. I also feel like Darling's lineup just has a better time when it comes to 50 minutes, 60 minutes. You have the Sunder to deal with the
Radiant's
Sven
bottom
initiation.
tower is
Because Sven
under
as a
attack.
hero, the design is always
Radiant
when you
are
go in,
scanning.
you have to destroy and you have to burst that hero in front. If that
Yeah.
doesn't happen, Sunder saves, then you're gonna get kited. And there's a Stampede after that. If you don't kill it in the stun, the Stampede is gonna make things very, very complicated for Sven.
I mean, not just the Stampede, right? But each of these heroes also have their own ways to
Anyone
shrug
getting
off that damage.
Halberd to deal with this Sven or the Ursa? I think Halberd is like good items against both of these carries.
But who can get it though? I guess that's my question. I
No,
mean, it might
not
have to be
about
the
who
Monkey
can
King,
get
right?
it. Nobody wants to get it.
That's true. That's true. I thought people would want to get Halberd a lot more because we were talking about those Sanj buffs. But I guess when you combine it into the Heaven's Halberd, it doesn't
Depends
feel
on
as
which
cool.
hero. Some heroes feel good about getting it, but some they don't.
Is there even a natural Heaven's Halberd buyer? Like, who even wants to
Huskar.
naturally buy?
Huskar.
Yeah, I guess that's the only one, and it was banned out. Satch.
Hey, let me come
Okay.
up with another one.
Yeah, you got it. Venomancer, smile.
Kanka.
Kanka. Okay, yeah, Kanka not too bad. Although right now it feels like Kanka just needs so many other items. Like you want your refreshers, your bloodstones, your BKBs, your eggs. It's always that type of situation. There's it's a bit more.
Yeah, so right now, Darling, they still want to try to invade with the Ursa. Ursa is
Yeah.
feeling really strong with this BKB.
Oh, Raging Potato. He has full vision on them, jumping in with a setup onto Yowie on the backside. Do they have enough damage for the Pango? They will spear him and try and finish off Yowie 100 to 0. They kill off the Pango to start the fight. Meanwhile, the Centaur, he's trying to create the space, but there isn't any follow-up for him. Great move from Raging Potato. And they have the setup on the Ursa as well. They're gonna be able to spear him back. No, he pops
No
the
TP.
BKB.
He
He's
has to
trying
fight.
to get out of here. He has to turn and fight, like you said. The Enrage, he can't stand up against the 4 melee heroes just running straight at him. The Onslaught coming forward, it's perfect. Double Boundless Strike as well. Raging Potato is a monster. And Geek Fam, they wait for their timing and they strike perfectly, punishing 4 heroes on Team Darling. It's unfortunate we had to miss that, but as a small recap for, you know, the people who are a bit more visual, essentially, Yeah, of course we come back at this point. Okay, Team Darling, they tried walking into the area of the Radiant Triangle, but Raging Potato was positioned in the perfect spot to just catch them out, burst the Pango 100 to 0, and from there it was just an easy fight. They'll even pick off the last remaining straggler in Jing on this top side, so huge turnaround for Geek Fam in this past fight.
Yeah, it was mainly the Pango being able to get be the first hero that they targeted down because of the observer ward and because of the monkey's position there, setting up everything for his team. I mean, once he died, the Centaur kind of also, I don't know if he actually blinked in when they jumped at the same time, but he actually went in and he also died, and after that everyone just unable to escape.
Yeah, it was exactly that. Like Bosku, I think he caught wind of them and at the exact moment they jumped forward, so a bit of unfortunate timing that he had already committed in, and doubling back to try and save your Pango in that situation, especially the Stomp already used. That's just, you know, you kind of got to hope that he's able to get the Rolling Thunder or something off, but no such thing. As we'll see Yowie go for the Lincoln Sphere here, as
Block the Pulverize.
Yeah, just the Pulverize and maybe the Storm Hammer somewhere down the line as well. Pretty good defensive tool. But smoke up, Geek Fam, they want to keep pushing this advantage here. Their ultimates are so low cooldown, they can just keep this going. Natsumi with his Crystallis working towards the Daedalus, and the full Chen army with all these auras on the prowl.
Oh, they are split up.
Uh-oh. This is a perfect set of kills to find to start things off. Onslaught not gonna land, but everyone else is just going to die. They can't stand up against the pure physical here. And even Yoe is getting cut down. Bosco is surviving for quite a while, but he surely will be finished off by the Sven. Still trying to run away and make a getaway for it. No. The Insanity. He's joined back the fight, and it's a immediate buyback from Bosco. Looks like Team Darling, they want to stand their ground, but the only thing they'll find is Raging Potato. Definitely not worth the buyback on the Centaur there.
They're still sticking around.
Yeah.
They want to give him a die back after this.
I don't know if they can though, because it's like, what? God Strength is already on cooldown and you don't really have Arena anymore. Your Monkey King, your big sort of information gatherer is dead. I don't know.
Are scanning.
Yeah, probably not a good idea anymore. Have to reset, just go back, wait for your cooldowns, but that was a very big fight for them. I think the Ursa Aghanim's might be able to change this, so it gives him a lot more room to initiate, because you're not going to be worried about getting chain stun, right? So you can actually break it with the Enrage with Aghanims.
Yeah, I mean, it's just we see the impact that this Pango is able to have, right? If he's able to buy the space in the fights against all these melee heroes once their BKBs are down.
Yeah, but at the same time, I feel like if they're not the ones getting a jump, if Mars is getting a jump or the Primal's getting a jump, it doesn't matter, you know, the roll in, because they have so much burst damage that they just kill one hero instantly. So even if you counter initiate with the roll, it more or less means that your teammate is probably already dead. So I'd much rather them taking the initiative. They have to be ready. They have the appropriate heroes dealing with the dead lane, because what happened there was the center was farming the lane, right? I feel like it probably shouldn't be him. It needs to be someone else like the AA or the Terrorblade pushing with illusions, and the three heroes, the three cores, the Pango, the Centaur and the Ursa, they need to be together to jump. They cannot be showing themselves on the map to be pushing out waves when the enemy is missing off the map.
Yeah, it's a bit too scary here, but now even scarier is this Roche fight. We've seen it time and time again. These situations are so tense. It's all about who can get that jump, and the smoke already breaks Natsumi.
Oh, he's going in on the Pango.
For a target, yeah, he just doesn't care. Going in on the Pango and the Ursa trying to follow up, but here comes the Sven, focusing down on the Bosku. They want to make him die back, but he has so much healing. The first person to die is going to be the Chen, but Bosku, he's still standing his ground in this arena. He's fine for now. No, goes down, and now the Ursa without an enraged controller by the Yules. He has nowhere to run. It's a Sunder to save, and he needs to be able to punch down this Sven, but unlucky, onslaughted down. It's too much damage as Mac reigns supreme in that fight. Just an absolute terror. And with that, I mean, they might just find the AA as well. Clips onto him with the spear. Great read from Cox. And just like that, Geek Fam, they should be able to grab this Roche.
Wait, how did he actually not have time to cast the Enrage? He had the Aghanims. Or did he not have the Aghanims in the fight?
Honestly, I have no clue, because it seemed like the Ursa was fine for the most part. And I think even when he was Yules, he casted the Enrage, but they just wasted some of the duration on it thanks to that nice sort of play from Cox.
Just very, very good execution from Geek Fam. I think the initial jump was a bit like too risky by Team Darling. The Centaur blink in. I'm not sure who he stunned, but he stunned one hero, and then the Pango just rolled in like blind, without appropriate vision. I felt like once the smoke broke, the Centaur go in, he finds not a good initiation. They need to just reassess the situation or just use Stampede to back off first instead of just like being very rash. I feel like they were like rushing into things and they were just like so hot-headed that they just wanted to fight, but didn't really try to position themselves in a high ground or try to use wards, and they just blindly went in.
Yeah. It feels like they're basically giving a perfect situation for Mac to set up, right? Every single time they're going in like that, Mac can just pick and choose his targets easily. They will finally get the Tormentor, so the Monkey King with the Boundless Strike just appearing right next to you. I don't know how good of a shot that is in this game. I don't know whether you're necessarily looking to get up close and personal on Raging Potato. But I guess it can't be that bad, right, as an escape tool and whatnot.
Yeah, on the core you can use it to kill. On the support, it's probably just trying to get yourself out of danger or reposition yourself. He's gonna have a... What the hell? He's actually gonna have a Nullifier on the Monkey.
Oh, that's nasty stuff.
So is he actually gonna be removing just the Glimmer and the Force Staff, I guess?
The Glimmer, Force Staff, and also potentially breaking the Pango's Link-ins, right? Very low committal stuff.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, right now they have to just try and figure out how they're supposed to take a fight on Team Darleng. Who's supposed to go in first, And I feel like they need to sort that out. Like, who is the primary target? Like, if the Centaur goes in, who does he need to catch first? They were trying to kill the Chen the last time. It didn't really work out so well for them.
Yeah, I mean, that's just because he buys back immediately and just rejoins the fight with all his auras, right? He's unbothered, and at that point, feels like sunk cost already. You just need to keep it going.
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, we talked about this combination between the Terrorblade and the AA, but it hasn't really come to fruition. I thought they would be a bit more careful and patient. A Rolling Thunder coming in, Yowie again, just going forward, but just gets controlled out by Mag, the BKB, and the control in place inside the walls of the arena. Yowie, he's dropping so low, there's no way for him to go. Beautiful spear from Cox to catch him on that swashbuckle, and then he just can't run. The rest of the team, they couldn't even get in range for the Sunder, and now another setup. Cox, spear after spear, delivering kills in for his team. They will lose the first life, and the Sunder gets Mag low. This Primal Beast in a little bit of trouble and now has to disengage. Held in place by the cold feet is the Mars, and Cox dropping low on HP, but Natsumi, he's still up to full. Will punch down that Terrorblade, a Boundless Strike from the side, but Bosco with a nice stomp and the BKB. Holding his ground for now. The buyback on the Terrorblade and the Ursa's back in the fight. Starting to bash up. This Sven, he needs the help and he needs it now, but nowhere to run. Mac couldn't make it there in time and he will kill himself on the return. A Yules to control the Ursa, but nothing else to give. As Geek Fam, they'll push a bit too far forward and give over a couple of huge streaks to Team Darleng.
Yeah, Centaur got 3 kills all that fight. Like, you saw how strong he is with the shard. If he gets a long fight going, you put the stacks up on this hero, he's gonna all of a sudden be a huge force to be reckoned with in the team fights. And Geek Fam, they still need to respect the Darleng high ground, whenever you jump in with your initial combo, because their heroes just has to kill one target quickly and then wait for your spells to refresh again. You can't just keep going in and just not caring about your cooldowns. Everything needs to be very disciplined. You use one round of spells, you kill one hero, you have to back off.
It feels like a bit of a lapse in discipline there from Geek Fam in that particular situation. They just felt a bit too comfortable.
Just like overcommitted to kill off the Terrorblade, and he got the Sunder off to the Primal.
Trying to chase down the Cox now. He has that gem and that'll be a great pickup.
Using the
Stampede as well and forcing the BKB. Should be able to just blink his way out of here.
Oh no, he actually might have, he should have been dead. He's lucky because the Pango stopped moving and disconnected.
Oh, that's unlucky.
He has Basher on Pango, so you can't really BKB TP.
Yeah. Another swashbuckle would have been fine too. Either way, he makes his way back out to safety and it doesn't seem like the side of Darling can catch him now.
Yeah, probably not. Just a lucky break, for the
Cox
Nas
here,
here. Yeah.
Okay, so now with that high ground push going wrong, that was essentially the second Aegis, right? That they used for Geek Fam to try and put a severe amount of damage into the base of Team Darling. It didn't really work out. You did mention that later down the line, it feels like the late game scaling for Team Darling is a whole lot better. Now with a 2k gold lead, they're basically even, right? I'm not... What's the game plan here for Geek Fam? Can they still keep going once the heroes are up? Do they need to try and end the game before a certain time? Are they concerned at all, you think?
Yeah, I mean they should, you know, like late game against there's even a support Terror is just gonna be very, very difficult to deal with the reflection spam. I think just the longer the game goes, the better it is for Darleng, because this Ursa against Sven matchup is just gonna get better and better. You know, once you get I feel like I've seen this like Octarine build on Ursa, and I feel like I kind of like that build a lot on this hero, because it's all about like having the enrage duration.
Infinitely, right? Like you literally never have zero downtime on that.
And your damage doesn't really come from any like damage items. It just comes from your stacks of furry swipe. So as long as you're not dying in the team fights, you're applying furry swipe stacks with the Earth Shock, Aghanim Shard, and then your talent. I feel like eventually you're just gonna out-sustain the Sven, and you're gonna win the duel against Sven.
Yeah, I mean, in the late game, we've tended to see Primal Beasts scale very well, end up being major damage dealers and very difficult to take down, but I can't help but feel like Fury Swipes, especially with it not being dispellable, even when you get the Aghanim Scepter on the Primal Beast, which is what he's queuing on right now after his Hex, you can't shake that off, right? In a sort of one-to-one situation, in an extended fight, the Ursa is always going to reign
He's
supreme.
gonna try to deal with it, but I think Aghanims is actually nice. You break and you remove the Furry Swipe temporarily.
Yeah. It's not really
Radiant's
removing the
top
Fury
tower
Swipes from
is under
yourself, but
attack.
just stopping the Ursa from being able to put out any more for a little bit. I think that's kind of really the only
Yeah,
solution
it
to
can
try and
be
limit
a
the damage.
difference maker in the team fights.
Yeah. Level 25 soon though for this Ursa. Yep, just got it. And 3 overpower attacks. He's going to be shredding these heroes. His claws are deadly, and the Abyssal Blade complete means that they are going nowhere. Holy. This is peak Ursa, whether you like it or not.
I mean, 36 minutes in, dead
That's
even
crazy.
games. This is after everything that we've been through, the constant brawling, constant fighting.
Dude, just look at the graph. Open up the graph. It's 45% win rate to 55% now. And it's just gone all the way down and all the way back up in Geek Fam's favor, and they've dipped it through again in that last fight, just basically tossing away their advantage.
It's gonna come down all to this one fight.
Dire
Who
are
gets the right
scanning.
jump? Who gets the right heroes? Who has
Dire
buyback?
are
Talking about
scanning.
buybacks. There's only what 2 heroes that has buyback now, the
Radiant's
Mars and
middle
the
tower is
A.
under attack.
Yeah. Tricky business. As smoke move out. Geek Fam, they're on the prowl on their side of the map, but no hero on Darling to be found. They're a little bit busy in their own little corner, playing as safe as humanly possible. And why wouldn't they, right? They don't see any Geek
Radiant
Fam
are
hero on the map
scanning.
right now.
Meaning they're gonna smoke out right now.
Yeah.
This is the time.
Yeah.
Lotus on Santor. Pick items.
They're gonna run into each other surely. They're in a crash trajectory, jumping forward, reaching for they will spot them out. They will just kill off the Monkey King.
He
Where
has no
else to
buyback.
follow up? They found Cox. It's a 4v5 situation as Cox forced to pop the BKB, but being held down by the Abyssal Blade. The Ursa starting to lay into him, but they found the rest, starting to control onto Bosku, but the Centaur doesn't care. He's fine buying the space for his team as Natsumi has the BKB TP out of that situation. Gets himself out of trouble, but Mac might not be quite as lucky. Trying for the onslaught out, will get interrupted and held down in place to kill off the Primal Beast and the Monkey. It's a clean execution for Team Darling.
Roshan in 1 minute. If they can actually get it, this is gonna be very, very huge for them. I mean, the Primal's dead for 70 seconds, so if they, as long as they check, Rosh is probably gonna be theirs.
Yeah. I mean, it's gonna kind of come up at the same time, right? Especially if it's a bit of a mid to late Roche spawn. They're not necessarily going to be able to get it done immediately. Your way.
Oh, bash. Oh
He's
no.
found Cox. There isn't a TP on this Mars, but they should be able to spot him out. No blink. Oh my goodness, you're kidding me. He's gonna escape. They guessed wrong, and what a clean move from this Mars.
But the Rosh is still gonna be the price here. 30 seconds.
It
They're
is,
setting a bot. It's gonna be a daytime rush.
yeah, they started to come through Twin Gates already. If they were just a bit earlier, they would have found the Mars, but unfortunate. Looks like they want to kill, actually. Look at this Rolling Thunder, Yoei. Sees the Mars, blinks, but he beats him to it because of that shield. He's just gonna be walk this one off. Yeah, the aesthetics cap will allow your way to just disengage from this situation. Raging Potato still trying to jump around. Knows that he can't put up a fight here. It's a bit too scary. He doesn't have enough information. Just jumping around Natsumi. The full squad from Geek Fam have reassembled. They see Bosco. If he can eliminate Centaur, that'll be huge. Starting to control up onto him. He's still able to stampede away. Able to BKB run through the arena, but they get Arbang and the Terrorblade. The two supports pay the price, and the chase is on. They're looking for more. Trying to swashbuckle and dive away, but they use control on the high ground. Raging Potato. He's found Bosco, and this is going to be a dead Centaur. Triple kill for Natsumi as he wipes the floor with them. And they're still looking for more here. Cox doesn't have another blink, so he just settles for the creep wave. Back and forth we go. Geek Fam and Darling, they both don't want to give each other any sort of leverage on the map. Fighting back and not allowing themselves to just go quietly into the night here. This game number 1.
Yeah, that was a very reckless initiation by Darling. Again, you know, if the Pango is rolling in, trying to initiate from that position, I feel like even if they get him, they have to consider that he might have buyback, right? If they go in like this, he buys back, you're all gonna
And it's
die.
like right next to their tier 3, they can just TP in and reinforce. It's a very risky maneuver, and because of that, now they're facing up against a high ground push.
None of them buy that.
Yeah. I mean, Geek Fam don't know this for sure, but they have to have some sort of idea that they can push the advantage if two glyphs are being used willy-nilly like that, and they don't see a single hero. Rolling Thunder coming through, trying to set up onto Natsumi. The Ice Blast landing is going to be huge. They were forced off to spend away, but the control is still there. They need to peel the Ursa off their heroes, and they managed to finally do so. The Enraged Pulverize is not going to last for long as he's going to shake it off and still fighting in the middle of it, but 5 heroes surrounding him. He needs to try and kill off the Sven, but he just can't do the damage. Natsumi will pummel him down. And another reckless fight from Darling. What are they trying to do? 3v5?
Dire's middle barracks are under
I
attack.
felt like he could have just take on everyone with the Ursa, and he has no buyback. It's crazy that he's doing this without buyback. If he had
Yeah.
buyback, then I would understand.
Yeah, they're still going to try and come through here. Bosco feeling strong with the Lotus, reflecting the
Ice
use and the
Blast.
Ice Blast again. Lands onto Natsumi. No, it doesn't connect, and suddenly your opportunities to get kills have just faded in front of your very eyes. And maybe this game number 1, alongside it, you're trying to contribute into the fray with Yoe. You will work down Mac, but already Bosco dead. One last member, Yoe, gets backed up by a buyback from the AA. But it's a god strength again for Natsumi. He's feeling so comfortable on this high ground right now. Especially backed out with all the auras of the Chen will just go through for Arbang. Cut down this poor AA. Boundless Strike not on the mark, but you can't dodge the Sven. Yoe manages to make it back into the fountain, but he'll be the only survivor. And without any additional buybacks, this should at the very least be 2 lanes of racks.
I'm just surprised they didn't even try to test the waters. Maybe they don't have buyback.
Here we go. Spear back onto Yoe, the control and the stuns. Buyback from Jing, but it's far too late. It comes straight through onto Yoe again and TP back into the mix. Gets immediately used up. Precasted that one on Cox, it seems like. As long as they get Natsumi out of this situation, it should be fine. And a nice spear. I don't even know what that latched onto, I'll be honest. I guess that's just an effigy. Okay. It's pretty funny because the effigy
says,
let me hug you. Oh, it's perfect. But 13k. And then just when we thought Team Darling were the ones getting the advantage, they kind of put themselves in a rough position. Raging Potato. Oh, they spot the Ursa. This could be troublesome. With the spear out as well, he's able to immediately enrage. And unfortunate that Yoe dips out again. But this is looking very scary. I don't think they
This
want to
is
commit though, right? No god strength.
A
And the Sven is at bot.
back and forth game. You know, both teams are not afraid to take risks. Just play with the feel, you know, play with the instinct. You know, this game just feels like that. It's one of those games where they are just running in, running out, just trying to outclick your opponents with pressing spells.
It's such a fun way of playing Dota. I mean, some people might say, oh, you know, you guys are throwing the game, oh, you're not being safe. But I assure you, these teams are trying their very best. It's just that it's exciting, right? You're really hungry, you're trying to be aggressive. You've picked drafts to just smash your head straight into your opponent until they break. Either you break or they break. Sometimes, you know, in the process, you get a little injured and whatnot, but it's all part of it. 33-22 now. So many kills across this
still,
game.
like the way they are playing is like so reckless. Sometimes you can't help but feel like they needed to just be a little bit more patient sometimes, and things are gonna be so different in terms of how they are opening the team fights. You know, especially actually both teams. You know, both teams are reckless. I think Darling is a little bit more reckless because they they kind of lack more practice compared to Geek Fam, because Geek Fam's actual team that plays a lot more together, whereas Darling's more like a
right.
casual stack, playing. So it's very telling that they lack a lot of coordination in the team fights.
I mean, that's fair, right? The previous Team Darling roster, apparently they didn't even scrim. And they weren't even playing in the same house. That was what they were sort of telling everybody. And I think it was the truth, right? They basically came in all willy-nilly, shook their legs a little bit, played some Dota, made it to the grand finals. It was quite a stunning performance.
They play a lot of in-houses among themselves. I mean, there was a time some of the players were streaming the in-houses. I was kind of watching some of the game.
Right. Are they mostly just kind of having fun, or what's the
They
situation?
were trying to win,
Damn.
having fun
Real
at the same time, but
sweaty
it
stuff,
was,
huh?
It was like serious games.
Yeah. And that's kind of what this feels like. I won't call this an in-house because it very much is a very serious game, but these teams, they are playing so... I think the way you put it is best. It's like recklessly, like they have nothing to lose. And I guess first round of the tournament, you're not too pressed. It's first game anyway, so it's best of 3. Not too worried. This could be an opening for Darling though. They have the full force coming in with the AA TPing and joining. Trying to scout these Terrorblade illusions to get the jump out onto Scam. Eliminate the Chen immediately. He's out of life, out of the picture for 110 seconds. Cops forced to pop that BKB now, looking for the arena. The Dance just walks through it with his own BKB and Enrage. Time for the Power Rise to control. They're all getting bumped around. It's a nice little area controlled up by the Wukong's command. But that's why you see Darling just back up and reassess the situation. Then now onto Natsumi. This Sven needs to get out of trouble, but he doesn't actually have the HP to fight anymore. He'll just get wiped out. And even though he has a buyback, Sven, without his god strength, he's as good as useless. And Geek Fam, they just get obliterated on that high ground there, even though they're the ones with the advanced positioning. Team Darling, they're patient this time, and it pays off.
The pendulum swings again.
Yeah.
I mean, Team Darling is... I feel like they were just too quick, to arrive. Geek Fam, they weren't ready. This Primal, he was still like on the other side of the map clearing some ancients, so when they jumped Scam, they didn't have the 5 years.
Yeah, I think they just sort of thought maybe they'd have the vision
It's
advantage.
crazy, right? They don't
Potato.
even know that the Primal is not there, but they just decided to go anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it ends up working out perfectly because they are lucky that Mac is not there. But other than that, I do have to give credit where credit is due. I felt that teamfight execution was a lot cleaner. You were mentioning that the experience or the lack of is a bit showing in the teamfights, but it's clear that they immediately learn from their mistakes. Now, in this top side, looks like they found the Terrorblade. They were trying to respond and come through the Twin Gates. Geek Fam get a quick pick with the 2 remaining heroes alive. And that's not going to be able to stop the push from coming. It looks like Ursa wants to breach onto this high ground. But yeah, just to wrap up that final point that I was making, I did feel like, well, I can't even do that because Ice Blast of Cops, he's just dead. 100 seconds without your Mars. That was easy.
That was quick and easy.
Radiant's bottom
Pango
tower
wasn't even
is
there.
under attack.
Yeah. Sharp execution here from Darling in the past 1.5 minutes. Just understanding their advantage, right? They get that, okay, if the arena comes up, if the Sven is going to pop his spells, if the Wukong's is going to come down and they're all grouping up in an area, we can just back up and assess the fight. It's actually a lot harder to maneuver for Geek Fam.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
They need to keep the fight going for a long time. Just kite the Sven. Once the BKBs are all down,
Yeah.
that's when the AA and the Terrorblade, they're all gonna destroy the fights, It's not just about the cores, The supports are gonna win them the fights if the BKB charges are gone.
Yeah. Even without Jing though, it seems like Darling are very comfortable posturing so
Dire
aggressively.
are scanning.
The gold lead literally doesn't matter at this point. But you'd love to get your auras in play. With the boots of bearing as well as the flats on that Terrorblade. Pretty important. Especially the reflection doing quite a bit of damage in these fights.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, Ursa has the refresher shot with the feather, so he has evasion now.
Nice.
Gonna be very hard to kill.
Yeah, I mean, he was already hard to kill, right? Every single fight, it feels like he's just perpetually enraged or BKB'd, and it feels like the Sven just can't get the connection in terms of the damage on him.
That has always been Sven's problem, right? If you commit,
Radiant's
you
top
get
tower
kited,
is under
you don't kill your
attack.
target, then you're gonna be in a tough spot in a team fight.
Yeah, even with that level 25 talent.
I mean, this Ursa Aghanim is just a big problem, The Sven just can't kill the Ursa.
Yeah.
So you have to figure out maybe the way you have to take the fight is you have to leave the Ursa for last. You have to kill everyone first. The Terrorblade, so he can't save.
But it's such a
AA
huge
Top
problem.
tower has fallen.
Yeah, it is.
Both teams right on the cusp of finding each other here near this triangle area. This was where the fight that we didn't get to see on screen went completely wrong for Darling the last time they tried an initiation in this section. Mac will get his shot to the rock throw. Is it stone throw? Rock throw? Rock throw.
Radiant's middle tower
online
is
now.
under attack.
Nice bit of long range control. I'm not sure how well Mac will be using it because he's always in the thick of things.
I mean, if he can finish his Wind Waker, it's gonna be very useful in the
Oh
team
yeah,
fights.
double Wind Waker, right? And one on Mac and one on Cox.
Yeah,
Cox is
three.
his already
They have
complete.
3 Wind Wakers with the refresher.
Yeah. I mean, maybe down the line, Raging Potato finishes his as well. For now, it seems like he's queuing up a Hex, so fully focused on the single target disables through his items with the Nullifier and the Yules as well. So looks like a fight is brewing. Gotta keep an eye out for this initiation from the Centaur. Bosco, he's been integral to the fight
1
so
minute.
far.
Aegis is there for your way for 1 minute, and he has Arcane Rune.
They want to push the issue,
Radiant's
but
bottom
the
tower
positioning,
is
it's
under
not
attack.
ideal. They find an angle to the bot side where he kept
Radiant's
unprepared and
structures
uh-oh.
are fortified.
This is a little bit uncomfortable. Now you need to sort of walk back over here.
Power's gonna go down. He has
Yeah.
to respond.
Radiant's bottom tower has
One in
fallen.
time, Yowie tucked himself into a little corner here where he
Radiant's
can't be
bottom
found. The
barracks
Rolling
are
Thunder
under
coming through. He's rolling
Oh, he
through,
got the
finding
monkey.
Raging Potato. Yeah, he finds the monkey and they're gonna eliminate Raging Potato immediately. He has to buy back instantly into the fight. Cox comes through the arena as well, trying to control out onto Cuckoo, but it's a very easy spear back. Densanity able to just BKB and rage and get out. Instant refresh from Cox as he understands the onslaught is far from over. His last
good-
remaining
good
seconds
discipline.
of the Aegis.
Good discipline by Darling to reset everything right away, not going for an extra kill there.
Yeah.
He's waiting for the enrage, so enrage is up again, but
Yeah.
Aegis is expiring.
The BKB not available though, but the refresher shot for this Ursa gets hexed up, but with that enrage, the duration is just laughable. Come through again with the stuns up, control onto this Mars. He does have a Wind Waker to get himself out of trouble, and he will have to use it, but he might just come straight down. No, he's safe for now, but okay, the Terrorblade is the key focus for the side of Geek Fam. The Sven is being
Thunder.
controlled though, Abyssal. Natsumi, he's in trouble. He needs to run away. The arena is keeping him safe for now, but he's still getting beat back, able to just narrowly escape from the onslaught of Darling. Speaking of onslaught, Mac, that's the only thing that gets him out of that tricky situation so low on these Geek Fam cores.
God Strength is gonna end soon.
Yeah, and your timing. I think it's far from gone now. Densanity, he just has another Enrage available. Doesn't really need the BKB in this situation anymore.
Dire's middle
Forcing
tower
the glyph
is under
out.
attack.
How do you choose to go? Starting the rock throw, yeah, like you said. Just trying to harass and poke and prod, but seems like the call is made to back up Abeng. He's completely dry on mana. With Cuckoo at half HP as well, they're not comfortable furthering their aggression.
Radiant are scanning.
And that was such a big roll there by Yoei. He actually disrupted the fight so much. Kind of surprised that they didn't get any important kills. You know, this man somehow manages to walk back out and just go back to the fountain and reject.
Yeah.
Like he was
I'm
in
surprised.
the middle of like 4 heroes.
Yeah, right? Like, I feel like Natsumi in these fights, he's just constantly getting slapped around by the entire Darling lineup. Oh no, not like this, Yoei. The disconnect problems. It's tough, man. I do hope he isn't like lagging or anything, because I feel like, you know, if that's the case and that's the reason why he's been slipping up in some of these fights or getting caught, I'm sure he'll have a bit of a bitter feeling about it. Cuckoo, very confident that the friends on Geek Fam will give them the time.
How is it you heard not my warnings? Fight me!
That's based.
Yeah, it's an important game, you know.
Yeah. He's back.
Poor defense.
A lot on the line. It's still a very, very tense moment in the game. Like even though there are two lanes, two sides of racks down for Darling, but it just definitely feels like one good fight. They're gonna be able to win the game,
Yeah.
and they've
Not
already shown that they
necessarily.
have the abilities to win the fight if they get the right jump. on the Pango and the Centaur, and Ursa is just unmovable, unkillable hero in the front lines.
So you did mention that you like this Wind Waker coming out from Mac, which is going to help him get out of sticky situations, but because of that, he's foregone the X, which we were talking up a bit. We said it was going to be a pretty unique and interesting way of dealing with the Darling lineup. Do you still feel like that's a good decision there? Oh my goodness, no, not like this. The fight's about to break out.
Yeah, just very unlucky. It's unfortunate that his internet is having problems right now.
5 seconds left, damn. I mean, Geek Fam. It could be real cruel in this moment. Yeah, they just can resume if they want. Ah, the fellas. The fellas. Come on. You gotta love it. They're friends after all, you know what I mean? They're not going to... Only opposing team can give a pause. Can use ours. Yeah, I mean, they've clarified. So nice of them. So kind. Geek Fam. You know it's in their slogan, once a geek, always a fam. Okay?
That's what friends are for, yeah?
That's what friends are for. Winter, okay, Winter, if you were playing against me in a match, would you give me your pause time?
No. I'll ask for something in return. If you give me what I want,
Oh
then
my
maybe
gosh, you're a businessman. That's disgusting, eh?
then maybe I'll consider it.
Okay, one chicken breast. That's all you get.
No,
One Chuando level chicken breast.
no. I want something more. I'll tell you the next time.
Oh, that's nasty.
If it ever
Okay.
happens.
If that ever happens, yeah. A bit of sorry's coming out, but all good here as he's able to get back in the game. Hopefully no more issues as it feels like one of these fights, like you mentioned, can just decide the game. Yowei rolling in again, willy-nilly. He's not scared of a thing. Setting up for the Ice Blast to come through. They just want to control up the Mars for now. Land that debuff onto him, but he's able to just BKB and walk it off. Committing up to this high ground is a very scary feat, and that was just
Damage
throw
rune.
in the...
Oh, so it's damage rune.
Whoa-oh. Yeah, AG is already doing so much. Mac actually blinks in. I'm not really sure that's what he wanted. He has to pop the BKB. The arena also just misses completely. At least it stops the move from Darling. No further move forward as it's just this high ground. It's so hard for them to go into. Try for a spear back onto Cox, but has the Wind Waker back to safety. Yowei and the gang, they want to run forward here, blink up to the high ground to stop onto the Mars. He's in trouble. Superman is in, like you say, starting to beat down onto the Terrorblade, wants to remove the Sunder from the equation, and Yowei in a little bit of trouble, but able to swashbuckle away. The Refresh Arena holding on to the Ursa. He can't use his Enrage for now. He's being controlled and he will get cut down. He has a buyback and can try and rejoin the fight, but the Sven, he still is pretty healthy, all things considered. It looks like Darling, they want a full commit for this fight win. Rolling, still controlling Natsumi. They need to get the touch of the Sven. Bosku on his tail as well, but a nice boundless strike. Holding Bosku and Yowei in place. Up to the high ground now. Yowei's clipped himself, but Ursa has rejoined the fight, and Abed won't take any prisoners. He wants them all dead. Chops down the Monkey King and the Sven. There's a buyback, but like we said, a dieback for the Mars. Surely this is gonna be enough.
No buybacks on the two heroes, Monkey King and Mars. Sven is the only one that has buyback, so they have most three heroes up here.
The only one surprised by this.
This should mean at least what, 2 lanes? Or maybe they should try to end it.
Yeah, I mean, they could try. I'm sure they're keenly aware about the buyback situation. And that tower push is respectable as well. I mean, Jing has to come back and try and deal with the creeps, which I don't know if I agree with, because he's the one with the auras, but I guess at this stage of the game, I'm not very sure how much it matters up against the buildings. Just punch through that Rex. Maybe get a second lane as well. I don't think the Chen and Final Beast can really contest. And I mean, if you just go tier 4s, can they even stop you?
I think they're just playing it safe, you know, it's getting the megas first. That's gonna give like Geek Fam another chance to fight in the game. It's understandable, you know, it's understandable. They feel excessive.
Yeah, they're businessmen, you know, you give us pause time, we give you chance. That's a trade offer that just happens right there. Yeah, they back up, they play it safe.
Not a very good position for Geek Fam to be.
It's not a
trading
good business deal, yeah. The Geek Fam are definitely on the losing end of that trade for sure. It feels like. I think, you know, they're real brothers, so they will stand by their decision. But Scam now has to run back into his fountain, is getting bounced around. They did a little bit of a fake back and now have caught Geek Fam by surprise, controlling up onto the Sven and no buyback for him. Bosco dropping a little low to Natsumi, who's back with a vengeance, but without his BKB and being cut down, you have to buy back on the Scam Chen, narrowly saving the Rogue Knight there. Geek Fam will be able to walk this one off, but a lot of the God Strength duration forced to be used while running away. Speaking of running away, Team Darling will just make a full retreat. No one on their team even dies.
They've already got what they want. Mega creeps. Oh, Yoe?
Oh,
He's still farming jungle
Bruh,
camps.
what is he doing? Brother? I mean, I know you're disconnected from the game, but like, hopefully you still sort of have a keen sort of head on your shoulders there. You can't afford to be giving those away willy-nilly. We've seen the pendulum swing back and forth over and over in this matchup. The last thing you want is to give Geek Fam an opportunity to come back from this mega creep situation.
Yeah, they have to go contest the rock. You should know what's happening here. Use a scan. I mean, Primal is all the way in bot lane. Okay, maybe not.
Oh, Abeng. Oh, gets the gem kill. Okay, I mean, it drops to the deck and Abeng will just go pick that back up. So Raging Potato, just a bit of gold and nothing really else found other than maybe a bit of info as to where Darling are. I mean, these fights are so difficult because the Ursa now with the second life, it was already so hard to kill him in that first. I think Geek Fam did a good job with Natsumi connecting on the damage of the physical, just punching away and slicing the Ursa up, but later down the line, there's just too many problems on this Darling lineup. Oh, Raging Potato. It's the forward scout again. He gets caught out by the reflection. Is he... What is he doing? I mean, he didn't react at all, and now he's gonna die for it. Trying to force stuff away, can't even bounce strike, and he gets worked down. Cox trying to respond with an arena, holding them in
Where are
place.
the
But
Windmakers?
BKBs, massive. Yeah, I'm not really sure what that was about. The rest of the team is in no position to respond, but Natsumi able to chop down the Ice Blast AA. And he can't really do anything else about that situation. Now Yoe being controlled up by the pulverized Mac in the middle of it all, but there is the Sunder save from Jing, like you mentioned, keeping Yoe intact. His aesthetics cap as well, reducing the status resistance. And now with the chop down, oh, Natsumi, he's running out of HP, and I don't think he can survive this. Yeah, he's just gonna get worked down. They're just waving goodbye. GG is called with their key heroes out of the fight. They can't really stand their ground anymore. All they get is the support. And with that, Team Darling, they're able to win game number 1 here.
It's just one game, guys. One freaking
Unreal,
game.
as they like to say.
Unreal. Yeah, it's
Unreal.
a great start, you know, for the top.
Yeah, Team Darling, baby. You were doubting them too. You were like, yo, these guys, yeah, these guys, yeah, just a bunch of streamers, just a bunch of memers. Well, they prove that they can stand up against the best of them. It doesn't matter that you went to games of the future. We'll still crush you anyway, Jing. Probably bringing a bit of that insider information, right? Knowing about how the team likes to communicate, what they prioritize. And you were right. Later down the line, it felt like the Monkey King and the Chen hit a bit of a brick wall in terms of scaling themselves, right? They built up some useful items, but ultimately, the team fight impact from AA and Terrorblade far eclipsed their counterparts.
And also the Sven against the Ursa matchup just gets harder and harder in the late game.
Yeah.
I mean, not to mention the center on the Pang as well, doing a lot of nice moves in the team fight, just kiting the Sven, just making sure that the Ursa doesn't die. Because as long as Ursa is not dying, he's just gonna have the furry swipe stacks on the Sven or on anyone else that's near the Earthshock area, and that's just gonna mean that nobody can fight the Ursa in the team fights. And on top of that, you have a Sunder to save the Ursa. You have the Ice Blast to stop all the healing. So late game is just another level for Team Darling. You know, it's just hard for them to run in with the Geek Fam heroes.
Yeah, and I feel kind of bad because I think Mac, he definitely tried his best there, as well as Cox, right? I think the off laner and the mid laner really made a lot of space in these team fights. Great spell casting. But it just wasn't enough. You see multiple arenas comes up, multiple spears, you know, they come through with onslaughts, pulverizers, but when you're up into an Ursa with just enrage after enrage, a lot of these spells, even if you land them meaningfully, just get shrugged off easily. And that's kind of what it feels like. Team Darling, later down the line, they just shrug off Geek Fam. Some of the problems they were facing early on don't even seem to matter anymore. With a very interesting draft, the AA Terrorblade support combo, not something we've seen just yet. And we'll see whether they get to bring it back or whether Geek Fam will address it in game number 2 coming up after a short break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. Game 2 of Geek Fam versus Team Darling. And, I think we're all gonna need a little chug of water. I'm gonna chug some water too, because that was a bit of a barn burner, right? The pendulum just kept swinging back and forth and back and forth. And it felt like both these teams really had a good opportunity to take that win, but it ended up being Team Darling, of course. So, doubters throughout the first qualifiers that they showed their face, they were doubted as well, made it all the way to the grand finals. Maybe we're seeing the start of a similar story here, Winter.
Long ass series incoming.
5
Probably
seconds
every
remaining.
game.
Every game going 45 minutes plus, they smacking each other non-stop kind of thing.
Yeah, Terabit seems like the key hero right now. Everybody's like,
Yeah,
this hero as a support is actually more insane than as a carry.
Yeah, it definitely seems that way. I mean, Terrorblade, it always fell prey to being a transformation hero, right? You can
Dire
only
team pick.
get things done when the meta is up, and other than that, you need a farm. They start things off with a unique spin, though. Terrorblade and Lash. I guess they think that the Pango is going to be the mid laner anyway, so they already know their matchup. This is definitely an interesting approach.
Sunder the Lash.
10
You
seconds
keep the Lash
remaining.
alive. I mean, that's what Lash
Radiant
needs.
team pick.
On your team, you want
Here
saves
I am.
with Lash.
Yep.
I mean, sure, you're also right about the lane matchup. Nothing much Pango can do to Lash, but at the same time, you also need the right lineup around you. I feel like Terrorblade gives Lash a lot what he needs in a team fight, the save, the auras, and everything else.
Yeah,
10
this
seconds
gyrocopter
remaining.
pick smells to me more like a scam gyro than anything else. Of course, they
5
always have the
seconds
option of
remaining.
pivoting it into a carry, if that is what Natsumi wants to play. It's not something he hasn't played before, but picking your carry so early is
Radiant
definitely a bit of an
team
eyebrow
pick.
raiser.
Dire team
Ends up being a Razor coming through instead, and quick picks here. Geek Fam immediately respond with a Dark Willow. So we're already seeing quite a few heroes that we didn't see at all in China show their face. Of course, let's just go quickly through the bans here. Geek Fam, a heavy emphasis on taking out some of the Cuckoo heroes in Doom, Timber, Centaur, as well as the Dragon Knight, and even
10
taking out his
seconds
Viper.
remaining.
And Team Darling, it seems like even though they managed to beat it, they're not too happy dealing
5
with
seconds
Skem's
remaining.
cheesy heroes in the Chen, the Nature's Prophet, all his little favorites.
The Razor is right now very good against Lash. I mean, in the lane, I don't know, but in the game, I know Razor is very hard for Lash to deal with.
Yeah.
I mean, Lash doesn't really build like armor items until later. You kind of want the Bloodstone ASAP.
I mean, even when you get armor items, if the Razor's
Dire
just able to
team
last
ban.
in the fight right next to you, he's
Faceless
ripping
Void.
away your armor because of the Eye of the Storm. They'll pick up the Faceless Void. So, Chrono, and some pretty good damage. Even if you catch the Lash inside, as long as he has his ult running, it should be fine. Moonlight Shadow should allow them to get some pretty good jumps and information as well. I'm liking what I see here, although there is
10
quite a fair bit of
seconds
control,
remaining.
right? If you get caught by the Rolling Thunder into the Dark Willow full set of spells, could be pretty
5
scary for him.
seconds remaining. Ban.
Yeah, I mean, the fear is very nice to kind of counteract the Chrono initiation. Like, either you fear his teammates to prevent follow-up, or you directly just fear the Void, depending on the situation.
Yeah.
And, I mean, Dota right now is just so weird, right? You're going to see like a Faceless Void and a Terrorblade support on the same
10
game.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of world we're living in, but it's fun.
5
I think I'm
seconds
enjoying it
remaining.
pretty much. Team Darling choose to ban out the Naga Siren, which is interesting to me because it seems like it's a protection pick for their Faceless Void. But I thought they wouldn't be scared of it if they already had
Yeah,
Lash.
Yeah, I mean, it's still nice to remove it so that your Chrono, there's no counterplay to Chrono.
Yeah, I guess so.
But I get what you're saying, like you have Lash and usually you put
Radiant
Lash
team
into
ban.
the Naga Siren, and now you have Lash, you're banning the Naga Siren.
Yeah, it feels a bit odd, but I guess they are showing
Wait,
some
if
respect
there's
to
nothing
Natsumi.
to ban, why not? If there's nothing really you feel like, oh, we need to ban this or we need to ban that, like something critical that you need to ban, and you feel like there's nothing like that in the
Dire
draft,
team ban.
in the hero pool remaining, it's just why not, just remove the song.
Yeah. Geek Fam take out the Kanka as well as the Dawnbreaker, so really a heavy emphasis. It's a full ban of offlane heroes. That's the strategy coming into game number 2. Team Darling, the pool is really thinning out. I mean, Primal Beast is still an option
10 seconds
if Cuckoo
remaining.
wants to pick it up this time round. Oh, what else
Dire
is available
team
here? I'm
pick.
just trying to think. Puck is the selection. So they're very much thinking that this Razor is going to be position 1.
Sand
And-
King?
Please no. Oh, Sand King Mirana, I guess, but Mirana's more played as a 5 now. And Jing is actually the 4
10 seconds
on
remaining.
Terrorblade. So Sand King into Razor Pango.
5
Is
seconds
that
remaining.
that
Tiny
doable?
off lane. Maybe
yeah,
tiny off.
true. Tiny off lane. What else do we got here?
The legendary
you-
Legion Commander.
Yeah, I don't know. Slada also still in the pool, although it doesn't really feel
Radiant
all too good this
team
game.
pick.
Wind Ranger
What
at
I'm
your
going for
service.
is going to be a Wind Ranger. So somebody who can get away from the Razor pretty scot-free, not too concerned about the gyro.
Then you can win the
Some-
lane against the Razor or the Gyro.
Yeah,
It's mostly going to be Gyro. Razor's probably going to be mid slash.
10 seconds remaining.
Actually, no, because Gyro is a
I
support.
mean,
sorry.
Gyro's a
I'm
support,
kind-
yeah,
Gyro,
Scam
Dark
is-
Widow support.
5
Pango is mid
seconds
slash off
remaining.
lane. Razor has to be carry.
So last
You
pick
may now
is the
select your
Io.
heroes.
Holy
Huh?
shit. So it is a gyro carry.
So Gyro's carry. Io Gyro.
Okay. Some old school shit here. Geek Fam. I haven't really seen a Io gyro succeed in a convincing fashion in a while. What about you, Winter? Have you sort of been a fan of this duo lately?
Didn't really see much of this duo, so
Yeah.
I can't say.
I'm
I
not
mean, you're
really-
playing into the chrono, so you can potentially save against the chrono.
Yeah, I
mean,
guess.
The thing is, I feel like they have. Maybe they feel like there's no good way of killing the IO because their heroes don't really jump the backlines easily. Like as
Yeah.
IO, you are most often afraid of playing heroes that can jump you, like Storm, and all the spirits or
Yeah.
like
And
a Puck.
focus you down first, right?
Yeah, and you get targeted down right away. So there's no hero that can do that until your Lash gets a dagger, I guess.
Which is like far later down the line because there's like, what, 1,000,001 items that the Lash would want to
and
get.
if you're in the chrono, something is wrong too. So it means you fucked up.
It means you messed up already. You need to sort of watch yourself. But Scam, he's a very, very good POS 5 player. I think he's one of the POS 5 players that I feel like stands out, which is pretty hard to do. Usually these POS 5 players largely go unnoticed. It's more of the spotlight on your position 4s, your soft supports, your roamers and whatnot. But Scam, he's always made a name for himself with these highly technical plays. I mean, even when he switched over back to carry back and forth, you could tell this is a player with a lot of mechanical skill. So we'll see whether he's able to put that to work on the IO. I personally am not super convinced though, because I'm worried that Geek Fam are going to run into some damage issues. They end up having a Cox Pangolier in the off lane instead. So it's going to be similar to what we saw from some of the Chinese teams running an off lane Pango.
Damage issues? I don't think so, my friend. Razor
Really?
and Gyro should have enough. I feel like they will have enough.
Into the Lash later down the line with a Sunder?
I mean, it depends on how the early game goes, right? If you can get a Vessel on your
That's
Willow,
true.
I think the Vessel is going to be very key here.
Oh, right. Yeah, the
Against the
Willow can buy
Lash.
Vessel. I think I missed that out. I was thinking, okay, who's even going to buy Vessel? Because in my mind, I feel like this Willow's going to buy something like a Glimmer
Yeah,
or
but you
Yule's
can
to help
always
herself.
make the argument that he's going to have a Sunder to bail him out. But at least you have something, before that comes into play.
That's true. A little bit unfortunate as it seems like Yowie is suffering from some connection issues again. Hopefully this doesn't actually
So
affect
does that
his
mean
play.
you start a new game, you have a new post?
I would assume so. I think that's fair. I'm not too sure what the rulebook says, but clearly if the game is paused now, it means that it has refreshed, which is, I guess, good news
New
for Team
glyph?
Darling fans. Yeah, like glyph. New game equals new pause. They don't seem too sad about sitting around right now, as I guess it gives us a bit more time to talk about this event because we just hopped right into the draft now. Of course, you are watching the Elite League close qualifiers in case you have no clue what's going on, and this is for 2 slots to qualify to the
it's just
Swiss stage
unfair.
of the main event. So similar to some of the other major tournaments happening right now, there are 2 group stages. The first group stage for this event is in a Swiss format, so it's pretty unique. We're going to get the chance to see quite a lot of notable teams that will sort of flash the graphic for later on. What are we even looking at? What is our observer showing us? Is this a courier stuck in a wall? Okay. Hey, I hope he's fine. He looks like me when I'm trying to stretch my back. You know the yoga position where you do the sun pose? So that's what he's doing right now. He's having a bit of relaxation. Happy
No,
to
I
say that
don't.
No,
I
you
don't
have
know
no
that
idea.
pose.
It's the one where you like it's the one where you face like lie facing down the ground and then you kind of arc upwards, backwards. You know what I mean? Okay, can you visualize it?
Time to cut you off.
Nope, I can't.
Okay,
Mine's
thank
not-
you very much.
My brain is lagging now.
Okay, it's fine. Yeah, you're just like Yoe's internet, I guess. Inviting each other out to BBQ is what's going on in the chat right now, it seems like. But okay. I guess the one upside this game is that the couriers, at the very least, will be a lot safer, right? Because there's no Monkey King shenanigans, unless we see some crazy IO relocate courier snipe.
There is no way
This
you
is a
can actually
good
play like
opportunity
this
to
2
learn.
games in a row.
What do you mean?
Like a monkey, like a hero like monkey, and just
Yeah,
run
no,
around.
yeah. It's too
One
warped,
game
I
and that's
feel.
it, you know. There's like a quarter and there's a cooldown like the glyph, you know.
Yeah. It's a yeah, like the glyph, like your pause time that gets refreshed, but this one doesn't get refreshed, unfortunately. I'm just gonna try and wait it out. Maybe who knows? Maybe Yoe is getting a sort of full reset
No,
on
it
his
does
router or
get
whatnot.
refreshed. It does get refreshed the next series.
Yeah. You can bring out the Monkey King again. You're thinking if
Once-
Darling move on.
Once every series.
Once per series. Not for Q though. He managed to dispel that debuff. He just picks it whatever the hell he wants. Now,
It's
I'm not
like
saying Q.
he's looking at this team, you know, like this team has no idea how to deal with this type of shenanigans. I'm gonna
True.
bust it out.
Yeah. I'm not saying that Q looks like a monkey, but he does have a mischievous face. You know what I mean? He looks like he's up to no good. Right? Like when he smiles, you look at him, you're like, this guy's
Isn't
about to-
that all the position 4 players? They're all mischievous. They're all up to something. They wanna
I don't
set up-
know. The crit looks like he would bully you in school. I don't think he's mischievous in that way. He's not like sneaky about it. He will straight up tell you to give him your lunch money. I'm trying to think of all the position 4 players that I know right now, at least for Southeast Asia. DJ does not look mischievous at all. DJ looks like an honest individual.
The man's married, you know?
Yeah. Just like yourself.
Married.
Well, just because
honest
you're
man.
married doesn't mean you're honest, right? We know all about that. Yeah, infidelity exists. Very unfortunate reality of the world. But right now, the unfortunate reality is that it seems like Yoe, he's not finally got to come back. So hopefully everything's fixed here. Hopefully we can get ourselves off to a clean series without any more interruptions. Apologies again, folks. We knew that game number 1 had a couple of misses in terms of being kicked out of the game in between the action. So hopefully no shenanigans here. But you know, as much as they're all good friends joking around in all chat, I do have to just, you know, play up the story a little bit. Jing, he did just come from being on Geek Fam, participating with them from in a couple of pretty
This is
big
a good
tournaments.
opportunity to
And
learn.
you know, he just, I'm not sure whether it was his decision, whether it was the team's decision. It seems more like it was his choice from how amicable he is about it to leave, of course.
Who could have predicted
Always give the players the benefit of the doubt. So nice of you, Mike.
I can't bear to look.
I know that the sort of real situation between, you know, how these rosters are formed are sometimes, you know, it can be a bit more insidious, and sometimes it's done in all those private chats and quiet conversations and whatnot. But for us, at least, I think just from an outside perspective and looking in, you know, the fact that they're able to still joke around and maintain relations, I think, you know, that's a good sign, right? It has to count for something.
Just wait till the series is over.
Oh,
Sometimes you lose your friends because of one series of games.
damn, that's rough. Sounds like you're speaking from experience, Winter. Have you lost any important friendships?
Let's
from-
just not talk about me, you know. I'm just like an observer like you. We're here for the ride. We're here to watch the game.
True. It's
And
not
we
about
had-
us. It's about these 5 players here, right? Enough about our. Who cares about us? As runes traded out should be 2 for 2 here. Yeah, they should just be able to go back and grab that one. Oh, it actually ends up being. No, I can't count. Yeah, it is 2 for 2. I just get a bit confused when these things pop. Just identifying which heroes on which side and whatnot.
Should they just say Radiant or Die instead of which player gets the rune?
Yeah, right. Actually, that's a good idea. Like, just highlighting it a certain way, like having a bit of green in there. I'm not sure. Because, is there any hero that it matters on? Like, when you get the bounty? Because it's a team shared thing, right? Like, everyone gets the same amount of gold. I'm not really sure why.
Yes,
I guess
everyone gets the same goal. That's why
I guess they just want
I'm
to
saying
give
it should be
recognition.
Radiant got bounty runes or Die got.
Maybe it's just a recognition thing, right? Like, you want to get a little pat on the back. Like, hey, good job, you picked out a bounty rune, man. You know? Reward the player. Give them a little bit of serotonin. I mean, Lord knows Dota players need
Good
all
job,
the
Mike.
encouragement
You've
that
been
they...
doing really, really well.
Thank you, Winter. That makes my day. See? That wasn't too bad, right? Good job, Winter, on that compliment. That was greatly executed. Bad job, Natsumi, standing under the tower, tanking 4 tower hits for no reason. It's fine though. It's just I mean, he has an IO. He'll be okay. He's not too bothered about that situation. Lanes, we haven't really talked about these matchups just yet. Dark Willow and Pango, funnily enough, released next to each other when they were introduced as new heroes.
Actually remember.
Dude, I remember it because the trailer was sick, man. Do you remember that whole trailer with Pango and it's just like, he starts off like, what does a hero truly need? And then he bashes everyone, cuts down the Monkey King.
I remember the part where he chopped off the Bristleback quills.
Oh yeah, that was sick. That was sick. I love these reveal videos, and I think Puppet Master recently as well, or rather, is it called Puppet Master? Is that what they call it in the... No, Ring Master, is what in Dota 2. Puppet Master was the OG.
Old name.
Yeah. But I always love watching these trailers because I feel like they try to drop a little bit of hints about what the new hero is going to have in terms of skills. And I guess to a certain extent, cutting off the quills there is like swashbuckle slash,
I
you know, the
felt
passive.
like it was a break mechanic when I saw
Yeah,
it.
I thought too, because that's kind of what it signifies when the bristleback can't bristleback anymore. But yeah, I think the trailers are super cool. I wish we got a bit more of that in Dota. So of course I was very excited for the Ringmaster one, but still a bit of a ways to go before Crownfall gets released. Of course, we're all hoping that it comes sooner rather than later. But I for one, I'm enjoying this patch. I'll be honest with you, Winter. I think the meta's in a quite interesting spot.
Still developing, you know. There's a lot of stuff that could change. I think like every week something is different.
Yeah, exactly.
You look at the patch is like, it's not a big deal. Some small minor adjustments, but sometimes smaller of shifts actually creates a lot of changes in the pool of heroes that's being picked.
Yeah, absolutely. We're already seeing that demonstrated. Even between regions, the flavor is very, very
Yes,
different.
sometimes it's also because players just all of a sudden they realize, oh, this is actually good. You know, I thought it was dog shit when I saw the patch.
Yeah, like actually, I think a big example of that is the Sven Egg, right? The fact that they changed it and then now people are actually using it instead of laughing at it. It's a very big difference. You did mention that later on in the lane, or rather in the game, sorry, Razor does very well into Lash. For now, it seems like it's a lane advantage as well. Mac is doing superb into this poor little Yowie Lash.
Yeah, and bot lane, the Terrible is zoning the IO Gyro back by himself.
Is Darleng dead here? Gets caught in the trees, but able to pounce away. Looks like, unfortunately, Raging Potato can't find the connection.
He's still Qualifier. He should have been fine regardless. Don't worry about Darleng.
Okay, I won't. I'll stop worrying about it. Poor little Mirana player, picking one of the most winning heroes of the whole patch. Poor him. Does they have to commit a ban out every one of these games for the Huskar? As the early laning stage pretty quiet. Not really anything cheesy. This particular game, it feels like a lot more honest. So what is the game plan coming out from both these teams? Because every time I see a Faceless Void, I'm automatically inclined to think that the team with the Void wants to go a bit later.
Oh wait, no I couldn't.
All the time.
Okay.
Name me a hero that beats Faceless Void late game.
It posed me a bit of a challenge here. I'm gonna need
Probably
some time.
Ursa? I don't know, I think Ursa is...
Yeah,
one of the few
like
that-
with a basher or something like that, right? Perhaps.
Yeah, with your axe and maybe Brave King, 2 lives.
Speaking of bash, Raging Potato just has to dodge away here. Good recognition there to know that the arrow was already used in that situation. Just get the key out, reset back to base, head out. But with that being said, that means that I think the side of Darling will be very aware there's no Mirana. Oh, sorry, there's no Dark Widow in this lane for a while, so they'll try to put the punches out onto the Pango, who's actually returning quite a bit of harass onto Den's sanity here, suffering on this Faceless Void a bit.
Pango's actually doing really well, like in terms of last hit, 26 and 10. Faceless Void is 16 and 4.
This is, I mean, we all know that Faceless Void isn't the best laner early on, And heroes that can capitalize on that advantage generally have a good time. Bosku trying to run down Scam here. Power Shot does quite a significant amount of damage. He had a Lotus, but I'm not sure whether it's going to be enough. They should be able to spot him through the tree line, even putting down a ward to try and find him. Scam, he's juking his damn socks off though, but the tether will betray him in this situation. Jing will be able to get a Lotus, eat it up as Natsumi trying for the chase down. Narrowly avoids that Shackle Shot. Nicely done just to dodge away from the trees. Now Bosku, level 5, just auto-attacking Natsumi down. Tries to turn around with the Rocket Barrage and the Fairy Fire, but the auto-attack damage is just a bit too much. The Wind Ranger will reign supreme here in this bot side and gets herself a trooper.
Yeah, she's gonna be really, really fast.
Potato taking a lot of damage because of that beautiful arrow coming out from Abeng. It's not going to be enough to work him down though. He did manage to get into that Shadow Well.
Actually dominating the left.
Oh, the Razor is shitting on him. Like, what? 12 CS, 13 CS disparity now? But, oh, speaking of shitting, oh my goodness. Then Saturday, you might have a Lotus, but you gotta watch yourself. Cox, one slow spells and you're gonna be dead. This Pango has, what? 2 bracers, already the Blade of Alacrity just rushing into this refusal. The timing's gonna be pretty insane for Cox here.
This is gotta be the first time I'm seeing Pango with braces running around.
Yeah. I
It's
mean, the
just like
change,
an
right?
Off-lane thing now, yeah?
Yeah, just double bracer up on
Any hero.
yeah, literally anybody. It's a very comfortable place to be. You know, you gotta protect those wrists. Or whatever you're putting those. Bracers are like worn on your arm / wrist, right? That's kind of where they belong, I think. Pango is very weak looking arm, so he needs all the protection he can get. You know, fencing, it's very tough on the wrists. And you don't want to get early onset arthritis or anything like that.
Do your stretching
Yeah,
every time.
that hand stretches, finger stretches, very important. Carpal tunnel, also a big risk.
Get the nurse going.
Yeah. Welcome to your health consultation, courtesy of Winter and Sneeze here. We're all about that healthy living. Eat beef, ladies and gentlemen. New tip of the day from Mr. Winter.
Hey.
Yeah, but that's the truth, right? I think you were saying it's one of the cleanest meats, and right now, you know, nothing to be really had. I'm not even talking beef. Literally no kills, nothing done on the map. Mostly staying relatively passive apart from that double kill from the Wind Ranger in the bot side. Is this really what we expected here? Is this just gonna be a farm festival?
After the last game? No. Definitely no.
Yeah. I mean, right now, comparatively to the last game, everything else is gonna seem pretty boring. I guess Yoe is deciding to TP away, heads up, understanding that even if there was a homing missile level, it wouldn't come through in time to punish him. Quick TP from Cox immediately results in nothing really found. So quite a bit of time now for the Faceless Void to operate freely in the lane. They're trying to run around with this Pango, maybe just giving him additional move speed. No, ends up looking to be a rotation. Grab Mac in as well, looking to invade this triangle, find a stray stacker inside the chase. Terrorblade might have a reflection, but no real way of stopping the chase down. Able to clean up on that kill.
And Goku as well making the move here, trying to see if his friend needs help.
Dire's courier has been killed.
I mean, not much the Wind Ranger can do. You have the focus
Yeah,
fire,
but you
but
still could see like
Dire's middle
how
tower is under attack.
how quick to react, you know, when some of their teammates are getting ganked and they're very, very quick to respond to try and help each other out. And it's actually a very good way to play when you are with a stack that didn't practice a lot, so you just try to put all trust that if somebody's in trouble, just try to play together. We always move together as a unit.
yeah.
You don't have to think so much, you just play.
Yeah, generally it relies on experience together. You rely on experience together to understand how you want to split out the map, who's okay sacrifice. But yeah, I mean, the fact that Darling were able to respond in kind and quickly in so many of these situations actually helped them get the edge in that game number 1, it felt like as well, right? Some of the moves that Geek Fam were making immediately getting answered back by TP from your way on the Golden Thunder, stuff like that. That's kind of what net sent the game number 1 win, and now they're 1 game away from maintaining the upper bracket just in this round 1. Up against a terrifying opponent like Geek Fam as well. These guys are no schnapps, right? They all very respectable players in their own right. Even with that loss, it felt like I mentioned, Mac and Cox did a huge bit of work. Turn around for the stun though, Yoe, and a large bit of trouble with the healing from the Io. Should be enough damage for the last zap of lightning. Mac will be able to claim it. Bosku TP'd in again to try and help his friends. Big brother Cuckoo looking out for the gang there, but on a Wind Ranger, he doesn't really have anything he can contribute realistically.
Yeah, not the same like a TPing Mars or TPing Centaur you can actually help. Wind Ranger is like, I mean, I guess you can get a counter kill, land some shackles.
You try. I mean, it's always going to be a situation where you're looking for a focus fire angle, but realistically speaking, both these offlaners now, they've made moves. One a lot more successful than the other, right? Cox, he's got them moving. Slowed down his diffusal timing a bit, but he still should make it by 11, 30 or 12. And start to put on a lot more pressure on the map. Dude, this Razor is kind of owning. He's like 16 net worth, a full 1k ahead of... No, not 1k, sorry, 1.5 ahead of his counterpart. I thought the win was mid, judging from the net worth numbers
Radiant
here, but...
are scanning.
I mean, clearly, Bosco's the only one having a remotely decent time.
Yeah, he's gonna be a force to be reckoned with in the team fights, being this far ahead, but both teams are making a smoke. One to top, one to bot. Who's gonna net the bigger kill? Chrono on top.
Yeah,
Relocate.
Arrow coming through as well. It's a free connection. Bring in Natsumi and damage here though, understanding the trying to do the damage to this gyro, but the gyro's able to walk out of there, dodge the power shot as well while he's at it. Under the cover of Midnight Shadow, you'll try and run away with Abeng. Bosco and Jing have appeared in this fight. Back out the Insanity, really can't contribute much other than a time dilation, but it should be enough to finish off this Dark Yellow. Raging Potato will go down, and Bosco on a killing spree, making great time towards his own Maelstrom.
Once again, your way on the lash goes down. I mean, he's not gonna be a very scary disco pony, you know, at this rate if he just constantly dies in the early game and in every single team fight. I think Razor is just gonna destroy him every time.
Yeah, looking less like a disco pony and maybe just like a little pony that you slap a ribbon over and it kind of looks sad and pathetic, and you're like, hey, you know, this is my disco pony, and you're like, you're kind of deranged. This is not what we wanted. It's a disco pony from Wish. That's what it feels like now.
Yeah, this is like when you order something online, right, and you get something totally different.
Absolutely.
That's not what I put in.
It's like, dude, it's like you go to a restaurant and then the menu looks so much better, and then what comes on the plate is like this pile of steaming shit, and you're like, damn. I suddenly lost all my appetite. Now, Yoe is going to get a nice set of Ancients stacked for him in the outskirts of the bot side off lane, that entire area. You know what I'm talking about. But yeah, I mean, that should bump him up a bit. He has the Yules. Yeah, that's help. This top side. Insanity, get out of here. No chrono, no way of escaping. But he's able to just time the time up perfectly to dodge the first round. Beautifully done. And just like that, the aggression is tied up for now, but there's no mana. Still stuck around and will get separated up and killed off by Mac. Great stuff from the Razor as Jing is just narrowly able to escape to the Twin Gates. But they're committed to following through there. They want to find that kill. Try and look for the Terrorblade, but it's a bit too quick. Trying for the Plasma Field Scout. No. They have no idea where he's gone to, and they will give up.
And his Razor is actually so quick.
Dyer's
He has
top tower
he has
is
the
under
fade
attack.
approach, movement speed, wind lace, Yasha,
Dyer's top tower
and his
has
passive.
fallen.
Yeah. This guy's zooming.
Yeah, 467 zooming.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, it's very clear now that we haven't really seen these trios come into effect so much as China, because China, it's always
Dyer's
quiet
bottom
in these
tower
lanes,
is under
and then
attack.
suddenly 6 minutes they're bashing hits around the runes. This time with Southeast Asia, at least the 2 games that we're seeing so far, it's a lot more aggressive, right? These guys are grouping up in duos, trios, all around the map. It doesn't really always have to be Mac, but Mac is the hero of choice right now to play through because he's just so strong for Geek Fam.
Dyer's structures are fortified.
And
Dyer's
nobody's
middle
buying a
tower
vessel, right?
is under
Yeah,
attack.
nobody's getting a vessel. So
Well, you mean for the side of Darling, or are you referring to Geek Fam?
oh yeah, actually both sides are not
Radiant's
getting
bottom
vessels.
tower is
Yeah,
under attack.
and it'll be excellent vessel games. I mean, maybe the Mirana could go for it, but it'll
Oh
be
no,
a while
Jing is,
before
Jing is getting one. He needs a vessel against the IO.
starting to get control up onto the Pango now. They have a perfect arrow. That is just beautiful. Chrono available, holding that in place, but where's the damage into the Chrono? The power shot will do a meaningful amount, but perfect relocate from Scam. This is exactly what we were talking about from this last pick. but he'll have to give up his life, and maybe Raging Potatoes as well. This fight doesn't go nearly as successfully as Geek Fam were hoping for. And it's just a byproduct of Natsumi only now joining the fight. Even on this gyro, I'm not sure whether you can pump out enough damage to stand your ground and deliver. No, you just get worked down. Bosco is dominating now. He might just get
good
zapped down,
Sunder.
but there's Jing with the Sunder, perfectly played. Both these teams and their supports executing to perfection, but it's just not enough. As in this early stage of the game, you don't have enough HP to stand up against Lash. Yowie, he ends up doing so much in that fight. There's not much that Geek Fam can do about it.
Yeah, that was a very, very good team fight from the Void, you know, getting the two heroes there and making sure that his team has enough time to follow up. Because he knows he's not the only one that's going to be dishing out the damage, right? As long as he gets the heroes in, Kuku and Yowie, they are both going to be able to manage the cover. So it's not all about like just making sure that can I kill the hero. The top position should be
Dire's middle tower.
I just need to get them.
There's a lot of damage, a creep wave coming through to try and help Bosco tank up that rocket barrage, but it's not going to be nearly enough. Great catch from Geek Fam to answer back. This is their time to strike now without the chrono. This is when Darling feel uncomfortable on the map, and you need to try and milk as much of an advantage as you can out of it.
60 seconds, maybe they can get a tower.
I'm going to try. I mean, Coxie on this Pango is still in this bot side right now. Not necessarily near enough to participate in this engagement. Quick TP out. The Mac, yeah, no way of stopping that between Scam and him. So as much as they're zooming around the map, there's only so much damage they can do before the target just
Dire's
escapes.
bottom tower is under attack.
Right now it's that they have to play the distance away from this Razor. Darleng doesn't really have good ways of dealing with him outside of the corner, so they just have to try to avoid. I think even in the fights it won't be easy with the relocate to just chrono and kill the Razor. I feel like the Razor can actually just go ham in the team fight. Just go in and just trust that your IO is going to
Radiant's
bail you
middle
out no matter
tower
what.
is
So
under
you just
attack.
try to go in and kill all, especially the
Radiant are
Lash
scanning.
and the backline heroes right away. Terrorblade, so he can't really sunder any other hero. Just
Yeah,
try to
that's
force
fair.
him to use it.
We've seen Jing basically be such a huge force in the previous game's team fights. And the save coming through very clutch for his team. Goes up, set up, Yowie forces that BKB out from Natsumi, and Mac appears from out of nowhere to just whip down that pony. Very sad stuff.
This is a big problem for the Lash. You know, he's not gonna be able to stand in any of the team fights. Even if he buys BKB, I feel like I don't think it changes much. You know, Razor's just gonna still destroy him. There's the black cannon damage. I'm
Bosco-
sure he has something in the dark. You know.
Bosco is the carry now, it seems like. That Wind Ranger is scaling up pretty well. Being controlled by the cross ground, trying to make a move onto Mac, but couldn't land the connection. And I mean, even if you did, Scam's still in the area, so not too bad. Cox, he spent quite a lot of time down here just farming, not really connecting with his team, but they'll come to the Twin Gates now as they feel strong enough to head into the Roach Pit. This is a pretty early timing, way earlier than what Darling can muster. Especially about the Lash and the Chrono, I don't know whether they feel comfortable enough to try and contest, and do they even know this is happening? That's the question.
No, I don't think so. Judging by what they're seeing on the map.
Dire are scanning.
Even when the Lash has BKB, like
Radiant
probably doesn't
structures
change
are
much in the team
fortified.
fights. This Razor is just far too powerful right now.
Yeah. I mean, his BKB timing is going to be crazy, especially with the Aegis as well. The amount of damage that they have for him is diminishing. You're really going to have to rely on Wind Ranger maybe to focus fire him down. And you know that she's going to be a prime target as soon as she shows her face. Raging Potato already seems to be having a keen focus on throwing those brambles and holding the Wind Ranger down.
Tied to the impurities.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, the BKB on Kuku is going to help a bit.
Radiant's bottom
have
tower
it very
is under
soon.
attack.
I'm not sure when it's time to fight each other. I feel like this 2K lead just feels a lot bigger than
Dire's
it looks
structures
like.
are fortified.
Clean TP out from Jing.
Radiant
We'll just
structures
voice line
are
them for the troubles.
fortified.
Just say bye-bye to his old teammates, just like in actuality.
Radiant's bottom
Two
tower
gold lead now
is
isn't
under attack.
super crazy, as it looks like Yowie is able to find the setup with the mules, forcing out the rolling thunder responsive to Cox. There's a fresh blink purchase.
Radiant's
Yeah,
middle tower
manages to body that and save Raging Potato. Now Yowie is in trouble again. This Lash just has not had the time of day. Great play there from Cox to body it Get down, Mr. President, Raging Potato.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, that's how you know that Potato is the carry instinct.
No, they gotta show their... Okay, look, Geek Fam, they just lost their pos 4, right? So maybe they're feeling a little bit more sensitive. They want to be very careful about how nice they treat their new pos 4. Maybe they abused Jing a bit too much and made him suffer in these situations. Like, maybe if it was Jing, they would have let him die. So now they're like, okay, you know, we need to make sure Raging Potato is comfortable, make sure he's enjoying his time here playing with us right now.
Now you have to show our guests some good hospitality.
Exactly. Welcome to the fam. You know what I mean? I'll body an arrow for you, sure.
Dire's top tower
Doesn't cost me
is
anything.
under
Jing
attack.
hiding away in this tree line with the Moonlight Shadow set up. The Chrono will find the Gyrocopter, but Scam is on the outside of that perimeter. Should still be able to relocate if necessary. You try focusing down, now trying to stand his ground, trying BKB, returning quite a bit of damage, but it's not enough. Again, the Gyro just doesn't have the HP to stand his ground at this stage. You will pop up the Mirana, but on this second life, just an easy stun through, and the relocate can't even come through in time. Gets interrupted, and for the first time this game, Darling, they're able to connect and get a good fight.
I mean, his support Terrible is
Dire's
just
bottom
doing
tower
wonders
is
and
under attack.
making miracle fights happen for his team. I mean, no wonder everyone is just playing support terribly.
I mean, they've first picked this a couple of times now. Then Sanity now being worked down. Quick mana burn. And, Raging Potato and Cox will just be able to attack him up. A bit of a false sense of security and no more TPing out now. We have that terrorize. We will work you down.
Radiant's
Wonderfully
middle
done.
tower has fallen.
I mean, Geek
That
Fam,
kind of salvages the fight.
absolutely. I mean, it doesn't pop up on the fight
Radiant's
recap
middle
just
tower
yet,
is
but
under attack.
that initial fight basically was what, like a 2.5k gold swing Darling's way. With this move, they've clawed back at least half of it, and it's a lot of meaningful EXP and gold for Cots in particular.
I kind of feel like he also has to make sure he skills, because they're playing to Chronosphere.
Yeah.
You don't want all your resources.
No, Mac, he can't afford to die there, needs to pop the BKB. He's returning so much damage onto Yoe, and Bosku tries with the power shot but can't land him, just sees the kill disappear before his eyes as Mac has a wand, has a scam, and will kill off that Wind Ranger. They're hunting down for the Lash as well, and Natsumi will clean him up. A bit aggressive of a move. I mean, it looks so good, but out of nowhere, the Geek Fam heroes just materialize right next to their Razor. Punish that over-aggressive move.
Yeah, don't mess with this Razor, you know.
Dire's
Without
bottom
Chronosphere,
tower is
without the
under
setup,
attack.
you're probably not going to have enough to kill
Dire's
him.
bottom tower has fallen.
That's good heads-up play again, you know, by Geek Fam.
Dire's middle tower
Relocating in
is
to make
under
sure that the
attack.
Razor doesn't die, bringing the numbers to save the actual carry of the game for them. Maybe Gyro has already have enough net worth right now to be called the
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They have to just try to make sure both of them are in the corner, so the other can
I mean, the one way to deal with Chrono is basically have a tri-core, and with how strong the Geek Fam heroes are looking, that's exactly what they're aiming for. Cox, he's had a
Dire's
stellar
middle
game. I mean,
tower
last
is
game
under
we were
attack.
complimenting him as well. Some of these spearbacks make him fight and interrupt the swashbuckles of Yoe. They were excellent, and now he's kind of in a position where he wants to show Yoe how Pango's done. You had one good game of it. I can do it too. I'm a mid laner, you know. We're already queuing up that agony.
Raging Potato wants to join in the conversation. I'm a mid laner too.
Okay, I don't know about that one. That one might be a bit of a stretch. That's a bit too crazy. That's not hospitality at that point. That's delusion. Okay, you're feeding into delusion. There's no way. And Raging Potato, he's a great.
Come on,
he used to be
he used to play mid.
Okay. How long ago are we talking?
More than
Radiant are scanning.
Five. Scam used to play 5. What's your 5 and 1 and 2 and everything?
Did he
What's the
actually
point?
play everything? He played
I don't know. I think he's close. I'm not sure whether he played off
everything
lane.
except mid. Yeah, he played off lane.
He played off lane. Did he? Okay.
He played 4. He played 5. He played 6.
He's just missing that mid experience, huh? I think even when he was playing core back in the day, he did a little bit of role swapping. That was when that was so trendy. You know, back in the day, you wouldn't have a dedicated mid. Sometimes, depending on the heroes, you just swap players around. I'm not sure whether he was part of
I
that.
think mid is the only role that you actually need a
Radiant's
dedicated
middle
player.
tower is under attack.
Mid is hardest role.
I mean, it
You're stuck,
depends.
you're stuck in your own island,
And if you die, it's nobody's fault. You know, it's your
Radiant
fault.
are scanning.
Saw a
In
couple
the,
of
in the side lanes, you can always blame. Oh my
oh
god.
my
boss
support,
four,
my core AFK
carry.
farming. Oh
My
yeah.
carry missed. Yeah, there's always someone to blame, but in mid lane.
Oh, I
yeah.
make so much space, but my carry cannot last hit. GG.
Yeah, but the irony, right? You would think that the mid laners got themselves only to blame, you know. But when you just kill into that game, you'll find that that's not the case. You know, they're not blaming themselves most of the time.
Yeah.
There's always a scapegoat. There's always just something.
That's the rule of Dota. But for now, Geek Fam, they're seeming to think that they are in a very good position to keep pushing the issue. And I guess that's to be expected when you're up against a Faceless Void. You never really want to bring it late game. It still is fine if they go for this tri-core situation like I mentioned. He's scaling up big time. He's already going for that Satanic, so quite a defensive build.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Defensive is a good thing.
Yeah,
You're playing against FB Chronosphere, so if you don't die, guess what?
yeah, you're fine.
You win the
Fight
fight.
is yours. True. And some of that, is there still healing amp on that item? Let me just do a look.
Which
through
item?
and have a look.
Radiant's top tower
Holy
is
Locket?
under
Yeah,
attack.
yes, Holy Locket. Heal amp.
No,
Dire's bottom tower
no, I was
is
thinking
under
about
attack.
Satanic, so it's just lifesteal because I was wondering whether it would
Radiant's
help him out
top tower is
amp up some of Scam stealing. But I guess somewhere down the line you want to get something like the
thinking of
SNY on this
Sage.
Razor. Yeah, I'm thinking of Sage, yeah. It could be a pretty good item for this Razor, right? SNY.
Radiant's top tower
Yeah,
is
yes,
under
man.
attack.
Probably not.
True.
Dire's courier has
Disassemble
been
for
killed.
free.
Assemble, assemble, FNY.
Yeah. Why not? Yeah, true. I mean, the meta makes sense here.
Radiant's top tower is
Always
under
nice to have a
attack.
dispel, so you don't have to click your BKB every time something's wrong.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's a lot more comfortable playing with meta for sure.
Radiant's top tower is
Squaring
under
up here,
attack.
looks like it should just be a free
Radiant
tower as
structures are fortified.
Darling, they aren't really in a position to contest. They are all on the other side of the map, just now coming back. But it's a bit too late, they'll lose their commenter as well. So this time round, bit of flip of the script. And we have the IO shard, which if I'm not wrong is the tether stun thing. No, it's actually up high. It's overcharge, grant slow resistance and spell lifesteal. So very, very yummy for the gyro and the razor.
Never let me hear the end of this.
Yummy duck, you know? You just solo kill him.
Okay.
Solo kill him?
Yeah, what the...
Didn't even use Thunder?
next day.
I mean, okay, well,
Huh?
they get...
Okay, I have no idea what the hell happened. A support
To-
Terrorblade killing a Dark Widow.
No. So, he didn't solo kill. Wait, no, was he just up there by himself?
Yeah. He was probably trying to set up a kill for with
Radiant's
relocate.
bottom tower is under attack.
No, but
his
Dark
team-
Willow, no, Dark Willow was at bot. Dark Willow was at bot. I think he left an illusion behind and probably killed her with that.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah,
Okay, that
It was
makes sense.
opposing
I
ends of
was
map.
like,
I was confused.
How did the Terrorblade...
I think he just got the last hit, but the thing that happened with the Terrorblade is he was on the opposing side of the map, must have come to a Twin Gates or TP'd or something, and then he just, ended up getting the kill credit. I'm not sure how,
Radiant
but
are scanning.
yeah. It doesn't matter at this point because now Geek Fam, they're still around the area on the bot side trying to get back control of their jungle, but it's just easy for Darling to walk back into the Roche. And because the first Roche was taken by Geek Fam, of course, Roshan will not be roaring in retribution. He will instead just die. And it's a cheese for
Peacefully.
your way, so very important.
He still hasn't got his plate mail. He's gonna have it.
Thank
Now,
goodness.
his first armor item against Razor and Gyro.
He needs it, alright. I mean, we're still sort of seeing a very big problem where it feels more like the Razor is the focal point rather than the Gyro. In the fight so far, even though the
Radiant's
Gyro has
top
so many
tower is
items, it
under
feels like he
attack.
just keels over to the sheer amount of damage that's coming out from the Darling line.
That's why you have a tri-core against Faceless Void.
Yeah.
I mean, Dota has changed so much
Radiant's middle
because
tower is under
back
attack.
then having like a tri-core was not the most ideal way to play. You know, you kind of want
Like
to
mildly griefing as well, right?
you kind of want to bulk all the network on one hero and the other 4 heroes running around taking the map. Like the classic anti-mage team, you know, the anti-mages were alone the whole time.
Or you get like something like a Medusa, and then the Medusa's just farming stacks on the sword, running around
I
making
mean,
space.
so
getting
many
power.
things change, you know, the neutral items,
Yeah.
items change, power
A lot more
spikes are
power to
different.
a lot more power to the supporting cast for sure.
That's because of the macroeconomic
Spoil that
changes, you know, like
shot.
supports nowadays have a lot more gold and you have a lot more items to play around with, so everybody has the ability to make a play that would change the game. Because back then, supports literally had bases and wards, you know, that's it, does
Yeah.
smoke.
You're lucky if you can farm a drums. You know, and on a good day you get a
So
drum.
there's
or-
actually like more kind of like giving spreading the farm slot. Nowadays, like, everybody
And Abeng, we see a good example of exactly just how farm support can be. I mean, with that Pavis, he almost survives there. So between the Greaves and his own Solar Crest buff on himself, like, I mean, just a very good example of what you were exactly saying, right? The fact that supports now have so much
Dire's
to work
middle
with.
tower is under
Level
attack.
15 on that Mirana. It's been a quiet showing for him so far, as so far Geek Fam are the ones, I can't even say they're in control, because it feels like they're one Chronosphere fight away from getting that control wrestled away from them. But at least they feel comfortable enough to have Mac on the front lines pushing towers like this, in the face of an Aegis too.
Yeah, it definitely won't be straightforward. You need to always be constantly playing in cautious mode where you're splitting up your cost. You're making sure that whenever the void just jumps in, it's not going to get like a good combo in the chrono. So the relocate is going to be very, very key. He has to always be behind, making sure he gets the save.
Yeah.
A lot of small little
Radiant's
things that you
middle
have
tower
to
is
pay
under
attention.
attack.
And I'm sure Geek Fam, they're already talking about it. They already know who's supposed to do what.
They might not expect this move though. Amplify damage rune on the Void and straight in with Moonlight Shadow Mac. It's essentially guarding the area. They'll only show this Razor for now. It's a really good decision. Yeah, he's just working down your way. Where you going, little pony? You need to run. You need to use the cheese. Better get your
One-man
nutrition up.
chrono?
One man chrono. It's not ideal. Where's the relocate? We're looking for Scam. Pulls him out of trouble. And the Mirana's already dead. Perfect teamfight execution for Geek Fam as they're surging forward now, looking to punish the aggressive move from Darleng. Bounce back, first life of the Void already down. And Yoe, he just can't contribute. Natsumi working down Bosco on the backside. This Wind Ranger has nowhere to run. And this Lash is going to go down as well. That was just excellently played from Geek Fam. They make that look as easy as ABC. And he might just work down Dead Sanity as well. He's trying to stand his ground and fight because really, where else can he go? Terrorize, control up, Curse Crown on his head. That's not the one that he wants to wear. Time Walk away trying to get out of trouble, but the perfect Ramos from Raging Potato and the rest of the damage. They pile through, and it's a full team-wide. Geek Fam slap them out of their triangle.
Just feels like it could be game, you know, just from that move.
Oh my
alone.
gosh, yeah,
One
Natsumi's
man-
already on the high ground.
I mean, that one-man chrono is definitely not the move that you make
Dire's
on Team
middle
Darling,
tower
you know, like
has
because
fallen.
debated that Mac, credit to Mac, you know, just playing very, very far forward, knowing that he can't die with the idol behind him, and just kind of made the enemy team running low and
Yeah.
all of a sudden the leader
Dire's structures
I mean,
are
also,
falling.
just a perfect bit of vision set up, right? Even though they're running through with the Moonlight Shadow and Darling thinks they can't be seen, Mac just has full view of them and understands that he can play his limits. He knows there's not enough heroes committed now to kill him off.
for the juggler here.
Yeah. They want to try and force the buyback on somebody because it's clear that these cores are still hanging on. Lash comes out and has to commit his, further putting him down in the gutter. But Jing, he's taking so much damage. He will just settle for the rags. You need to try and make a clean escape here. Yoe looking for an angle to try and find them. It's a nice shackle shot to hold Natsumi in place. Follow up stun on the ground as well.
Dying,
Split up.
his BKB running in on the left, but he's dying.
Yeah, he just can't stand his ground against the gyro, and Natsumi's just gonna do a little nosedive out of there. He's not scared about it at all. Turns around for a call down just for good measure to keep them at bay. And that has been the central problem of this game, Yoe. I mean, even in that game number 1, there were a couple shaky moments on his Pango. And this game in particular, he's just getting schooled by Mac.
No plate mill, can't go in. But even with the plate mill at this point, I don't even know if it actually allows him to go in.
Yeah?
And he's gonna need so much more.
Feels like he needs like a metric butt ton of stuff. I mean, you look at his items, this is far from ideal for your Lash. 1, 7, and 7. You want a Bloodstone, you want a Shivas, you want a BKB, you want, I mean, somewhere down the line, just
You
these
want too many
items.
things.
Yeah, right? It feels like this Yules was like a half measure. He knew he was having a rough game, so he bought the Yules to try and set up some kills around the map. He starts running around a bit, dies 3 more times because the response is clean.
Yeah, that's
Fine,
actually
Abeng.
because he's either good. He feels like he needs to set up kills because you have this Mirana plus Terrorblade support duo which can't really set up.
Yeah?
So, but at the
And you
same
have an
time,
offlane
because
Wind
you-
Ranger.
Yeah, because you went for the use, then you're vulnerable. If your game doesn't snowball and you
Dire's
feed
top
and you
tower
get
is
used,
under attack.
there's not much of a
Radiant's bottom
good comeback
tower is
mechanic
under
for you on
attack.
this field. Every team fight, you're just so easy to kill. No armor, no HP.
Lesh's whole central idea is just to run in and commit and use his body as, in a way, a battering
hope
ram,
you
right?
kill everybody.
Yeah. And now with Natsumi scaling up this way, Satanic, MKB, and Daedalus. Nasty stuff here. Even has that Defiant Shell to reflect some of the auto attacks perhaps coming out from
Jackal. Scam.
Okay, on the back line, might be able to finish off this IO, but no such luck. It's a beautiful chrono though. They'll work down the IO, but he has to buy back straight back into the fight. Cox is in some trouble, but then Sanity can't afford to commit. You're running in on your way again, but we're saying this Lesh, he just can't get up in there. Matt and Natsumi are untouched, and that's your big team fight ability. That's your off-laner out of the picture. Your Lesh can't even go in. Mac, he's feeling so comfortable. He still has the Satanic and the Refresher should he need it. Winding up onto Jing now. Has the leash going out and your support Terrorblade not looking quite as scary now. Will just get killed off. No buyback. Refresh BKB tanks the arrow. In comes the roll as well. Then Sanity nowhere to run. And Yoei will just have to go for the kills as Abeng just might die in his own fountain. That's exactly what happens. You buy back on Vosku, but he will just be in time to watch his Ancient fall. Clean game number 2 from Geek Fam to punch it all the way to game number 3. And I mean, we're seeing these two teams very, very evenly matched, and Geek Fam show up big time.
Yeah, it's only fair that this series goes to a game 3. You know, both teams are just very, very close to each other in terms of how well they are playing, the execution, and it just came down to the small little details. You know, like both teams had their chances in the game. I feel like, and when it mattered, Geek Fam took it, and Mac is definitely the MVP this game. You know, baiting the chronos, winning his lane so hard, and just putting his team on his back.
His score, some angel numbers for you: 1-1, 1, and 1-1. Like, that is as perfect as you can get. You can't ask for a better performance. And I think even in that last game on the Primal Beast, we were already saying, you know, some of the setups and some of the early moves from him were great, but it just didn't end up mattering because it felt like the matchups in the draft, they just didn't pan out in the end. This time round, Geek Fam come through with this last pick IO that we were a bit concerned about, but Scam knows, man. We were worried there's not enough control, not enough damage, but the Razor was just a problem for the Lash from start to finish, and that's going to really make Team Darling reconsider a little bit about their drafting order, because we do have to keep in mind, this Lash was basically second picked this game.
Yeah, you definitely have to go back to the drawing board and figure. I think the Terrorblade could be just unchanged. Like they can just go back for the same opening, but what are they going to move after that? You know, if they were to go back with the Lash and the enemy response with Razor again, what is the solution? Are we gonna be able to flex the Lash to support, or are we gonna able to find supports that can actually help the Lash? I feel like the key thing is helping the Lash in the first few runes, like the 6-minute mark to the 8-10 minute mark. You need supports that can actually do that, because the Terrorblade Mirana maybe not the best way of helping the Lash, because none of them can actually stun and set up a kill with the speed of, you know, so it's difficult for him. Like the Razor just running around like 400 move speed, 450 move
He's
speed.
just zooming.
There's no stuns to catch him, so he just feel like he can't be killed.
If he was your opponent in initial D, you would simply never win. Let's just put it that way. But I just gotta say, I think maybe also a bit of a shift in priority in terms of drafting order, because we see, you know, of course, Cuckoo picking himself that Wind Ranger in the off lane as a last pick. It didn't really feel like it addressed the side of Geek Fam and what they brought to the table. And instead, in a way, they had to sack Yoei as a result, right? So far, the drafts from Darling, it's been early picks for Yoei. Maybe you give him that last pick advantage and see what he can do with it up against Mac. We'll find out whether that's the case after a short break for game number 3 between Geek Fam and Team Darling 2.0. Don't go anywhere. Southeast Asia is a lot different from China, which means that, of course, for the first game of the close qualifiers here on this stream, it has to go the distance. And no better two teams than to start us off with Geek Fam up against Team Darling 2.0. Jing just switching sides and already taking us the distance, but he wasn't really able to contribute much. Even though that Terrorblade support pick was pretty good, Geek Fam, they clean up real quick and real clean. Yeah, you gotta start pulling them out already. It's a little bit early, but you know, it's a good opponent to try and test your sauce out against. Team Darling, of course.
No testing.
No?
Dude.
It's just straight out, bring the guns out.
This is a must-win game, you know. You bring out your biggest guns. You bring out the long
Bring out the rocket launcher.
artillery.
Bring out the oh, okay, it's time to blast it off. I mean, Team Darling, of course, for those of you unfamiliar, maybe not really an organization or stack that those not part of the Philippines Dota scene will be familiar with. But of course, it's none other than Cuckoo and some of his friends. And while you might think, oh, you know, they're just a for fun stack, it's not going to be that big of a deal. Cuckoo and some of his friends almost won the grand finals up against Aurora in the previous qualifier. So just to let you know just how strong this guy is, put some respect on Master Cuckoo's name. But of course, unfortunately, on his Wind Ranger last pick, I think we talked a bit about it in the earlier game as well. It doesn't really seem to be a good idea to sack Yahweh. I think Yahweh, especially in the past, has been a very hit-or-miss player. Everyone speaks very highly of his skills, and I think it's very visible that he's a great player. But sometimes in these competitive or professional games, he seems to struggle a little bit. Not sure whether it's a confidence thing or, I mean, what we saw earlier as well, some connection issues, of course. Hopefully that's all sorted out now. As you mentioned, Winter, this is a must-win, it feels like.
5 seconds remaining.
Must-win game for both teams. That's when you bring out the best. You bring out your best strat. You know, time to unload. You know, there's always this one strat that you have in your pocket every time you need to win a game.
Pick.
There's always this
just
one
bring
thing.
it out.
Normally you have it.
Radiant
Normally you
team
have it.
pick.
Well, okay, wait, Winter, what is your go-to strat when you
Dire
need to
team
win a
back.
pub game? Like what's your pick?
My pubs? No.
Yeah.
There's no strats in pubs, dude.
Okay.
You just go
fine.
in, you click the find match button, and you hope for the best.
It's just a gamble all the way. Like, it doesn't even
I
matter
mean, the
what strat you
strat
have.
is to make sure that you queue at the most appropriate time. You know, you can't be like
Oh, that's
queuing
true, that's
midnight,
true.
3 a.m. and then you expect a good game.
Oh, that's when I play. That's when I used to play. It's those aren't good games. I agree with you though, Winter.
Those
It's
are the
absolutely
drunk games, yeah.
Yeah. Everyone's like, haha,
10
sorry,
seconds
I'm
remaining.
drunk, and I'm just like, all right, cool, thank you. Starting things off exactly
5
the same
seconds
here,
remaining.
but a bit of a shift in the bans. Geek Fam still heavily prioritizing banning some of Cuckoo's heroes out. And on the flip side, Team Darling, they are fully focusing Scam
Radiant
and giving a
team
nod
ban.
onto the Razor that Mac really terrorized them with. So just key targeted bans specifically to some of these players.
Yep, that's what you do in. I feel like a lot of like inter-regional matches
Radiant
because the
team
teams
pick.
know each other really well. So you see a
Dire
lot of
team
bans that
pick.
kind of try to remove the other team out of their comfort zone instead of like trying to just ban in general. Like
Yeah.
in drafting, what is supposed to be the appropriate ban if you're opening this type of lineup.
Yeah. This Pango gives them a high degree of flexibility. It's the exact same setup,
Everything
right?
is flexible.
10
Gyro is
seconds
flexible.
remaining.
Pango
True.
is flexible. Terrible is
Terribly.
flexible.
Wow,
Oh
what a
my
world we
God.
live in. All these
Yeah.
Dota heroes learning acute gymnastics here. They would do well at the Olympics for sure.
Yeah,
but,
that's the thing of
Radiant
power
team
creeping
pick.
everybody, you know. So everybody can do everything well, so that in the end you just draft any
you know
hero.
what
They
you know
can
what
be
I
swapped
miss?
around.
I miss Brewmaster support. I thought that was pretty cool, right? Getting the level 6 primal split, impact the team fight, run around with support items.
Wait, back then what was his other
10
spell? Why
seconds
was he played
remaining.
as a support?
I think it was
How
still
does he
Cinder-
win the lane?
5
He doesn't have
seconds
the
remaining.
Cinder Brew, right?
I think it was some
Radiant
abbreviated
team
version
pick.
of Cinder Brew.
Di-
It wasn't exactly ignite and then you do damage, but there was some shenanigans about it, like
Miss-
making you
is it a
miss.
mischance?
I think it was. It was kind of like Drunken Haze, except you put it down in an area.
Oh, Crystal Maiden. It's
Okay.
time.
Is it? CM
it's
Gyro? They're back?
Crystal Clone.
10 seconds
And
Is it
then
that
the
good?
freezing support duo Tuskar and CM from the
5
icy
seconds
mountains of the
remaining.
north. They are here
Nice.
right now to freeze you, to put the chills on your spine.
Yeah, I heard the Filipino winter is still pretty hot, so that's not going to be a temperature they're pretty used to. I do have to wonder though, because this is the first time we're seeing Tusk. Haven't really seen it at all. It's still a very strong support and can bring a lot to the table. But what makes what do you think is the Geek Fam idea here with this pick?
Aggression.
Really?
Kill
With the
heroes.
Pango?
I mean, Tusk is one of the best. One of the best position 4 roaming heroes. I mean, when you look at the position 4 heroes that are being picked right now, a lot of them are not very good at roaming, and Tusk is still one of the strongest ones. I mean, obviously the other ones that are being picked, like Bat Rider, they serve a different purpose. You know, they're a lot stronger
Sure.
in the lane. They can clear stacks. Tuskar is more like, he's very one-dimensional. You're not strong in the lane, but you kind of have to get your levels. But when you get your levels, you also want to make
Dire
sure that
team
your
back.
off-laner is fine, so that when you rotate around, he doesn't cry. But in the
Radiant
event that you
team
get a
back.
good start, this hero is actually bonkers, you know. Like, he does
Yeah.
a lot of damage in the team fights. He has a BKB piercing disable.
Radiant team
Later down the
back.
line, you get an Ags, and suddenly the game feels unwinnable, especially when you're trying these high ground situations. I mean, it's not going to be too bad because the puck is a response here for Yoei, likely, in this mid lane, meaning that even if the Tusk comes through with a nice shot, you can always phase shift, you know, or jaunt, or even, you know,
10 seconds
waning
remaining.
rift over it. It's not too bad.
Yeah, that's actually a very important thing to
5
consider as
seconds.
well. Every time when you
Back.
see all this roaming position, for example, like a Spirit Breaker or Tusk, you always
Or
want to have
Spirit,
like,
maybe.
yeah, you always want to have mid laners that are not so easily ganked, you know, not susceptible to those rotations. You
Yeah,
don't
you
want to have
can't
like a Shadow
Invoker.
Fiend, strutting
Shadow
up the
Fiend,
mid lane.
Invoker, no
There's a-
escape mechanic. Ah, GG. Okay.
10
Tusk
seconds
ganking you,
remaining.
and then like, where's my supports? Where?
Dude, the second you pick that
5
Shadow Fiend or
seconds.
immobile mid
Team
laner,
pick.
all these roamer position falls just start licking their lips. They're so excited because they know you're nothing but easy prey for them. The puck will have a little bit of trouble if he gets tagged out by the Frostbite, but apart from that, not a lot of instant control to hold you down. Later down the line, Yoei could really
10
just
seconds
juke him.
remaining.
And
Radiant
I mean,
team
the
pick.
4 heroes from Darling already look like they're going to work very well together. And last picking the Morphling. So very strong in this particular scenario. A lot of good Morph targets. But in
Flat
these big
cannon.
fights, yeah, you
Flat
just steal that
cannon.
flat cannon for yourself. Geek Fam,
Choose
they
your
end things
Oh.
off with an Enigma here. So this is going to be a Pango mid, I believe, played by Mac. This is one of his comfort heroes. And instead, we're going to see an offlane Enigma from Cox.
The morphing counter right there.
Yeah.
Kind of also the Brewmaster counter if you get all the Brewlings in the hole.
Kind of also the puck counter, if you get the puck.
Kind of also the Mirana counter. if you
Kind of
get him in
also
the-
counters that. If you get all of them in the black hole, wow, what a great hero. That's kind of the problem so far. We've seen a couple of Enigmas. They have not looked good. It's such a high execution hero.
Imagine if you have some AoE Sunder talent late game, you just have to stand
Yikes.
outside.
No, Ice
Wait for
Frog.
the
No.
Enigma to black hole everybody.
Ice Frog,
and
you better
then
be plugging your
Sunder.
ears right now. I don't want any of these shenanigans when Crownfall comes around. That's ridiculous.
I mean, this
But
is why I'm not balancing the game.
thank goodness. Raging Potato on this task, paired with the Enigma Eidolons, is actually going to do quite a number to Abad early on, huh?
Who is his position 5? Mirana. Mirana can kind of clear the summons, I guess, with Starstorm.
Somewhat. And I guess it's not really high risk as well because it's not like your Tusk can stop her from leaping away from the shards, right?
Yeah,
so
feel
the
like
tag team is
it wouldn't be so bad, this lane for them.
okay.
I
So
mean, Tusk
this
Enigma is like it used to be like a very scary lane if your supports are immobile supports and you just die
like
when you
CM.
get- yeah, when you get caught by the shards, snowball.
Yeah. Not too bad though, Mirana. Brings a high degree of flexibility. Like we said, able to jump over those icicles, no problem. Even the Morphling can waveform through them, so it won't necessarily be that bad.
Yeah, that
although,
doesn't make sense. How do you waveform through the wall?
I mean, you just transform into water and then you go over it. Hello? You go underground. Water, you can,
Do
you can
you
slide through-
do you know that water doesn't go through ice? It gets
Yeah, okay. How about
contained by
okay?
ice.
Here we go. This is gonna be a crazy concept, Winter. What if the water just goes above the ice? That's how waveform is working. Like he's just kind of sliding around it.
But what if the wall is taller than the wave?
You just climb the wall, Winter. You're right. You are a pessimist. Oh my goodness. I mean, Densanity. Either way, he shouldn't be too troubled by this Tusk Enigma duo. I didn't get your thoughts though. Do you think this is a good Enigma last pick? Because you just mentioned it's a Morphling counter, but we all know Black Hole, the be all end all if you catch people in it. But the big problem is getting up to that stage. So often we see Enigmas, you know, they farm up early on, things are good, push a couple towers, later on they just can't contribute to the fights without instantly dying. Is this a good Enigma game, you think?
No BKB piercing stuns, so I suppose.
I guess.
Only thing is the Sunder.
Yeah. And Jing has been really good with them so far.
It's just a lot easier to Sunder as a support. Because you're not going to get focused, right? As a core, it's different. People are going to be putting all their attention on it. Oh, make sure we lock him down. Make sure he doesn't get a move. Oh, make sure. Oh, I'll double tag. Make sure I'll triple stack my stuns.
Yeah.
But when it's a support Terror, he's hiding, you know, you don't find him. Like putting on your binoculars. Where is that Terror? You can't find him. He's in the woods. He has a glimmer cape. He has
Camouflage.
whatever-
He just has his
whatever
camo paint on, you know, hiding under a little
invisible
carpet.
ability.
Yeah.
He has the cloak.
I mean,
It's just difficult, you know. And then
Geek
he's like
Fam-
casting reflections on yourself from far
Yeah.
range.
all you see is the refractions, you're like momentarily distracted. Aha! Out of nowhere comes the Sunder and you lose the team fight. But Geek Fam have been pretty good about focusing him down so far. In game number 2 as well, they just be sure to single him out. And Mac was all over that poor Terror.
I mean, the next patch, Sunder has scaling cast range from level 1 to level 3.
I hope so. Running into each other now, Rendezvous in this bot side, and getting that attribute shift means that it's a free kill. Raging Potato will get that first blood. The Frostbite bot is looking for the thing. Trying to get in front of him to body block, but realistically speaking, with the Rocket Barrage, they don't need such a thing. Raging Potato will get himself a double. That's
Wait,
boots.
why
30
did he take the
seconds to
kills? I mean, I understand the first one, but the second one?
Hospitality, ah.
What's wrong?
Yeah, I mean, they just want to make their stand-in feel welcome here. The Geek Fam is a welcoming one. I wanna join the Geek Fam. This is how they treat their stand-ins. Very
That's cool.
nice. Yeah.
I know the book.
You know where the boot camp is? You're gonna send me there?
The battle
Just drop me the
begins.
address.
Take you there, drop you there.
Okay. And then I show up, they're like, what the hell are you doing here? And they just properly kick me out. This was not the Geek Fam hospitality I was promised.
That's how it's done.
Of course, Raging Potato, way better of a player than... Actually,
So what,
I'm
3
surprised
runes?
by... Ooh, yeah, okay. You see,
Surprised
we
by
would know
what?
that if they changed it to tell you Radiant and Dire instead of attributing it to a hero, but I digress here.
I'll send an email on your behalf soon.
Oh,
the people
oh.
that
Are responsible? Okay. I'm glad. Thank you for speaking up for the weak. Winter, you truly are a man of the people. Geek Fam versus Darling here, game number 3. And as much as this feels like a must-win game because I think there's pride on the line, these are very good opponents for each other. You want to kind of send them down to the lowers and make them suffer a bit. It is still an upper bracket match, right? You're not out of the tournament just yet, even if you lose, but Jing just gotta be able to right-click down that gyrocopter. Not really what you expect at that level 1.
yeah, reflection, blood, granite, plus cinder brew. Get
Nasty.
here. It's not even. They don't even need like a meta.
Yeah. It's gonna get even scarier with the meta, it seems like.
Yeah, I mean that's the issue with like CM getting frostbite in this type of scenario. I feel like against double melees, you should always get like the Nova, so you can get Nova on both of the heroes, slowing things down.
Yeah.
I mean, the main reason of getting frostbite is you don't want to push the wave up, you know. But I feel like with gyro, you kind of always will push the lane with the flat cannon, so it doesn't really matter. Now
Meta
see
level
it
2,
actually
yeah,
just
Skirmishes
did.
dead. Not really a melee hero anymore with that meta, but Jing is able to clean that up.
Yeah, I
And-
mean, if he had Nova, maybe he would have survived, you know, could slow both. I mean, frostbite, you can only buy one hero.
Yeah, I mean, you understand why he gets Frostbite level 1 just to secure those first blood kills, but it's really starting to bite him and Natsumi in the butt here.
Oh yeah,
Especially-
he had to. Yeah, you're right. He had to use the bite for the. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
But I mean, it still doesn't help, right? It's typical of these situations. Even though you try to level a bit differently for the level 1 engagements at the runes and whatnot, it ends up screwing your whole game over, and you might run the risk of that, Geek Fam, in this safe lane. Natsumi, he can always go back and farm those stacks with the flat cannon. I guess that's the only sort of silver lining in this situation for how tough the lane is at the moment.
Now you don't expect a double melee lane just bodying this gyro.
Well, kind of, but the Brewmaster also isn't last hitting quite as much as I expected. He's just kind of a little bit behind the gyro. Of course, hopefully that
Radiant's
changes with
courier
higher
has
levels
been
in,
killed.
let's say, the brawler or pushing them out a bit more.
Oh, Natsumi. Holy shit, the damage.
Yeah, I'm looking at top side though. They're trying to get the square off onto Cox. He manages to summon the Eidolon, so do a little body blocking. Then Sanity just gets fogged out here. You can't find it. Abeng still trying to get the cleanup onto the Eidolons, but Raging Potato is very, very high HP. He can just trade with you all day. He doesn't mind.
Yeah, and he knows the Lotus is the important one. He snags the Lotus in the middle of everything.
Yeah, meanwhile bot side, like you mentioned, Bosco dropping very, very low there, but able to walk it off. Team Darling heroes all getting beat back a little bit in the lanes. Looks like the puck is also struggling a little bit on the resources up against Mac.
Yeah, not an easy lane, you know, for Puck. Low armor hero and Pango has double physical damage spells.
Got it.
I mean, Mac has been such a huge component of this team for Geek Fam. I feel like his mid lane play has been a stable rock for them to operate from. And he's showing that stability in this mid lane again. 23, 24 now, and 6 up against the 18-0 of Puck. I mean, this matchup, it feels like it should be pretty 50-50 and skill-based. But Mac, if that's the case, then he's kind of showing up big time against the lane.
Yeah, he just like playing much better, you know, using his spells much more efficiently.
Yeah, getting the early infused raindrops as well, just to help himself out.
I mean, Puck's walking back to base. This is bad.
Yeah. No convenient support devs on the side lanes means that no bottle refill. Just has to go all the way back. I mean, gets his courier killed as well. So all around misfortune, unfortunately for Yoei. Feels like his day just keeps getting a little bit rougher and rougher. First the disconnections, then that game 2 on the Lash. Now is Puck suffering early doors. Geek Fam, I mean, it feels like their timing is a lot earlier, right? Because this Morphling does take quite a bit to get up to speed.
Well, not exactly. The morphing is like, I don't think that you need too many items to come and fight. And
Gets
meanwhile,
dead, arrow through. They try and land that onto Bosco, but Natsumi's
Abeng's
actually
here.
doing a lot of damage. Holy, Abeng trying to continue himself of Raging Potato, trying to come through and help Natsumi, but can't do it in time. And now Raging Potato doesn't really have a target, blocked out by his own shards and kited around now. Another blood grenade just slowing up the task. It's a troublesome, but mass TP is coming back in. CM, with her return to the lane, trio of Darling will back off. Great execution there. I thought there was an arrow that was going to land on one of the Geek Fam, one of the Darling heroes. I just remember that it's Abeng playing that Mirana instead.
and Potato is still waiting in the wings here. Still has Lotus to play with. Pops the south, ready to go.
Good patience, gets them to touch onto Bosco, but can they finish the job? That is the question. Still early in the game, so no Sunder. They're trying to auto attack down onto Bosco, but he, with the resistances of the Earth stance, he's able to walk that one off. Seriously, I mean, this is a tanky panda.
Yeah, that's very, very costly. You know, they put in so many resources to try and get the kill. 6 minutes, shield rune. Potato is going to be late to the party, so can't stop him from getting the rune.
Yeah, and it feels like the timing for Geek Fam is a little disjointed now. I mean, Potato was doing a good job helping Cox out in that top side with the rotation down the bot, not really being able to save Natsumi and Scam, and now they're further trailing behind. It's come down to this mid lane though, but with a shield rune on the park, that is not a kill that you can get even with the Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, Scam's making his rotation all the way top. Chain gate, waiting for the toss.
Trying to connect here and maybe punish this Morphling. That's the kill they'd love to get. We don't have a black hole just yet, so it's not going to be too easy. Still try for a dive though, onto Densanity.
Dire are scanning.
But it's such an awkward attempt, right? Because you can't actually land anything that will stop him from
Radiant
attribute
are
shifting
scanning.
other than the black hole. So as soon as you show your face, he's already going to start pumping the strength.
There's no honor in freeing.
And now that I think Abeng caught sight of that tusk in the wings, should be extra careful. They know that the Enigma's hungry to use that black hole. Frostbite out, jumping forward, Raging Potato trying to cut him off, but even though it defies the laws of physics, the waveform should be available to go through the shards even if he threw it out. So Nothing to be found here. Frostbite again. Bensanti is still sticking around, it seems, and the arrow from the high ground. Cox in a little bit of trouble. He's dropping low. Wants to turn around and black hole, but dies before he can even finish it. Disaster for the side of Geek Fam as they might be able to kill off Jing, but he is happy to wave them goodbye. As in comes the follow-up kill. Scam gonna eat that Starstorm and go down. Great response here from the side of Team Darling again.
And that was a very, very ambitious black hole there, but I can see why he was trying to catch the Terror Bait and the Morphling, but just unfortunately just died to he died to the reflection. I think it was just some damage over time that he was taking.
Yeah. They ended up just punching away at him successfully. I mean, the Eidolons were still around as well, right? So Cox was just beating into him the whole time, and that was the splitted Eidolons already. Mac is able to secure the haste rune now, making good headway towards his diffuser, rushes it before any sort of blink.
Actually so huge on the Pango.
Yeah. He has this diffuser flying out to him right now, so things are about to get really scary. And that's why we see the supports just grouping up around him as well. Straight up to the high ground, punishing a dewarding Jing. With the ice shards as well, perfectly landed, locks him into jail.
Whoops.
Face the corner,
Okay.
think about your actions, one last parting swashbuckle. And there's no mana that you need to expend, which is not ideal, but still, you know, stand next to the CM, get that arcane aura, it's all fine. This is kind of a pretty significant timing, right? You have your Vlads just complete, rushed basically by Cox, and you have the Pango with the Diffusal. This is a really fit fighting force. They really start pressing your towers down. That comes through, but oh, Yoei caught out, has to turn around and commit the coil. Things are a bit complicated now, especially with Jing TPing back in, but when the arrow just completely goes wide like that, I guess it doesn't matter. Meanwhile, bot side, Boku committing that split, and he's in a 2v1 situation, but he still might be able to get the second kill. Needs a Frostbite, might have to pay with his life. The TP in from Cox will look to punish him. Bosku looking for that last crit, can't find it. But meanwhile, Mac in the mid lane will clean up onto 2, so probably just a swashbuckle finishing off that puck and eating up the Terrorblade as well. This Pango is huge, like you said.
Yeah, he's gonna be like a big problem on the map, you know, for Team Darling. I mean, they do have always the call to kind of, you know, limit his mobility in the team fights, but at this point, it's not even about the role, you know, it's just the swashbuckle with the early diffusal just gonna destroy your supports. I mean, not just the support, you know, the mana burn is actually gonna make it very tough for the Morphling and the Brewmaster to come into the fights.
And this is the early timing that we talked about here. Geek Fam, they seem to have perfectly aligned on this exact play or set of map plays that they wanted to make, start getting aggressive around this period. And this Morphling is going to be feeling uncomfortable because even though there's no black hole, you can see all these heroes just running towards him. The waveform goes out, which yeah, I mean, there's no ice wall, there's no wall there, so he doesn't need to do any climbing. Should just be a free tier 1 in the top side, right, for this Enigma. I mean, there's no real response that you can put up. Bosco, he already used that split in the bot side, so he's not really going to want to rotate. 4k gold lead already though for Geek Fam, and so much of it is congregated on both the Pango and the Enigma.
And Darling needs to find a coil into the Brewmaster split. I think both of them have to work together to try to TP bot.
Yeah, but it's a bit too late. Mac has already set up and found the Piranha.
3 seconds before split.
Gets the Moonlight Shadow though, yeah, the split, but it's into the full fighting force of Geek Fam. I'm not sure whether this is something you can manage. Jing will just have to walk it off. Just inches away from his level 6 where the Sunder might have come into play there, but unfortunate. And it looks like this third tier 1 will just be going down easily. I mean, Geek Fam, they came into this game with a very clear plan of when exactly they'd be aggressive in this early stage, and it's worked out perfectly for them.
Morphling's tipping in. They want to take this fight.
No, that's the coil, like you mentioned. We're looking for the split from Boss, who doesn't want to commit it just yet. We'll try and eat as much of the resources from Geek Fam as possible. Now it's a chase forward. The snowball save, like you mentioned, from Raging Potato, it was perfect and prevents any further aggression. Darling, they lose their tower and get nothing in that situation. Of course he gets a regen rune, Mac. Everything's going his way now. This feels like it's all Mac. It's a Mac show, baby.
Sometimes when you're When you're playing, you just get the sense that the universe is against you.
Yeah. Sometimes when you're playing, you feel like everything is just panning out perfectly, and that's kind of max experience in this game at least. It's allowed a lot of space and a lot of pressure to be relieved from Natsumi, who has had a rough early stage, but now that he's allowed to just kind of take this dead area on the map that nobody on Darling really wants to go to, it's a pretty significant commitment if they want to go up there and punish the gyro. And look at how aggressively he's farming. He's all the way in the enemy jungle because he knows no one is there.
He has to be careful though. Like Team Darling could still make a smoke play towards his side of the map. So without
for
an
sure.
ops, without anyone breaking the smoke for him, he still really can't afford to play too aggressive up here.
Blink Dagger on the Enigma, and the Black Hole is up, so Geek Fam, they might be looking to get active. This is where it could get a bit scary though, because now with all the tier 1s down, the plays are to be made into the jungle where you don't necessarily have the vision set up and you're not sure where Darling could be prowling, especially with the Moonlight Shadow in their repertoire.
I think the Pangolin has just got his dagger.
Yikes.
This is gonna be a very dangerous next fight for them. 40
All
minutes,
I
Wisdom
can
Rune and
give
Power
us
Rune's gonna spawn.
Is a chance.
Yeah.
Moonlight,
Might.
Radiant
Contest for
are
this timing,
scanning.
Yoei. Ready to throw out a
Dire
coil
are
if it'll net him
scanning.
the rune. It ends up being at top
Dire's
instead.
middle
Oh, no,
tower
no,
is
no.
under
High.
attack.
It's Arcane Rune at bot, so Yoei will grab it. He's still working his way towards the Witchblade, so maybe not fully ready to fight just yet, but you know Geek Fam, they're looking for an opportunity.
Trick of the trade.
Radiant are scanning.
So 5k gold lead here. We did talk all along about how the Gyro is in a bit of a tough matchup against the Morphling. Later down the line, I can't imagine that Gyro ever wins that 1-to-1, right?
maybe a Gyro can win if he has a steroid, like an IO or something to buff him up, you know. But
Yeah.
this game he has nothing. Maybe he's gonna just get a solo quest from Tuss.
Yeah, I mean the task
Late
is
game,
working
late game
towards
is
that
going to
item.
be about the back row. How much he can actually get done in team fights. Like he needs to just lock down the Morphling. I think his team can kill the rest of the heroes.
Yeah.
Morphling is just going to be like a huge problem if you don't black hole him.
The black hole is reserved with your name on it, then Sanity. And he needs a lot of items if he wants to be able to stand his ground through that. The Blades is a good start. Looking at that Manta next. You see the Morphlings just actually go for something like an early Phylactery so they can contribute to the
Radiant's
fight, but
bottom tower
I think for
is
him,
under attack.
he understands that he just needs to farm up right
Radiant's
now.
structures
He has no
are fortified.
business showing his face.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Jing has tucked himself all the way up here to evade capture.
Radiant's
Fam
bottom
are
tower
still on the
is
hunt
under
for him.
attack.
Finding some illusions, movement out through. They might just go around and look for Scam seems to have an idea that he just narrowly misses him on the out. So heads up there from Jing to realize that his position was compromised, but that just means that this is 3 goals going the way of Geek Fam. It's 16 minutes into the game. This is an insane time.
Your shot has fallen to the Radiant.
I
Radiant's
mean, Morphling
bottom
is still not
tower
ready
is
to
under
fight. Even
attack.
if he completes the Manta, he's still gonna have to. I feel like he needs like the Kanda so he can play from range, you know, so he doesn't get caught by this black hole.
Yeah, it's also kind of odd because we talked about this Brewmaster wanting to use split and how he's having a stellar game, so maybe the sports want to play through him. They haven't really been able to do so far, right? The Spirit Vessel is sitting at 0 charges, 3 leaps and a Moonlight Shadow. That's just about everything in the Mirana's tank just to get out of that troublesome situation.
Radiant's
Fam, they
bottom
won't
tower
connect on that
is under
kill, but they are
attack.
just surging forward and planting deep vision. Jing, he set up good
Radiant's
fights before
bottom
on
tower
this
has
cliff
fallen.
area, top side. But it seems like his team is
Radiant's
not
structures
interested in
are
coming to
fortified.
defend. It's just Pup trying to clear the creep wave, but eats a coil on Cox. Instead, that's just a defensive call, just to escape. The rest of Geek Fam, they're looking for Yue because they know he has no mana, that he'll just be able to TP away, and Jing just trying to fog them with some illusions and just mess with them as much as he can, maybe drag a creep wave and whatnot. But with the sheer amount of creeps on this wave, they will be able to take this tier 2.
Tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Things are not looking good for Team Darling right now. I mean, with the Midas on the blue, I just feel like they're just putting themselves in a position where they're just gonna have to play for a very long game, try to play the map, split push with Puck, Morphling, and it's just gonna be about like just securing as much as possible on the map right now for the next like 10-15 minutes for Team Darling. And Geek Fam is gonna be in full control.
Yeah, well, we did see a comeback, almost seemingly insane comeback from Team Zero on the back of a good Morphling pick. And you did mention that this is a good Morphling game. The only thing to really deal with him is that black hole. So it's going to come down maybe in the later stages of the game, all down to Cox, whether he can connect with that crucial ability. But for now, it feels like they forfeited the entire early game, right? Darling are saying, look, we get that you're strong now, you're getting your items, good for you, we're just gonna do our own thing, please don't mess with us. On this bot side though, Bosku, I just have to pop the split to try to escape. It's a good chain stun from Mac. He's still able to get that ultimate off. Doing a lot of damage to the Rulings though, but oh my goodness, the Earth Pendant is gonna die. Yeah, Bosku, one last auto attack, Natsumi will find it. It's just the flat cannon with the crit stick, way too much damage. Now mid lane as well, might force out another pounce. Only has one to work with. Try and follow up, but was just waiting for Yue to come in and try and punish Raging Potato. With the Solar Crest buff though, he's completely fine. Even tags in the Fairy Fire and a couple of Lotuses. This Tusk is tanky to say the least. Black Hole straight onto the Morphling. Looks like they found another, but able to get the Strength Morph off in time. Jing, standing in the perimeter, also has a Sunder available if need be. So the Black Hole, not enough damage between him and Mac to get it done. But still, a lot of pressure being applied on every angle on the map.
And there's no black hole, but there's no primal split too. So I'm not really sure what can they do right now. I mean, apart from just trying to split it up and farm. I mean, the Terrorblade doesn't really have a lot of... It's just in this type of position where they can't really engage head on.
Starting to get now here. Raging Potato just easily kills off Abeng. Gets the initial kill he was angling for. And yeah, Mac just plays so aggressive because he understands with that second life there's nothing much they can do to commit to kill him. The split was already used defensively, coil as well. The Brewmaster has not left the bot lane at all.
Coil? Don't think we can get this.
Yeah, this feels a bit ambitious, especially with Raging Potato in the area now. Yue does have a haste rune, they'll send one little adaptive strike forward, but the Park doesn't have mana, you gotta watch yourself. Oh no, you're morphing Angie, that's not what you want to do. The Insanity able to waveform up to the high ground, but the chase is on, they're looking for more. Mac doesn't have any additional mana to swashbuckle further, and Raging Potato, perhaps he's chased a bit too deep. One last adaptive strike, beautiful snowball to dodge that one out. The Insanity, can you afford to chase? You want to pop that first life on Mac. Maybe just a perfect setup. Abeng comes through with an arrow but doesn't have it available. Come through with silence though. Yue locks that CM up. So they bring the full force of Darling to respond. Everyone other than the Brewmaster, they're able to at least beat back the side of Geek Fam for now.
Wisdom Runes, Tormentor, it's time. Time for somebody to die to the Tormentor.
Hopefully not. Fingers crossed. That would be a bit of a... feels bad for Geek Fam, especially how comfortable they're feeling in the game probably.
These things just always happen and you'll be like quite surprised that it actually just how frequently it happens in pro games.
Yeah. Death to a Tormentor. It's more likely than you think. Geek Fam, it's still... This gold lead hasn't shifted, which is concerning me a little bit. To a certain extent, this Brewmaster Midas is gonna start to pay off.
Go for my top.
Radiance is what's next, it seems like, for Bosku. I don't know whether that's gonna help him in that exact scenario that we saw though. Like when he popped the split up against the gyro, just a flat cannon just rips up all his rulings. that
Radiant's middle
doesn't
tower
ever seem
is
like it's
under
gonna get
attack.
better until you start getting those Bruling's HP talents.
Radiant
gonna take a
are
while.
scanning.
Absolutely.
Level 20.
I trust everyone was out of sight.
Smoke up, Geek Fam. Black hole again. Excellent timing. Won't be able to dust out onto Arbeng, but without a blink on Raging Potato, it's just an easy pounce away.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Nice courier going down there, so slowing down the Aghanim Scepter, even if it's only by just a bit. Starting to wonder what the game plan is for Geek Fam here,
Radiant's
because
top
they,
tower is
you know,
under
Roche
attack.
might come back up in 1.5 minutes. They actually roll up on the back, get the jump and the jump away in time. Just kind of baits him out a little bit, hits the ankles. Easy waning rift through the ice shards. Doesn't need to climb any wall. Literally just disappears into an alternate dimension and pops back out. Are you concerned at all, Winter, about Geek Fam? Because I kind of feel like they're not really making as much as they want happen on the map right now. And it feels like later and later we get into the game. Sure, the Brewmaster, you can argue that scales decently, but not as well as some of the Geek Fam cores. I'm a little concerned because I feel like this is a lot of time given to Yoei especially to recover.
They probably feel like late game they have the BKB Black Hole, which is gonna be unanswered, right? Until you get like Wind Makers or what, Abyssal Blades.
I guess. I mean, your support heroes are just gonna eat absolute shit in these fights though. I mean, between CM. Unless the Tusk plays like out of his mind. And even then, it feels like it's not necessarily up to him. This is a very big slowdown as compared to our first game where it was just non-stop brawling, and maybe it's just a byproduct of the heroes, but it's a lot more based on timing, right? You're looking at that primal split, you're looking at that black hole, both of which are available, which I guess is what's confusing now, because you think that both teams want to try and find a fight. Invis on
And
Mac.
it's also the significance of this game, you know? Like the first game is like, okay, you can just try and be really aggressive. If we lose, then we just make the adjustments.
Moonlight Channel, call out to 2. They got the jump onto the supports of Geek Fam. And this could be troublesome, but the Rolling Thunder does come out. They want to focus on the Brewmaster, but it comes out. We've seen what happens to the Brewlings before, but they're able to toss the gyro out into the sky. And Skep in some trouble gets the full focus of the Morphling, buys back in the fight. Swashbuckle comes through, and Mac, his Rolling Thunder is already over. He needs to get out of here. The Tusk is going to tank the arrow for him, but the Black Hole onto the Morphling. He already got his strength buff off. He's completely fine, doesn't even need the Sunder. And now without their BKBs and their ults, they need to run. Natsumi desperately trying to truck on out of there, but slowed down by the Witchblade. Yoei needs to watch for the damage coming back his way with the Swashbuckle. And looks to be that Natsumi will be dead here, taken down by the squad. And Darling, this Morphling, even with the BKB Black Hole, they just don't have the damage to kill him.
They need Midnight Pulse, BKB Black Hole. Like, I feel like they need that spell ready whenever they're jumping into go on the Morphling there.
Yeah. I mean, great initiation from Yoei, right? That was just perfect. No hesitation. Jumps the 2 supports, plays around them perfectly to dodge out some key spells. Even though he's not the highest HP, he's able to live in that fight and keep the control going. Just like that, they've been able to bounce back the gold lead their way. 3k, even a buyback on the CM that doesn't even end up working out for Geek Fam.
Yeah, we're coming into the late game stage where this Morphling is, it's his territory, it's his ground right now. Like, he's the strongest hero in the match.
And,
I mean, this
not
Black
just
Hole,
late game.
if you don't kill him in the Black Hole, that's it, you know, he's gonna run and
Yeah, that feels like such a tall order. It gets harder and harder too, especially if his age is now being worked on. Roche said, 160 HP, and it's just the story of this game, right? In last picking this Enigma, you're basically signing a contract that says, we can't do shit unless we black hole the Morphling and kill him within that duration. The rest of the game, it's just Darling free real estate.
Radiant's
I think at this point they're gonna have to slowly just drag out the game and just play until you have a win a team fight. And Rolling Thunder.
gonna try and get it off. Sunder as well, just biting the time, pops the cheese and pops the split. Disaster now, Geek Fam. They've committed a bit too much. Natsumi in with the BKB, trying to work down the opposing heroes, but there's a new gyro in town, and his name is Densanity. On a killing spree will work down Mac. And this is Geek Fam. They've just let it slip completely. They've lost their grasp on this game. And the Moblin says it best. The tide has absolutely turned now. Perfect play from Jing, waiting to the last moment. He has to give up his life for it as the dust settles, but it's more than worth it.
It's not just Jing, it's also the cheese on Brewmaster. Like, the Brewmaster literally had 3 lives
Radiant's
there,
middle
you know.
tower has fallen.
Thunder, cheese, and his own. The Geek Fam had to go through way too much HP to take him down.
Yeah. And that wasn't even your Morphling who enters the fight with a fresh BKB, untouched, unbothered,
Radiant's middle
flourishing in
tower
his
is
own
under
lane,
attack.
turning into the gyro and flat cannoning back onto Geek Fam. This Geek Fam lineup looking a bit hairy now. We're reaching a stage where these heroes are ramping up. Yoe jumping in and pops. He just has to pop that BKB. Weapon with a black hole, didn't use it in the previous fight. Doesn't have to split. Taking a lot of damage now. They're going for it as well, but they might just give up on their Brewmaster since that Yoe was able to clean up the kill onto the Enigma. Offlaner for offlaner with the arrow to cover his tracks. All out back to safety. He should be fine. So clean extraction there from Darleng to get what they came for in that Enigma kill. And hey, who's that? Yoe will say thank you very much.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Densanity is gonna pick up his Skadi.
Yikes. And the Paladin Sword as well as a neutral item. That is just perfect for him, especially if he lands. He just needs to watch out for his mana being burned in these fights by Mac. The shield crash and the swashbuckle sometimes can catch you off guard, but
Radiant's middle tower is under
Darleng
attack.
are firmly in the lead now. They run forward with a smoke. They want to keep the pressure up because they know that the Enigma's not available. Even without their Brewmaster, which is pretty curious. They just want to get a vantage point in this bot side. Maybe set up on the high ground, get themselves a kill. Geek Fam have no clue where their opposition is. They're wrapping around against Natsumi. This will be huge if they can kill this gyrocopter.
Raise no hand in
Everything
anger
hangs in
until
balance now.
past.
They see Natsumi with this ward. Smoke doesn't witness yet with Moonlight Shadow. They get the jump, forcing him to pop the BKB TP, but it's too much damage. Natsumi goes down. Excellent wraparound. That was so clean.
It was a nice try in the end to get out there with the BKB TP, but just too much damage, way too much damage from the Morphling. Good moves again, you know, by Darleng. Now they literally have the map fully controlled, and just basically they're gonna decide
Radiant's
where the
middle
fights are gonna be
tower is
taken,
under attack.
what towers are going to go down, and Geek Fam just has nothing to do but just to adhere to it.
Yeah,
Radiant's middle
1.5
tower
minutes
has
left on
fallen.
this Aegis means that this entire
Radiant's
game is
bottom
up
tower
to
is under
Darleng to
attack.
dictate. And it's been a
Radiant's
bit of an unreal
structures
showing
are
for them so
fortified.
far. Then Sanity. It's looking really nice on this Morphling now at the level 20 and looks at the pot back as well, forcing the roll up. But just work down Yoe showing up.
Kill.
Yeah!
Holy.
Ooh, just catching Mac off guard, and here we were talking about the stable performance from the mid laner of Geek Fam. Just gets dismantled later down the line, his team taking the distance. We were wondering whether it was going to be enough for Darleng, especially with Boss Crew focusing a lot on his own
Radiant's
game,
middle
but the
barracks
greed pays
are under
off
attack.
as the Midas managed to get a Radiance, and these splits in the fights, the fact that they're emphasizing so much on killing him off and they aren't able to do so, it's just changing everything. Geek Fam, they're in a very, very bad position
Radiant
now as Boss Crew
structures are
is just
fortified.
able to perpetually toss the gyro in the sky.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
You're running out of time now in the day. Try to
Radiant's
pull,
bottom barracks
pull
are under
something,
attack.
pull some miracle out of the back with the black hole.
Yeah. And even then, I'm not even sure whether it's enough because, I mean, there were 2 lives on the Morphling. The Aegis will expire in a short bit, but at this point, especially with the Sunder backing him up, it still feels like he has 1.5 lives that you need to work through. Look how confident Yoe is, just blinking up that coiling and pressuring that gyro.
1.5 life?
Yeah?
You know, essentially he has like kind of like a 2 life bars or 3 life bars. More
I
than
guess. I mean, technically, the Sunder bails him out one time, and the BKB and his own morph encompasses his 1 life. For being specific with the number.
1.5. Yeah, definitely more than 1.
Yeah, more than 1. That's what we can agree on, and more than one is not the amount of games needed here. It's just one more game for this team to maintain their spot in the upper bracket, and you can feel the tension start to set in as Geek Fam realize how far away it feels. It's just a miracle of a fight that needs to take place for them to feel comfortable. But oh, this is a good starting point. Getting the AD rune on your gyro, it's a lot of meaningful damage. Getting that bottled up for later, more,
Was that smart?
I guess, better fight overall. But yeah, I mean, Jing, look at how annoying he's being. He's just running in here, messing around with the racks, using illusion, scouting out that there's nobody on the Geek Fam in the base. And because of that, there'll be more than enough information for Darling to understand they need to get out of here. Raging Potato. Oh my. That was just the illusion cancelling the blink, huh?
I mean, the man has been really quiet after getting 2 kills from like before the
literally
creeps.
first blood, right?
Yeah, before the creep spawn, like he's just not being able to convert the lead into
Radiant
something
courier has
substantial
been
from the start.
Yeah, and there's a reason why we always see Tusk get a Blink Dagger first item. He's opted for a bit more of a carry buffing sort of itemization with the Solar Crest, and I feel like that really slowed his tempo down in terms of his ability to find openings for the team. It really relied on Mac a lot, but Mac's at the stage where he's just taking so much damage in these fights that the Pango straight up doesn't have the HP for.
And he has to do so much. He has to be the one that go in first to reveal the positioning of the enemy team so your black hole can come into play. And at the same time, he also kind of has to help dish out some damage because gyro alone is not enough. There's too much on his shoulders at this point. I mean, last game he was able to put everything on his shoulder and carry that game, but this game, not so much. Can't ask a man to do that 2 games in a row.
Seems like there's some disconnection issues, but Darling, they've never looked more on the same page, I feel. This game coming together. It was a bit of a shaky start in some of the moments. They were losing out on trying to deal with this Pango who had such an insane start. And for them to try and pull it back like this, they had to create so much space for the Morphling. And then Sanity, he got everything that he wanted there. And now he is the monster of this game. What was that? A Daedalus just complete? Did I see that correctly? Holy shit.
Waveform attack targets with the Daedalus, people are gonna melt.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Absolutely. I mean, both these heroes also have ways of just getting that damage out without really needing to risk themselves, right? Waveform, all these adaptive strikes, the Dream Core as well, now attacking targets thanks to the Animal Center. Ooh. I mean, your AD rune, you can't find an opportunity to use it, so you just have to pop it while defending. Geek Fam, kind of need to hope for a mistake from Darling. Give them a black hole that they've been waiting for. You mentioned at the start, I mean, the black hole counters everything. But if you land it, you know what I mean? Like, they haven't really landed it. And that's kind of been the big problem with Enigma that we've seen in these games so far. Very high execution, high expectations, a lot of pressure on your shoulders. And Cox, even though he's had great showings in the past 2 games, this time he's been a bit quiet.
I mean, he had a couple of opportunities in the early game, but because he messed those up, then the game just became really hard because of it.
Yep.
I mean, the team fights are definitely way harder for Geek Fam, like overall execution-wise. I mean, if you look at Darling, they just need to get a call onto the Tusk or the Pango, start the fight, or even call the Enigma or Gyro.
Yeah.
Just force you to commit to save them, and then the Brewmaster comes in, and it just creates so much chaos for Morphling to unleash his damage onto the team fight. And you also have to remember there is a Sunder for whoever you're trying to go on, and that's even more complicated,
Yeah.
for Geek Fam to kill off the target that they're going on.
There's so much disruption tools that make it so that whatever plan Geek Fam had assembled just falls apart real quick. The silencers, the stuns, stopping the Pango from rolling, stopping the CM from casting any spells, getting the Enigma and his feet tangled. It's tough stuff, and Geek Fam might be able to find a freebie on Yore. This would be huge. Do they choose to commit?
Was that smart?
Oh, he just comes through with the voice lines, Yore.
Radiant's middle tower.
He is feeling himself now. dodging that sure death gank. And
Radiant's top
honestly,
tower
I say
is
sure
under
death, I
attack.
don't even know. Unless they were ready to commit the black hole for it.
You're doing very well.
It feels like he would have
You're
been able
doing
to get
very
out
well.
regardless.
I'm very proud of you.
If they don't want to use the black hole, they have to burst him with one punch and the snowball. Snowball when he's in there, make sure they lock him down. I know, it's kind of tough without black hole.
Okay, Raging Potato, build 3 Daedaluses right now and one punch man the path, okay? That's the only option. He's building a Yules, okay. Instructions unclear, I guess.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's top tower is
23k
under
gold lead
attack.
now as Geek Fam. The early advantage that they have is a long past memory at this point. As if you just take a look at the graph, the advantage has just slowly but surely crept the way of Darling. They've been able to maintain it well as well.
And
Now
the
he's
Insanity, he has a A on this. He knows that as long as he doesn't die, they have a team fight.
This is great
Disassemble it.
recognition from him.
Yeah, once he gets black hole, it pops it on, and as long as he doesn't die, there's like no way they lose the team.
Yeah. I mean, basically at this point, how many lives are we talking about? 3.5? He has Aegis, which is 1, his own original life, which is the second one, and Aeon this, which is like a third, and then you still have the Sunder if you're in range, and you're not even talking about all these other defensive things. Aghanim's Blessing for this Terror Blade. He has that Terror Wave, so much control from a long range as well.
It's definitely an uphill battle here for Geek Fam. They have to try to use, I guess, buybacks at this point. How
Yeah.
many buybacks do they have? Gyro and CM2.
Those aren't the ones you need though. I feel like you need a second lease on life on Mac in particular because he's been
Radiant's
such a
top
difference
tower
maker
is
for
under
this team.
attack.
KB?
That's up again, BKB, Black Hole in. Straight up onto Boss 2, they want to burst on the Brewmaster, but with that Terror Wave and the Lotus, he's just able to split. Those are your teamfight ultimates gone, and in comes Your Way with the coil, holding the Pango in place, making him look like a ping pong ball. And the tips come through, Cox. That was,
Barracks are under attack.
that was
not the
not
Black
a-
Hole.
Good opportunity.
That was not a friendly
Oh,
tip right there.
hang on. They're trying to bait. They refresh. I'm not sure whether they saw this on the Cox, but they will see it now, especially Bosku, Storm Panda scouting it out.
Now have victory.
I don't know whether there's an opportunity here. Cox, he has a second black hole, but maybe I'm just copiuming hard. Then Sanity, like we said, 3.5 lives, all still intact. They refresh onto Bosku and they don't mind just splitting perhaps.
Radiant's middle
There's
tower
a chance,
is
but
under
can
attack.
you really come back in
He has
here
an
and make
opportunity
it
here,
happen?
2 man.
Yeah, they're grouping up together. Then Sanity and Bosku, you just need
Wait.
that black hole, but it whiffs! What were
mistake
you
for
waiting
sure.
for?
He
Radiant's
mistake.
middle
He
tower
picked
is
the
under
too
attack.
far out of his range.
Oh,
Not sure
that
if
is
it mattered at all. But yeah, I mean, it's just it's well played, you know, Team Darling.
holy.
Making sure that they get to the stage of the game where the Morphling was gonna be able to solo carry it with a Terabit Sunder behind him. Early game was kind of tough with the Brewmaster being so poor. He had to go for a Midas to recover.
Nasty.
That I feel like the puck also kind of got destroyed by the Tango in the lane. But making the right place to slowly come back, you know, with the Terabit and the Mirana just walking around whenever they have the split, whenever they have core, they're trying to put those spells together. And a couple of occasions, you can kind of overstep their boundaries, paid the price, and gave Morphling time to get to the phase of the game where he actually just destroyed everything with the flat cannon.
Yeah, the Morphling really showed up big time. I think what's most impressive to me is the fact that Abad was able to maintain his net worth and still keep on farming despite having so little space on the map to work with. He really juiced it dry and put it to work. Really well played for him. We did talk about this Morphling late game, and there was this whole lull in the 15 to 25 minute period where it felt like I'm just waiting. Like we're just sitting around. Winter, I'm looking at you, you're looking at me. We're like, are Geek Fam gonna do something? And I guess the decision was, okay, we have BKB Black Hole, we have late game anyway. And it goes back to the core issue with Enigma. That's only if you land it. It's such a high execution hero. It's not even like there's anyone on the front lines to bait that out or draw you in or set up the black hole. It just had to be blind. And Cox, it's a bit too much for him to do this game.
Yeah, rather unfortunate.
Yeah,
I mean,
and,
Team Darling played better, so I mean, you just have to respect that and try to find a better way of dealing with them if you get another chance to play against Team Darling. So well played to them, and Geek Fam, they fall down to the losers bracket and they have to find a way to claw themselves back all the way down, all the way
Yeah.
up from the first round lower bracket, and hopefully they figure things out and return to challenge Team Darling again.
Yeah, so we were rushing into this series, and of course we didn't want to miss a single shred of the action, and I'm glad that we were able to sort of enjoy the full brunt of those games. These teams very evenly matched, but we didn't get to show you and talk about this tournament as a whole, right? So we already covered China, showed you some of the brackets, but I think we have the brackets ready, or at least some of that information. I'm not sure whether it's updated, but don't worry, I can do that updated manually for you. So Geek Fam versus Team Darling 2.0, of course we know how that goes. So Geek Fam are of course going to drop to the lower bracket. They face up against Execration, who lost out 2-0 to Talon. I think coming into this tournament, Winter, you said that Talon, for you at least, they've been looking promising. Shout out to my boy Brando, of course. And next up, of course, we're not done with round 1 just yet. We still need to find out between Bleed Esports and IHC, as well as Blacklist and Salvation. I think that game's already raging on. But who maintains their spot in the upper and who will drop low? I think we'll see like 2 eliminations already today, which is a bit sad, but that's how it goes. There are 2 spots, as you can see. So that's kind of why the bracket sort of ends up in the way that it does. But yeah, that's our brackets. Is there anything surprising to you so far? Did you think the Execration were going to put up a better fight, or is this all within your expectations?
Not really though. I felt like Talon, they were in a much better shape as a team compared to Execration. They did well recently. They qualified. Which one did they qualify to? Was it the Birmingham, right? Yeah, they qualified to Birmingham. So yeah, they're in a good spot. They figured things out. So they're definitely one of the teams to beat in SEA right now, and not a surprise to me that they beat Execration.
Yeah. Well, the other sort of round 1 match happening as well. Blacklist getting the fresh recruits of Palos and MJZ that we talked about, really doing a number onto Salvation Gaming, who seem to be a smattering of some Filipino as well as Malaysian players. Have yet to really see that roster come out, but you know, we still have some chances here as we move on to our next match. That is, of course, going to be Bleed versus IHC. That's going to be after a bit of a longer break here. We'll be right back. The times will be updated, don't worry. But we'll see you for that best of 3 after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
You see the password? They didn't share the password for the big game. Yeah, they don't say anything. What is in community? Why they keep changing on?
A warm welcome back, everybody. Elite League Southeast Asia close qualifiers. We're just into the first day, and we've already had a 3-game series between Geek Fam as well as their opponents here in Team Darling 2.0. That was definitely a hot one to start us off. Team Darling able to advance and keep their position in the upper bracket. Unfortunately for Geek Fam, they're going to have to battle it out in lower. But we're on to our next round 1 match, of course. It's none other than Bleed versus IHC. Two very exciting teams, and I don't know about you, Winter, but personally for me, I'm a big fan of Mongolian Dota, so I'm always excited to watch this team.
What happened to your Singaporean friends? What happened?
Do they... I mean, I guess it's only Peloson left, right? Who's a Singaporean in that team.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
I mean, IHC has been like the, I guess like the bread and butter of Mongolian Dota for the last couple of years. I think they have like 1 or 2 roster changes, if I recall correctly.
Yeah. 423 just went elsewhere, if I'm not wrong, and Sanctity is now in Navi, if I'm not wrong. So 2 of their prolific... I think it was all back to the Lil Gun days, right? Where it was this stack. It's always these few rotating players, and now instead they've taken Fortune Soul from... I think Fortune Soul previously was on some teams like Neon, and of course Ikigai as well, an up-and-coming player for sure. Not any of the initial players. I think it's just 11 and Ace 12 who remain. Sei also is a bit of a newer addition where Kishka previously left. So it's just a smattering of Mongolian players, and it's always exciting to see, although I am worried because I feel like a large part of what made them successful is that core duo between 423 and Sanctity. So we'll see what this new iteration can do. Of course, there is also Bleed Esports that we need to talk about. Look, I can't be too nationalistic, you know what I mean? That's kind of why, you know, you're asking me, oh, why don't you support Pono? Why do you support Peloson? I do, but I've spent most of my life supporting them. So sometimes I want to make sure I'm not, you know, letting that bias show a bit too much. Jackie, Mikoto, Zeal, DJ, and Peloson. I think the big story for this particular lineup is most recently with Masaros, they had Taiga come in as well, standing in. Didn't really look the brightest for them. They even had Cordon come back just to try and fill up the gaps a little bit, but they weren't really able to hit a stride. And that's really been the story for this team. As much as they've been assembling pretty solid players from across the Southeast Asia region, they haven't really had major success so far.
They don't have the right chemistry, you know, between the players.
Yeah.
It's all about finding the right mix of people, and sometimes it comes from the most unexpected
5 seconds remaining.
players that you don't think that will work well together. But we'll see, you know, whether this roster has the potential, the full potential yet.
Yeah.
They're still relatively new. Zeal kind of joined.
Team pick.
Literally
ago.
just, right? Like just only.
I mean, he was playing with them with some. What was the other event? Last month he was playing with them like towards the end. Like there was this a couple of tournaments that he was playing as a stand-in. Then eventually they decided to stick with him. I'm not sure how long. It seems like it's working out for them.
10 seconds remaining. Dire
Yeah,
team
I
back.
mean, we'll have to see how it goes here for him. And Bleed, okay, so I do want to talk a bit about Bleed before we get specifics into the heroes, because we have the whole game for that, right?
Team back.
You talk about the chemistry of these teams, and Zeal, I think the big story surrounding this player is he got his big shot. Right, he had a chance to join LGD, but I think on the international stage there was a lot of criticism directed at him, as there usually is, because how can it be anyone else in LGD that's his fault?
10
It's a new
seconds
addition.
remaining.
It's probably him. Point your fingers. And I think since then, you know, he's
5
still been
seconds
picked up by
remaining.
some teams. You know him personally. You're good friends with him, I've heard. So
Radiant
what can you tell me
team
about
back.
this player? What do you think he brings to the table for Bleed?
I mean, I wouldn't say I'm good friends with him. I'm just like a normal friend.
Okay.
I don't talk to him.
Okay. Keeping your boundaries,
lot.
I get it.
Yeah, but he's the kind of like a player where I feel like he needs to be in his comfort zone to perform, to play well. That's why he
10
spent
seconds.
a
Radiant
majority
team pick.
of his
Dire
early
team
career
pick.
playing with friends. You know his old team Dota hero. He
Yeah, I
played
think I've
with-
heard.
He played with his friends for a very long time, even though he received invitations to play on semi-pro or almost pro teams back then, but he didn't want to leave school, so he just played with his friends, and
Yeah.
10
I just feel
seconds
like
remaining.
it kind of stuck to him. You know, it's very important that he plays in a environment
5
that he has
seconds
people
remaining.
that can back him up, people that he knows, you know, people that he's comfortable with. I know he's really comfortable with
Dire
Peloson.
team
They
pick.
both have been playing a lot together.
Yeah.
I don't know about the rest. I feel like Peloson is probably the one that's closest to him, so we'll see whether he can actually perform well on this team. And I know his language of preferred communication is English, over Mandarin. Like when he's in
10
China, he
seconds remaining.
has to
Right.
use Mandarin, right? And I know he's
Yeah,
not
it's
very,
hard.
very
It's harder for some people to adapt to
5
that.
seconds
yeah, he's not
remaining.
very comfortable in using Mandarin. And this team, I'm pretty sure they're going to be using English, so he'll be much more comfortable here. Like people think that the language is like a small little thing, but it actually affects
Oh yeah.
players' performance a lot. Speaking in a language that you're more comfortable with means that a lot of the small little decisions can be made or communicated across way quicker, so you can play better.
Yeah, and I think this was chiefly, it's kind of tossed around like a meme.
Chiefly?
But especially, no, hear me out. Filipino stacks, right? They mostly speak Tagalog. But I think this was, I'm not sure whether this was a post or anything, but it has been discussed that sometimes when Filipino stacks that come together that all speak the same dialect, it flows a lot smoother. Like they're a lot more comfortable with the communication. Sure, all of them can speak pretty good Tagalog, but I'm sure that definitely helps. I think I heard this from John X Fire as well. And that's going to be a benefit that IHC have, right? Where they are coming in, they all speak the same language, they've been playing with each other for a while, and they're going to start things off with a Timbersaw, Rubik, and Vengeful Spirit in the face of a CM and a Doom.
Yeah, I mean, CM just a good response to Timber. We've seen this many times. You need a support that can deal damage to kill the Timber throughout the game. CM has the root, has the
remaining.
freezing field, and obviously they pick the Doom. So
5
ISC
seconds
decides that the
remaining.
Rubik is the way to deal with the Doom. Steal it, put it back on him,
Radiant
and they kind
team
of want to
pick
save to
Dire
help the
Windranger at your
Timber,
service.
which is with the Venge. I'm not really very big fan of Venge right now. I think the hero is actually not really that strong compared to like the CMs and the other top tier supports. The Terrorblade support, for example, I think the Terrorblade is probably the strongest support right now on position 4
10
or 5.
seconds
I think I don't care.
Yeah.
This
Just bat it
Doom
out.
is 5 going to be a
seconds
position 4, I
remaining.
think, in this game with the
Yeah.
Wind Ranger. Wind Ranger can be flex mid or off lane, so
Dire
Bleed
team
definitely
back.
setting up their draft, not giving their opponents every bit of clear intel what they're trying to do here. And I see, okay, the bench actually makes sense now. They're setting up for Medusa. Bench, you always want like a ranged turret to protect, and Medusa is one of them. You don't really care so much about
10
getting
seconds
Doom because you
remaining.
don't regen, you don't rely on health regen, and you kind
5
of can
seconds
face
remaining.
tank Chrono when you have a Venge behind you.
I kind of feel like Wind Ranger might be a
Radiant
bit of a
team
problem
back.
matchup for this Dusa though. We've
Yeah,
seen it
the
picked into
diffuser.
the Dusa. The diffuser rush, do you think that's going to cause any problems at all? Because IHC seem very confident in just snapping this Snake Lady up.
It will go both ways because you have the Stone Gaze to protect yourself, and
true.
it's gonna come down to how well the Venture
10
positions
seconds
himself.
remaining.
They're gonna have to buy as many items
Radiant
as
team
possible to
back.
keep the Dusa alive. The Solar Crest, the Blades, everything everything you can think of. I mean, Halbert's an item that I would love to see against Wind Ranger.
You've talked about the Halberd a couple times now, but I think IHC, I'm not sure whether the Timber actually builds it.
Nah, not the Timber. You need like
Not
some
the Timber, please.
Yeah, some Conqueror
10
hero, but
seconds
Conqueror's
remaining.
banned.
Yeah. Last pick mid, likely for IHC.
5
Bleed.
seconds
This could be a
remaining.
Mikoto mid lane Wind Ranger. It could also be a Zeal off lane Wind Ranger. Not entirely sure. Does Zeal? I'm not sure if Zeal really plays this hero. I haven't really seen him.
I don't feel like it's his type of hero.
That's
but
what I'm
we'll see.
thinking.
It might be actually Doom offlane and Wind Ranger position 4 because I know DJ plays Wind Ranger support.
Oh,
So
that's
it
true. Yeah, they can leave it up in the air. It's
It could
pretty
very well
convenient.
depend on what they want to do. Depending on which one gives them a better lane advantage, I guess, against
Mm-hmm.
Dusa. I kind of feel like in this lane you want Wind Ranger to be the core. That's
Do
what
you?
I'm feeling.
For the diffusal timing, you mean?
Yeah, for the diffuser timing against the Dusa. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I guess if you're basically using the Wind Ranger as your answer to the Medusa this game, then you need to put a core. But
And Doom
I
is
can't-
kind of a
Team
better
back.
support than Wind Ranger for me.
yeah, that's fair. Yeah, Wind Ranger very hit or miss. Where Doom, yeah, later down the line, he's always gonna have that ultimate, which is a big
Mana
factor.
burn creep.
Hell yeah, we've seen it come into effect already, right? Just Ponlo playing that time. And it does a number on the Medusa, to say the
Dire
least.
team
Rubik,
Radiant
being in the
team
game means that you will need to keep that Scorched Earth or maybe some sort of creep spell intact to immediately cast so he doesn't steal it. If he turns the Doom back on your Void or your Wind or something like that, that would be very problematic. The Pango last pick, very safe all-around blind pick into what Bleed want to pick either for Mikoto,
10
if that's
seconds
going to be
remaining.
an offlane Wind Ranger, or perhaps a last pick Zeal hero,
5
which definitely
seconds
would be an
remaining.
interesting
feel like
way to go
Queen
about
of
the draft.
Pain. Queen of Pain feels good. Yeah, you can beat the Pango in the lane and you can throw your damage into the Chronosphere. But you don't really see this hero a lot because she's
Yeah.
once again a very volatile hero. You know, you can be like winning the game so hard and then one death and you feel like the world has crumbled in front of your face.
All right, yeah, I mean, true. It's a little dramatic, but I'm sure that's how every single player feels when that happens to them, specifically. And Queen of Pain always
about
feels
the
so
Lina?
fragile.
How about the Lina?
Ooh.
Lina kind of, you can win the lane against Pango, dish out damage in Chrono.
Yeah, you like the magic damage against the Timbersaw as well, especially in
Yeah.
the early stage in the game. I think you've mentioned this. And tag teams up well with the CM, right? The control, you Frostbite, click them, and then you LSA.
Templar
Is going to be the
ascends
TA
your hero.
instead. So mid lane for Mikoto, semi-carry mode. He knows he needs to put on the aggression early, so he'll take the mantle over from Jackie, who will want to be farming away for a later stage in the game. And they just want to kick things up here. It's a good lane matchup into the Pango, and can really bully the Timbersaw as well.
Good way to deal with the Timber for sure. I mean, in the lane, if the Timber is mid, I mean, I think it's Pango mid, right?
Yeah, I believe so. 11 is usually the off laner.
And the TA just gives them like a more physical damage, I guess, and it gives them like a silence that can kind of deal with the bench. I feel like whenever you're talking about this Chrono trapping the Medusa and then you want somebody to deal with the save, I think the TA is like a good way with the shot. Silence the bench, and bench usually you don't really buy any item that's gonna cleanse you, dispel you in the early game generally, so you're gonna buy Solar Crest, Flats, all these team items, or if you have gold, you're gonna buy Aghanims most likely. So very good against the bench, the shard trap.
Yeah, it's extremely low committal as well. You don't even need to throw your body in or anything. The range is insane. You can just pop it most of the time unless you already have a sentry. Even if you do, you need to commit a bit of time to auto-attack it, which is always awkward to try and maneuver in the fights. And we'll see what exactly this Wind Ranger can get done. We weren't really convinced by it when Bosco was playing it just in their game earlier with Darling. But maybe Bleed have something cooking up here against IHC. I think the interesting thing about IHC, at least this iteration, is it feels a lot less cheesy. Because when we used to watch 423 and Sanctity, they'd always be picking these carry mid TAs, Brute Mothers, Lone Druids, Visages, everything disgusting you could ask for, they were all over it. So this feels a lot more honest, right? The Medusa, the Pango, very stock standard heroes, no shenanigans. Just still gonna try and play the front to back. The Pango acting like a bodyguard and disruption for the Dusa to just layer in the damage. Do you think it's a good Dusa game still though into this TA?
Yeah, it's definitely still gonna be a very good Dusa game. You have the Stone Gates to stop the TA from killing you. As long as you get to your butterfly timing, I think it's gonna be very good for the Dusa here. This mass physical damage lineup, you know, butterfly has a lot of value. And here we go, Nova.
Wrap around straight onto Say, and this is looking like a dead Vengeful
30
Spirit. Jackie will
seconds
get
to
that
battle.
first kill. You'd love to give it over to Mikoto, but I think at that point everyone's just auto-attacking. So fair game. First blood on the board there for Bleed. Great rotation.
How about the runes? Can they actually get more than 2? They're trying to set up bot. Jackie
They'll try.
once
Without
again.
this Venge, I think, now IHC are going to feel a little bit
battle
uncomfortable.
begins.
Trying to square up Jackie, posturing aggressively, trying to just bully them away, and it is going to be 3 runes. So nicely done for Bleed to get themselves an early advantage.
Can you stand downwind?
Lane matchups wise, you will be Timber against CM Void. This should be a pretty good lane for Timber. So one lane for...
Yeah, the CM
One
really strong,
lane.
but the Void doesn't really contribute much, as we've said time and time again. The laning presence is limited mostly to time dilation.
Yeah, one
And
lane for
as-
ISC. Top lane, Dusa plus bench.
Yeah.
It's Wind Ranger Doom. I feel like this should be favored for the Wind Ranger Doom.
Yeah, they should
Swatch,
shouldn't be too bothered, right, about the Venge and Medusa. There's only so limited damage. Like, it's a Mystic State Magic Missile, and that's literally your
motion's
entire
so
lane
quick.
presence.
Is mid lane the boring lane this time? Because the side
I
lanes
don't
are
know.
gonna be dueling out.
I'm gonna be
For
honest,
sure.
I feel like all the lanes are boring lanes. Like literally, we're not gonna see anything happen for the first 6 minutes. This is gonna look just like China. No? Like unless Mikoto goes brazy and like 1v1 dips his opponent in some sick turn of events.
I feel like the Doom plus Wind Ranger lane has a lot of kill potential on the Doom
Oh,
side.
you reckon? I
Look
mean,
for the mana burn creep. Just look for it. Where?
I mean, well, we know what the prerequisite is, right? The Doom's gonna have to go hunting a little bit in that jungle. As 11 and Ace should be doing just dandy here. This first couple of levels are a bit rougher for the Timbersaw, but I guess same can be said for the Void, right? So they're in the same boat there. There's a large creep wave going the Timber's direction, so he'll be happy to just lap up that EXP up to those higher levels. Dude, so you've been saying that Timbers, you know, they don't usually get those resistance items early on anymore, a lot more emphasis on the damage. 11, do you think this is a Blink Kaya game for him, or does he have to switch things up and act like the front line of all teams?
Probably not. I mean, Timber, I think the best way to play the hero now is just be the damage dealer, you know. So you don't really want to build too much of the defensive items unless you have to.
Yeah, we called it in
Against
this
time
top side.
dilation, maybe that would be the only thing that you worry about. You know, get a cleanse for that top lane. Bench going down. Power
Like you
of
said,
the Doom Wind Ranger, you know. A lot
I
of
do
damage.
wonder, you know, because we already can tell that the Venge is a bit weaker compared to Doom in the trading one-to-one situation. I wonder whether Sei just stays right next to his Medusa and just kind of tries to trade with her instead. Because if you're all the way alone in your jungle, it's very easy for DJ and Zeal to just run and click you down.
Yeah, but at the same time, if the wave is being controlled by the Wind Ranger, like far up the lane, then you need to try to bring the equilibrium back for the Dusa to be able to farm safely. I mean, Dusa in early levels, she's very, very vulnerable. She's very easy to kill when you have
Radiant's turret
very low
has been
points in
killed.
mana shield.
Oh, the Polo Courier going down here is pretty huge, so that's a large chunk of regen. And a bit more trading, and maybe this CM becomes a viable kill for Rubik and 11. But, not wanting to aggress so far. Both these teams playing it chill, waiting for those maybe higher levels or maybe even an ultimate. The Chakram will be when the Timber feels comfortable being left alone. This mid lane, like you say, it's a little bit boring. I do wonder what sort of the game plan is, because Mikoto, he picked this TA last and it's into the Pango, and they are basically going blow for blow in terms of the CS. So I thought it'd be a lot more Mikoto favored, I'll be honest with you, but that has not been the case so far.
Precious bounty.
And this lane should actually be pretty fair for TA, but you know, we don't know what we're seeing most of the time.
Yeah, we're
All this
just lying on these.
So this mid matchups, I think with more points in your refraction, once you get higher levels, the tier should just slowly but surely get a better grip on this lane. Like you get more charges in your refractions, and you get more denies and more last hits.
That's the 3-minute bounty rune for the Pango to get a bit of a bottle as well. Controlled up here, Magic Missile deeping in some trouble. Still has the stick charges, a Lotus and a Fairy Fire. He is chock full of resources. So realistically, no threat at all there. Zeal able to very comfortably farm up here. Looking to angle for the power transfer, so no Diffusal Rush, just feels that that incremental item is more than worth it, and I tend to agree. Just some additional stats to prevent you from being bursted down by some magic damage is always useful.
Gold!
I mean, Doom doesn't have the Devour yet, so he actually has no plans to just get any mana burn equipment. He just wants to go for the kills with his nukes, the Scorch Earth and the Infernal Blade. It's a totally different way of how Pono played the position for Doom. And here comes the backup. CM's here.
Running through the Twin Gates, that's one of the CM strengths. Power Shot gonna land, burning away at all that mana. Fortune Soul trying desperately to reclaim it with the Lotus, the Mangoes, and everything that she has, but just not enough. The work down Sei as well, and Ace. Now he's in a 3v1 situation. The Rubik, he's already used all his spells. He's gonna get run down as well. They're trying to TP in onto Ikigai as a response. Zeal will spot out that Pango, but ends up being cancelled instead. And that just means Ace is gonna get run down. Maybe he just realized it's a lost cause. Ace trying for the deny, nicely done. Gets the ghost to kill him off. They're still trying to TP up here, but you gotta wonder whether this is still comfortable. They're trying again. Fortune Soul will just get caught up. A
Another
beautiful
two-man
shackle
shackle.
seal. Come on! And so much for this not being his hero. He's looking real nice on it right now. And this top side still poking away. They're putting on so much pressure to this Medusa
tower's
and
almost
forcing
down.
her away. Yeah, the tower. It's just eaten catapult shot after catapult shot, and they're still running after the Medusa. She just TP'd back into this lane. You'll try and turn around for magic missile. Zeal will finally go down after running an absolute circuit around here in this top side, but it leaves the top tier 1 tower at 200 HP. Still want to try and turn around and get a kill with Say, but Pelosan able to turn around with a frostbite. Gets killed off though. The stick charges. The Venge will stand her ground and survive. But overall, a huge bulk of chaos, forcing so much of a response from IHC, and they lose so much traction on that tower.
The tower is definitely gonna die soon. And that's very well played, you know, just fully abusing the catapult wave. Like that was a big wave pushing into the tower. Wind Ranger was like intentionally pushing the wave. Pelosan was coming in with the gate through with the CM, and just everything just aligned nicely for them. And
That's
now
the
it's
misery
gonna-
effect right there.
And now they're gonna even refill Mikoto's bottle, so
Perfect.
perfect, you know, for the cause.
Everything
Precious
working
bounty.
out
Dyer's
lead
middle
right now
tower
in this
is
early
under
stage of the
attack.
game. 2k gold lead throughout all of this. Jackie farming freely away, 45 CS up against the Timber. And even though they're trading evenly, the fact that Void is basically able to go through this early game and be unpressured is pretty significant stuff. Bleed still wrapping around DJ, hunting for a creep, maybe a Dusa. Who knows what he'll find up here. Wilson is still perched in this area. He'll find 2 IHC heroes that he doesn't seem to be concerned about at all. He's gonna try and run down Say.
Dyer's top
Now there
tower
are
is
boots
under
on this
attack.
bench, so she's just gonna fly
Dyer's
away out of there.
structures are
Be
fortified.
completely safe, but yeah, I mean this top side they have not missed a beat. Zeal is gonna finish off this tower already.
Yeah, mid is gonna be next. Top mission completed.
Dyer's top
Next,
tower has
next
fallen.
next tower is gonna be the mid
Dyer's
one.
middle tower
8
is
minute
under
rune, shield
attack.
room for Mikoto. And this is just gonna give him the license to dive right now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, what hard to get license it is, but on that Wind Ranger especially. But when you're this far ahead early on, she is top of the CS as well, and I mean net worth likely to reflect that same sentiment. Zeal feeling very, very strong now. Looking for an angle onto Ikigai. They do need to be careful about the Rolling Thunder though. This is the perfect spot for a pinball match, and we know how that goes when the Pango gets the setup. Hey DJ, we'll TP back into the triangle, probably start setting up some stacks for the TA to get farming. They don't really have the best heroes for it other than Polo, but I'm sure DJ can get it done. Stolen Mill Rock Throw, if I'm not wrong, that's the spell that he has now from the Stone Bowler. Yep, still on cooldown unfortunately, so just 1 stack for now. Start getting those up,
This'll come in handy.
trying to find an opportunity for the TA to come back here and farm them. Mikoto, of course, a master at this TA, and even though she wasn't really able to put on the pressure on Ikigai early on, it's at the stage where you said, you know, the TA with these higher levels feeling very comfortable, especially with a shield room.
Yeah, things are still
Dyer's
moving
middle
very,
tower
very
is
slowly,
under
but Bleed's
attack.
happy. They've already
Radiant
busted
are
open the top side of the map, and TA with the shielding pressuring the mid. And bot lane, they want to trap them with the chrono.
Getting the setup, Ranger. Don't even need the chrono. Jackie just gets the bashes off, and the power shot will secure the life of 11. And that's the defusal timing from Zeal. This is an insane just juncture of the game right now where Zeal is going to be so scary to deal with. If you run up onto him anywhere on the map, it's just an easy focus fire and death. You're going to have to hope to your lucky stars that
Radiant's
maybe
middle
either the
tower is
Pango or the
under attack.
Rubik or the Venge is there to break things up.
And the good thing about that is they didn't even need to use the chrono, so he can still rotate to help the other lanes, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
if the
IHC
Timbersword
is-
comes back in, he can do it again.
ISC is going to be very, very hard pressed to find moves that they can make right now. Like the Pango is probably the only one that can try to do something, but at the same time, because the chrono is still available, so it's still very difficult to go on the void. They should
Ancient stack now
probably
being farmed
think
by
about
Legendary.
killing the Wind Ranger maybe. Wind Ranger feels more like a more reasonable target for him to get.
Yeah. Zeal, he's in a very obtuse area of the map though. I'm not really sure whether IHC will find it convenient to just go up there. even if they get the kill on the Wind Ranger, it's like, okay, so what do we do now? Do we go push this tier 1? Probably not going to happen. Probably going to have to give up their mid tower as well.
Dire's structures are fortified.
He's posturing very aggressively with that level 6 on the Doom. But Ace has those stolen traps, so some of the vision being granted to the Rubik as well. He's able to control around this mid lane.
Swap.
The swap through as well, holding Mikoto in place. Now, Rolling Thunder not even needed. Mikoto is dropping very low and he'll just go down. EA stepping a bit too far forward. The Doom is stolen though. Ace, he has that available and he pops it onto Jackie. Beautiful plays from the Rubik to get them the advantage in this initial fight, but it's not enough to save his Pango. Medusa has shown up as well, but Zeal starting to focus fire out onto Ace. They don't want him to hang on to that spell, but Zeal will go down to the overwhelming magic. Yeah, Peloson, he's starting to rip into 11, but it's not enough as he can't face off against Fortune Soul. A great decision from this Medusa to join this fight, especially in an instance where the Rubik got them such a huge advantage, where it felt like they had no business finding that opportunity.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it was like a 3-for-3 thanks to the Rubik. I mean, without that stolen Doom, that fight would have been, I felt like, very one-sided for Bleed.
Yeah, and I
If
mean,
the
all that
Chrono
starts...
actually landed, I think the CM would have just dealt with the Timber.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Freezing field, we saw how much damage that was doing. And Fortune Soul, no level in Stone Gaze, but still being able to show up and
Dire's
collect a
middle
free
tower
couple of
has
kills. He'll be
fallen.
very happy with that.
Dire's
Help him out
bottom
towards
tower
his
is under
Manta
attack.
style. You really got to watch yourself on DJ, because every time you raise those little arms of yours, you know Ace is going to be hungry to steal them. And there's no shortage of good spells for him to grab, right? I mean, the Time Walk, a lot of mobility, Power Shot can clear creep waves. I mean, even that fight, we saw the traps, the slowdown ended up making the difference in killing off Mikoto. Just kind of keeping him in place.
Yeah, on the bright side, there's still some decent farm
Radiant
on this
structures are
tri-core of
fortified.
IHC. So going into the mid game, they're gonna have to try to, I think, huddle around the Medusa. And I think that's probably your best bet. Huddle around her, let her farm, expect a gank to come in, and try to counter gank, you know.
Yeah,
But meanwhile, they're smoking the Pango bot with the bench.
yeah. Bring the forces here. They want to
Still
punish
Chrono
Jackie.
though. There's still Chrono.
It kind of feels like they need to burst him down and get the jump on him. Maybe with this stick they'll have enough. Chaining it up with the magic missile and slicing through. Perfect execution. It's just enough. He almost manages to survive there. Now Polo will be the next kill as well. Easy slide through. 11 claims it. Yeah, I mean, that is a very tanky Faceless Void. I believe he has strength treads available in that instance. I'm not sure whether he was even able to pop the wand, but still. If he waited a bit longer, maybe he'd even be able to pop the Seeds of Serenity at his feet and turn it around with some TPs. But Bleed will lose the carry and their support in that bot side.
I just feel like he was just a little bit too careless though, because there was like nobody mid after the wave. Like,
True.
he saw the Pango clear the wave, and he was like probably like a sign that he has to watch out, you know, like go back to the jungle,
Dire's top
nearer
tower
to the
is under
outpost
attack.
to just slowly farm his way back towards the tier 2 tower, you know, but just being too aggressive there. I mean, if you have like a better support beside you that can save you, maybe you can do that, but with CM, or
Maybe
Shackle,
he just
they're
didn't
gonna
expect.
lag.
Yeah, he tries to grab it on the retreat, expecting to
they're gonna steal the stack.
Yeah, trying to contest the stack here. Mikoto definitely a lot better contender here. They know there's no Rolling Thunder available. He'll just swap back into the fray.
Stolen Doom again.
Out onto the Pango, but the Stolen Doom, like you mentioned, has that available in Ace, but doesn't have a target that he wants to drop it on just yet. Waiting for the Void. It's a 4-5-man Chrono. Punches down the Pango, and huge freezing kill from Peloson, able to work through the Rubik and the bench. What a great play, but not before the Doom comes out on the Faceless Void. But Fortune Soul, he has no more mana and no more HP. What a crazy team fight. Bleed against all odds without Zeal. It looked a bit tough there, but Jackie puts the team on his back, sets up a perfect team fight, and now Mikoto and the rest can just run down 11. Nowhere for him to timber into. And I mean, Stolen Doom, no problem. It seems like Jackie will just get it done.
Yeah, big, very, very big Chrono. All 5 heroes in the bubble.
Great
Here's the
recognition
team
for him
fight.
as well, right?
Yeah,
He
the
catches
Chrono
the
with-
Pango on the end of it, walks all the way back, realizes that, okay, Peloson can reach these 4, but I need to kill the Pango on the back, runs all the way back, smacks him a couple of times, and that's 5 kills going Bleed's way. That is a huge golden EXP swing.
I mean, the next team fight, what can they do? I think they have to just try to be more aware of not jumping up, and when they're going for a chase, just let the angle and the team go first, instead of like everyone just following them. Like if that ever happens again, I think the game could just be over, you know, so they have to make sure that the bench is always available to actually swap out the Medusa, especially the Medusa.
Yeah, it kind of feels like they, in their desperation to save their stacks, they lost sight of that potential of a team fight for Bleed. Maybe they're thinking, okay, there's not enough chrono damage in this current moment. Kill off Zeal, but surely gonna win the fight. As Ace, unfortunately, gets picked off in his own jungle there by the tag team of TJ and Zeal. Freaking monstrous. And Zeal, even though he's very susceptible to the magic burst, if he's able to continue finding pickoffs like this, that's where the Wind Ranger shines.
Yeah, and he also has Lance of Pursuit. I mean, this is like one of the best items here you can hope for the Wind Ranger as a level 1 neutral. CM is here, still wants to be very, very aggressive in terms of what he wants to do on the map. Doom, Frostbite, Freezing Field, doesn't even want to have freezing.
He doesn't need to. It's a freebie. 11 deciding to hang around here, and at very least he gets his Kaya delivered before he goes down in his courier too. He's like, boss, no! And he just dive bombs straight into him and buries himself into Timber's body. That's show of solidarity here, jeez, my words. But yeah, 8k gold lead now for Bleed as they are very comfortably ahead. The fact that Jackie has been able to take part in so many fights and engagements successfully, mind you, he's only died once to that 4-man rotation. But makes sense they're trying to repeat it now, bringing 4 members to try and get that very same move that they did, Faceless Void. It's like chrono available and a lot more HP, especially the People's Gift. Zeal spotting this one out will give his team the info. He's not clear on how many heroes are in the area, so he'll proceed with caution. Mikoto slowing up the traps, forcing to swap out. Say just eats such a big strike, and the chrono onto 3. You've stolen it on Ace, but I don't know whether it matters. The Faceless Void will just run through and try and beat you up. They are trying to connect onto the Timbersaw damage, but already Zeal punching down Fortune Soul, and Bleed are just wiping the floor with IHC. The Mongolians do not stand a chance.
Yeah, once again, very, very good read by Bleed, knowing that IHC is already moving bottom to take down the Void. Very similar move from the last time. And this time that played his cards right. Didn't all work stand, and needed to set up again with a 1 or 2 corner.
Dude, 11. He's just being run down by Jackie. This guy is big bad and he's here to win the game. What about this being a late game Void timing? He's all up in your face at the 18-minute mark. Do you know how bad your game has to go if a Faceless Void has a mega kill streak at 18 minutes? This guy is on fire right now. He came to qualify.
Double Rave Bat into with the Mjolnir, you know. He has so much attack speed.
Bottom tower has fallen.
And I mean, this
It's
Timber...
it's not every day you see a Void that has double Rave Bat.
Yeah. And he pivoted in for those additional stats and they paid off big time. I mean, that was almost the difference maker in that earlier sort of catch on him too, right? He had so much HP that he was almost able to turn around with the chrono. That can't be the story of this game, Bleed. They've used all their components to what feels like perfection here. And Zeal's doing a great job of just always being on that forward front line. Sometimes you see with these range off lanes.
Pango, he's gone.
Pango, he's silent start. Just back to the car. DJ with a huge stomp on the 2, stunning up Ace, and the rest of the Mongolians just have to run. He top up that Stone Gaze, but your Timbersaw's already doomed. He's not healing up from this one. Mikoto with the chase through on the haste rune. The punches away, a double kill. And Bleed, these, yeah, I mean, there's nothing you can do. 19 minutes is all it takes, and they tap out. IHC gets schooled in this game number 1.
Yeah, just getting schooled on how to land the perfect
Yeah.
on Faceless Void.
It almost felt like, and to be fair, I fell for this very same trick. I thought, look, this Void is only going to be a factor later in the game, but he still has chrono, and he still wants to use it. This is a Grandmaster Void we're talking about, and Jackie showing why, amidst the many changes in the Bleed lineup, he alone remains. He's just been a standout for this team in every one of their great showings, and he's showing exactly why he's such a valued player.
Yeah, you definitely want your carries being very active, proactive in trying to help the team, trying to just come to the fights and make sure that even if you cast a time variation, or sometimes even tank for your teammates to throw their spells, you know.
Yeah. I think this is something that new age carry players are realizing. The whole old school carry mindset of, okay, what does it mean to be a carry? I will sort of reach my late game timing and I'll get my items and AFK farm and you guys make space for me. There's a bit of a development in that mentality now. Like you mentioned, Dota has changed. If you're the carry, it's on your shoulders to win the game for your team, and I think Jackie, realizing that he has that power in his hands, just absolutely clocks IHC. I honestly thought it would be a lot closer, but Bleed, they might just wash over their opponents here.
Seems like it though. Like I feel like in the early game, the TA kind of crushed his lane so hard to the point where I feel like the Pango got just absolutely destroyed. Top lane as well went pretty bad for them thanks to the CM rotation. I think this game once more, you know, it's a lot of it has been decided in the first couple of minutes of the game, like the huge rotations, and somehow you have to find more stable and sustainable ways of playing your lane. I feel like if the lane once again goes this badly for IHC, then the game's obviously going to be very one-sided. You know, they have to try to figure out how to deal with the twin gate rotations that are coming out, especially when you have a weak carry like Medusa, Luna, those type. You need to be able to have like maybe wards, you know, preemptive wards to prepare for it and try to make sure that you don't get run over. Because whenever there's a double wave coming in, there's a catapult and there's extra support running into the lane, and you don't have the right heroes to defend your carry, you're gonna suffer.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the story, right? Static laners between the Timber and Medusa. Nobody to rotate other than the Pango, and he has a bit of paralysis in the mid lane as well because he's busy dealing with a full lock, stock, and barrel TA, just threatening to push down his tower. A bit too many threats for IHC to deal with. We'll see whether they can come back in game number 2 or whether Bleed are going to make this a clean 2-0 after a short break. Don't go anywhere. A warm welcome back, everybody. We have a fresh new series for you. Bleed versus... wait. Hold on, Winter. Wait, there's already one game played, right? Was there one game played? It didn't really feel like it with how fast they just crushed their opponents. Bleed versus IHC. That was not an even matchup. This is the Southeast Asia close qualifiers for Elite League, of course. And yeah, I mean, this is looking rough. IHC, they need to try and pull something together. That was a 16-minute GG.
Fast and furious.
Yeah.
Maybe they can pull one back, on Bleed right now. To try to go back into the secret strat room of their Broodmother, Husker, Lycan.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just 11 left, right? It used to be him with 423 with Sanctity. They can switch it up. It can go crazy. Right now, they still are going back for the Timbersaw and instead choose to ban out the CM and the Doom, so forcing Bleed into an alternative strategy here. They'll snatch up the Lion and the Gyro for themselves.
Yeah, still like a Magic Burst support against Timber.
Dire team pick.
Kind of like that. Mana Drain as well. Very annoying for Timber. Not sure if they're actually going to run this on a 5 or they're just going to prefer him on a 4. We'll just see whether they feel like the lane is better for which call. Lion can definitely be on either side of the lanes. And I see taking one out of the Bleed's playbook,
Yeah.
Wind Ranger worked for you the last time.
No.
Sure, it's going to work for me too,
Yeah. I'm wondering how this is going to pan out because IHC, this Wind Ranger, especially the Shadow Demon being picked up, interesting that it now shows its face because we saw this a lot in the Chinese region, right? This was arguably the highest prioritized hero in that particular qualifier. The Wind Ranger, is it just going to be mid? I mean, it has the flexibility to potentially be in the off lane or mid or safe lane, either core position. I don't really know who plays it. Is it Ikigai picking the mid so early?
Could be a support, I guess.
Yeah, but as you know, Winter hates it. So why would they ever do that?
Excuse me. Why?
Sorry?
Well,
Did
why?
I-
When did I say I hate it? Why?
You say the Wind Ranger support sucks.
I said Doom position 4 sounds better, more useful than Wind Ranger position 4.
Oh, okay. All right. Thanks for clarifying, Winter. So Wind Ranger support is okay, is what you're saying against Gyro Lion.
I mean, talking about supports, you can ask that question to IHC. They banned both of Bleed's last game support, the CM and the Doom.
Faceless Void.
That's true.
Team pick.
And Faceless Void going back for it. I mean, Jackie, after a game like that, you gotta run it back one more time, right? You're still feeling good, and you didn't even get a full game yet on this Faceless Void. It ended before you could reach your late game power spike. A Brewmaster, one of Zeal's favorites, being taken up here. It's a hero that is not going to really be contested because the only way you can stop a split right now is Disruption, which is
5
not
seconds
real,
remaining.
and Shackle Shot, which requires an insane amount of finesse to land.
Gyro's gonna be lane support with Void,
Dire
I guess,
team
with this
back.
kind of setup. Lion's gonna be with Brewmaster. Like, overall, very solid team fight with the call down, Chronosphere, and the split. And the Brewmaster can be used to dispel the disruption illusions, which is always nice.
Yeah.
And they're just trying to have a timing push against this Void, because Void very reliant on his Chronosphere.
10 seconds
Same goes for the
remaining.
Brewmaster. So Luna is a hero where she doesn't really need
5
any
seconds
specific
remaining.
cooldowns to play around. As long as she has her item timings, she's always looking to fight, and you have the try and try Shadow Demon Luna to siege
Yeah.
your base, disrupt,
Classic.
create more Lunas,
Yeah, and
Solar
I think
Crest.
even though this Timbersaw is quite a static laner and not
Radiant
really
team back.
an initiator that the Luna could ask for, I guess it serves the purpose of being a focal point in the early game, right? Bleed will want to bring resources to try and deal with 11 in lane, and that's going to free up the map for Luna to farm. You did mention that Luna, basically in a one-to-one comparison with any other carry,
10
if she's
seconds
just allowed to have
remaining.
space, she can mop up that gold fast and ramp herself up.
Pretty sure nobody farms as fast as Luna. I think
can't
the
even think
second
of any.
place should be Medusa. after
TA,
Luna.
maybe?
Or TA, yeah, Ancient Stacks.
Yeah.
I don't think
10
any other
seconds
hero
remaining.
farms as fast.
Yeah.
Dire
Yeah,
team
I mean,
back.
Psyblade's just an insane ability. Worked out very well for Mikoto there in that game number 1. Even though Ikigai was keeping up in terms of CS, clearly the pressure from the TA just got to him, forced him to just kind of be perpetually stuck or chained to his tower, it felt like. They still will show respect and ban out the Pango though. thinking that it's a
10
mid lane
seconds
selection
remaining.
that IHC are missing. On the flip side, same situation. They are
5
banning out some
seconds
Mikoto
remaining.
specials in the Storm Spirit. The puck is still available here, which is pretty
Dire
scary
team,
for them.
Radiant
Yeah, and it
team
immediately gets banned out. So it makes a lot of sense. The Queen of Pain pickup disincentivizes any Ember Spirit or stuff like that. We'll see what Mikoto goes for. Still go for something like the Primal Beast to play with the Gyro Lion supports.
Lina, maybe, again. Then you have the Lina Lion combo.
True? Which you hate, by the way.
Okay, Viper then, Viper. Let's go Viper.
That's worse. Viper
5
Lord Part
seconds
3.
remaining.
I mean,
Is
as long as
Viper
it
good
works.
this game against Shadow Demon? It can't be, right? I mean, you got a break on the Timbersaw, that's about it, right? Everything else is like lane dominance against the Queen of Pain. I
Break the
guess.
Luna? Question mark.
Okay. Then
Not
Shadow Demon
convinced.
saves her.
Not convinced.
I don't know. I just haven't been convinced by this Viper hero as of late. I don't know whether. Do you think it's
Zeus?
Yeah, I would like to see a Zeus a bit more. Not a lot of control, right? You're really relying on the Queen of Pain to bully him in lane, which we know how that's gonna go. Unless Zeus really steps out of line, especially if the Heavenly Jump now. Should be able to get himself out of any sign of trouble. A lot of damage to pump through and makes kills on the side lanes a lot more feasible, right? Because you have that level 6 Thunder God's Wrath. I think that's kind of what they're debating. Either Lina or Zeus or maybe some other sort of bursty pick. I don't know what else can pair up into the Queen of Pain well. Right? The Ember just is good for the game in terms of the control, but kind of awful for the lane.
Lina.
They
You may
decide to
now
go for the
select
Lina
your
after all.
heroes.
So, yep. Good early game magic damage for the Timber. Not really bothered by Wind Ranger and the shenanigans. It will be a support pos 5 Wind Ranger tag teaming up with Fortune Soul in that safe lane.
Who's gonna die to the double zap? The double jabble zap.
It has to be Luna or Queen of Pain, right? That's gotta be their prime targets, I feel.
Shadow Demon. I wanna see the Shadow Demon just disappear.
What's your beef with Shadow Demon, Winter?
I hate playing that hero.
You hate playing it, but you hate it on the opposing team as well?
Yeah.
Okay. That's fair. Yeah, it's a really potent hero.
It's only fair like playing the hero, then you also
wanna
don't want
kill
that,
him.
that hero in the game, right?
Yeah, but I don't know whether that necessarily translates to wanting to murder him on sight with two extremely lethal weapons. You know, you can dislike someone and not have to go the distance with
So how about
murdering
giving him some time to wiggle around? You don't immediately zap.
them. Ah,
you
yeah,
stun
you give him the illusion of chance.
Yeah, make him think he can escape. And then when he's about to get out of range, you double zap.
This is scary. You have a certain coldness in your eyes while saying that statement. It makes me a little concerned. Okay. Now remind me not to get on your bad side as we get into the game itself. This is, of course, game number 2. In case you got a little confused, it was just a joke because Bleed were able to wipe the floor with IHC so quickly. They are 1-0 up and basically one game away from maintaining their spot in the uppers and going on to face off against Team Darling, who were able to take down Geek Fam 2-1. So those are your sort of bracket conditions for you now. I believe Blacklist and
Prepare for
Salvation is
battle.
still going on. I'm not sure whether Blacklist won already because they were one game out last time I checked. But
Let me check.
you can go have a little gander as I take a look at this smoke move on both sides. Probably just trying to establish early vision in the mid lane. That's been so important. Of course, especially for Lina, who wants to make use of her right-click range to harass the Queen of Pain as much as possible. Even though they were comfortable enough to blind pick Ikigai's Queen of Pain.
Definitely
Can't
a
help but-
plain queen.
Yeah. Might look very plain when she's stripped of a crown in the mid lane and Lina's the boss lady in there. I mean, that additional range is just, it's difficult to deal with, man.
You're probably not gonna skill Shadow
30
Strike this
seconds
lane.
to battle.
Yeah. Just clear the wave and move on, right? With Blink and like
Yeah,
Scream
but
of
some
Pain.
people refuse to accept defeat. They still try and fight with Shadow Strike. I feel like some of the mid laners, they don't really like to break even the lane. They're always trying to be aggressive and trying to
Find an angle.
find an angle to kill, maybe trade lives, you know. There's benefits of playing like that. It gives your position for a lot more room to rotate in. Because if you're just trying to break even,
The
then
battle begins.
the rotations are probably not
Yeah,
going to mean
there's
that
like
much.
nothing to do, right? Essentially,
Yeah.
but I also do think that Ace will have his hands full trying to stack these ancient creeps in the jungle, ancient creeps on the side for the Luna to eventually come farm. And it feels like Mikoto's gonna have a good start. It'll be on him and maybe the Brewmaster to tag team up with the supports, go into these areas and start challenging them there. I think Bleed, they did a great job in that exact endeavor last game. See whether they're able to repeat it with a new set of tools. Game number 2, Jackie, of course, the man of the particular hour, landing a crazy chronosphere to basically seal the deal on what already felt like a game. Yeah, right? I think, to be fair, those games were already in a really good position for Bleed, but it felt like those two outs just sealed the deal completely. Like, he closed the case.
Nail in the coffin, man.
Yeah, that's what they like to say. And one game away from nailing IHC down is Bleed. It's nice to see them have, I guess, this confidence, right? Because whenever you're introducing a new player, like you mentioned, as much as just introducing one player can cause such a positive shift, I'm sure the inverse is also possible. So, Zeal, he seems very comfortable on that Wind Ranger, you know, despite our doubts, and I'm very happy to see him in a position where maybe he's primed to succeed, and maybe with this Bleed lineup, they can go high places. That is a butt ugly Brewmaster set. Like DJ and Zeal, they are the opposite of dripped out. I don't know how to explain like this case, but the color scheme is making me real sad.
Let's focus on the Dota, my friend. Don't get upset by the small little things, you know?
Okay, you're right. I'll focus on that. The guy is dying in this mid lane. How many times have we seen Lina in this position? Additional burn damage from Mikoto. He's so aggressive. And Ikigai, he already went for that more passive
how
build
is
that we
this
talked
lane?
about.
Is this lane supposed to be this bad?
I don't know, it feels nice little dodge, but he still gets clipped by the damage. So he is trying desperately to inch his way to that bottle. Will just now get enough gold for it in a little bit. And also,
It's
on the top
over.
side,
It's Jover, you know?
it's so Jover, guys. DJ and Zeal having a good time down here. Ikigai gets that refill on the water rune. Okay, not even a rune, the other. He doesn't even have the bottle yet. It's just a bare bones water rune. It's kind of ugly.
Oh no.
Yeah, Queen of Pain. Struggle City here.
Who's in pain? You're not dealing the pain. You're in pain.
True. According to her, she likes it though. She likes it when she's in pain, but she also deals the pain. And Ikigai is not in pain. He's dead. He's out of his misery. Or pleasure, depending on which side of the coin you fall on. Mikoto is just dominating. I think there was a section in time where when Mikoto was still part of Talent, where everyone was saying that Mikoto is top 3, if not top 1 mid laner in the world. And he was sort of having multiple international
1 month,
appearances. Right? Yeah, for 1 whole month, it felt like, oh, Mikoto, this guy just can't be beat. That's what all the other mids were saying. It's right now getting beat in this off-lane duo, 11 again, taking so many punches. And Jackie, he knows something about this Faceless Void that we and everybody else clearly don't, because he is just dominating.
Time to watch all his
Dire's
1,000
structures
games
are
of Faceless Void
fortified.
replays.
Yeah,
Decipher the code.
Tribute.
true. Many Faceless
I'll
Void
pay you
games
in
on this
chicken
guy.
rice. One
Dire's
plate.
middle tower.
If
is
I
under
watch
attack.
it,
Yeah, if you watch it and tell me what do you learn.
you want me to watch 1,000 games of Faceless
I mean,
Void
maybe
for
not
a
1,000
plate of
more,
chicken
just
rice?
watch like 10, 20 games, you know. I'm sure
Winter,
you'll
I
learn.
knew you were a scammer, but I didn't know this was the extent of which you were willing to do business. That's just cool. Just abusing a sad little poor child.
That's just how society is.
Yeah, that's true. Worth mentioning that this is his most played hero, period. This is the Jackie hero. He has 98 matches on it across his pro career and a 71.43% win rate. So extremely, supremely confident on this hero. I didn't actually point this out, but it was just what, like 20 days ago, like probably a couple weeks, maybe a month, that they actually played against IHC in the best of 3 and they ended up losing 3-1. So it ended up being a reverse sweep. Bleed won the first game, and then they proceeded to get whomped in 2 following. For now,
They've learned.
Bleed.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
right? They've leveled up.
Lina's level 6. Holy.
The Zeal difference, yeah, Lina's
He almost killed the quad with the Laguna.
Yikes. I mean, Ikigai again. Dude, he's not even playing in the lane. He's playing outside his tier 2 right now. It's almost like he doesn't have a tier 1 already.
And just as if Iron shows up to refill the bottle.
Ooh, that narrowly was a clean dodge. I feel like even a fraction of a second later on that blink and he would have surely died to that Earth Spike Dragon Slave combo. Lina feeling very, very comfortable here. Mikoto
Dire's middle tower
dominant,
is under attack.
and clean. Might just be rotating down to this bot side, but really was probably trying to help.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And the top just throw back up to the lane,
Are
and now
scanning.
he's at half health. 6-minute rune. They can't afford to let the Luna get the rune.
Yeah. There's
Where's
literally
the
no
team?
trios. The supports are not here. Ace is gonna start rotating over, but again, Ikigai just has to commit that blink to dodge away out of trouble. And that's going to give the Lina priority on that top illusion route. This top side not really panning out the way that IHC were expecting as well. Support Waymaker not looking too hot. And again, Seal and DJ taking full advantage of this level 5, minute 5 catapult timing. They just swarm through, stack up the wave, and now they're chasing on to Sei. He might have a win run, but he'll be forced way out of his position. And this entire lane feels like it's forfeit.
Dire's
Winter,
top
it's happening
tower is
again.
under attack.
What is happening again?
Well,
Dire's
That
middle
didn't
tower
happen.
is under
I mean, the
attack.
Lions mid, Holoson's mid this time.
yeah. I mean, he's still moving, right? The fact that Jackie is able to hold his own against 11 on this Timbersaw. We talked about the Timbersaw being a focal point, but right now he's just kind of being the ignored sad child in class who tries to be funny. Laughing at him from a distance so he doesn't get that enjoyment. Stun out Laguna as well. Ikigai will be gifted with some electricity
Dire's
into
middle
the
tower
gut,
is under
and looks
attack.
like this tier 1 will be quick to fall.
Do the math, you know. Look at the Corp's net worth to the Lina's net worth. 3 times less. It's like triple.
No. Wait, how is this call only
Dire's
1.5k
middle
net
tower
worth?
has fallen.
That is... Oh, that is an eyesore, Ikigai. He just...
If this happens, we just say end mid, please.
Yeah, GG, go mid account buyer.
Dire's
What
middle
you would say
tower
in this
is
region.
under attack.
Unfortunately.
Classic.
Classic Southeast Asia, bro. But I mean,
You
honestly...
just say mid diff. Don't be so mean. Just
Radiant are
don't say
scanning.
account buyer.
Dire's
people
No,
are
top
okay,
tower is
I
under
actually
attack.
think that account buyer is less harsh because you're implying
Then
that...
mid diff?
Yeah, because mid-div just is you. It's you that sucks. But account buyer implies that,
But
you know,
what's
it's
wrong,
not a real
what's wrong with
represent-
getting beaten by somebody who's
Dire's
who's
top
better
tower
than you?
is under
Rather
attack.
than like account buyer. Account buyer
Dire's
is worse, you know.
structures are
Oh, I guess
fortified.
because you paid money to be here and you're still suffering and looking like a
Yeah,
idiot,
yeah.
right?
Precisely.
That's true. Yeah, you're making a lot of sense here. I mean, regardless of who's buying what, Mikoto, he is buying his team a huge advantage, right? They need to come in and deal with him,
Dire's
but
top
as we
tower
said,
has
this
fallen.
support duo, Shadow Demon win. What the hell are they supposed to do? There's like no kill threat, there's no setup, your Shadow Demon is a timber. That doesn't really pan out. I guess the upside is that 11 now has his level 6, so he should be able to start pressuring Jackie out. But we might just bring in more heroes and pressing the kill onto him as well. Level 6 available. Yeah, toss that chrono but won't risk it. Using that Seeds of Serenity to regen as much HP as possible. They brought down Sei to this bot side, bringing in 3 heroes. I'm not sure whether it's enough damage for Jackie again though.
Radiant's
Lotus and
courier
10
has
one
been killed.
chargers. Every kill should let them know that there's action happening. Immediate chrono as the chrono frees in, and then 11's life is forfeit. The supports can do nothing but run. You can't even get in range for a disruption.
Radiant
I think
are
across
scanning.
the 2 games that we've seen so far, it's just very clear that, I don't know, maybe it's the misery difference, right? The coach, very, very experienced. They seem to be reading IHC's moves like a book. Just when you're bringing Sei down, which is a bit of a... It's not even like there's a crazy level 6 timing on the Wind Ranger or anything like that. But Bleed will fully prepare
Radiant's
for it,
middle
maybe just
tower
reading
is
the
under
game state to
attack.
perfection. 6-1 now and a 5k gold lead this early on, and I need to stress this again and again. It's on a faceless void that you have this gold lead. It's on a faceless void that you have a level advantage on your off-laner who's been left solo in this lane for most of it. Things are not looking IHC's way in the slightest.
He's not not even the highest net worth on the
Yeah,
bridge as well.
he's the lowest in terms of balls, and now Ace, level 4 only. He will just get slapped down by Zeal. Mikoto is dominating here.
Double zap online. Let's go.
Okay, let's go. Beautiful shackle. Say, manages to just hold them back, but look at that juicy stack. They're gonna clear up that Watcher. Get ready to farm, calling Mikoto. Yoo-hoo! Want some net worth? I heard you on the top. We can make that even better for you. Light up that Cinderbrew. 11 will try and come through the contest, but again, we've seen this is exactly where they faltered before. Ikigai, he might even commit the Sonic Wave to try and steal as many of these as possible. They'll even throw out the call down. DJ hitting at level 6, so much magic damage. Ikigai, he has the homing missile running from 11. Needs to get this off the Queen of Pain. She's just gonna die. And it's such a sad death. It's controlled up now onto 11. Hex before he can get that Timber Chain out, and it's just perfect. The second zap coming through 11, pulled back by the Void Panda. Man, Zeal is all over them with these Brewlings. Now Say, dispelled from his silly nose, ring run, nowhere to go, pulled back again. Killing spree for this Brewmaster. Meanwhile, Jackie is able to use the Chrono to clean up the Shadow Demon,
GG.
and they're done. They are done. 11 minutes, 11 to 1. They understand they stand no chance. And Bleed, they're just gonna cruise on to an upper bracket match against Team Darling.
Yeah, guys, you have to cut the schedule, you know, after the long first
Oh my goodness. Dude, this Bleed, I mean, if this is the performance they're gonna put on, this would be splendid to watch them go up against Talon. I think we came
laning
into this...
masterclass, you know.
Yeah, laning masterclass indeed. Zeal, DJ, the fact that I think this is what's scary about them. They were able to replicate the exact same result with a completely different set of tools, right? None of the heroes other than Void from Bleed were repeated this game, but they still end up in the exact same scenario. Crush the mid lane, create the difference. Punish the static laners, the supports can't do shit. Rotate into the triangle, pressure and force out a fight that just feels so despair. And Fortune Soul, even though he does have a bit of space in that moment, they just tap out. They're done. IHC. This is not really the resilience that we've come to know from this roster, but maybe they just understand better than we do that this game is so far out of their grasp.
Your mid laner is like 20% of the net worth of the enemy mid laner. I mean, what do you expect, you know?
Yeah. It is, I mean,
It's rough.
at the 8-minute mark, Mikoto was tripling his net worth. The Queen of Pain was like at what, 1.5. Mikoto was at 4.5. Just is not a good look. And IHC, they're gonna have to try and bounce back here, because I think coming up is going to be their potential elimination match. We talk a lot about these, I think the promise that this particular region in Southeast Asia shows. And, you know, it will be a shame to see them tap out so early, because I think Lil Gun, they were always heralded as the team back in CDPC days. I'm sure you're familiar. It felt like they could take games off everyone. It felt like they could lose games to everyone. Right now, they're just doing the losing and not so much of the former.
I mean, sometimes if it's your patch, it's your patch. If it's not your patch, it's just not your patch.
Yeah. And at least for this particular match, it's not their match, unfortunately, as Bleed seemed to just outclass them at every interval, read them like a damn book, and unfortunately that's going to send IHC down to the lower bracket. Let's have to wait and find out exactly who their opponents are. I think we might have updated brackets for you guys. If they're not updated, it's okay. We can pan over and just check how that's looking right now. Let me just check the details that are updated here. So seems like Blacklist was able to 2-0 Salvation Gaming, which means Blacklist will face off against Bleed. That match will be happening tomorrow, but for us, of course, we'll either be covering Geek Fam versus Execration or Salvation versus IHC. Yeah, so we have that bracket, and you know, our production team rushing to get that prepared for you guys to have this beautiful graphic, and it's exactly like what I said. So between Geek Fam and Execration, that should be a really interesting matchup to watch. I hope that's the one we have our eyes on. But we won't know until the schedule comes up. So yeah, that's what we have to expect. And of course, the Team Darling upper bracket showdown between them and Talent Esports. That's going to be fun. Bleed earned themselves a ticket to go up against Palos and the gang. Blacklist seem to have been able to dispatch of Salvation pretty easily as well.
And they have to figure out how they have to play their next game. You know, it's very demoralizing losing like this, and you still have one series to go.
Yeah, it's
My advice is always to keep things simple. You know, once you lose, games like this, then you just have to go back to basics. Just make sure you draft playable lanes and just forget about, oh, I need this combination with this hero. We used to win with this and that and blah blah blah. Just throw that all out or put it in the storage for the moment and just draft good lanes.
Get yourself a full refresh, pick some supports that can actually do things, pick a mid that you're comfortable
Techies,
on.
you know, where's Techies? He secures lanes.
Yeah, right? These players just don't like the techies, it seems like. But of course, we'll find out after a short break as we head into our third series. But for now, we'll step back for a bit, allow IHC at least some time to reset and find out which of the lower bracket matches we're covering to end off our Southeast Asia close qualifiers here. Don't go anywhere. Last series of the day here for day one of the Southeast Asia Close Qualifiers at Elite League. Of course, this is for 2 spots, at least for this region, to qualify for the Swiss stage. My name is Purpsneeze and I'm joined by Winter. And for our last match of the day, we have Execration as well as Geek Fam. I think 2 rosters that aren't necessarily bad per se or weak by any stretch of the imagination, but they kind of just faced up into some pretty strong opponents round 1.
Yeah, Execration kind of got dumpstered by the looks of things by Talent, and we know Geek Fam had a really hard series against Team Darleng, so they are probably the more tired one.
Yeah,
but
I'd say
who am I kidding? Everybody plays like 10 games a day, you know. So playing 3 games in their first series
light
sounds like nothing, but there's a lot more stress, you know. Obviously playing an official game compared to playing 10 games of pubs a day or 8 games of pubs a day. It's a different beast. Like playing one series, I would say is equivalent. Say you play 3 games, right? 3 games of official. It's probably equivalent to like at least 6 games of pubs, you know, or maybe more. You know.
I mean, I feel that way too, because I feel like I've never been in an official, so maybe you can tell me, Winter. But when I'm playing a pub, if things go wrong, it's a lot easier to shake off, where I imagine if something doesn't really go your way in a pro game, there's a lot more to think about. It starts to set in, you feel all these icky feelings because it relates to a whole lot more, right? Everybody is trying to get their placements as many tournaments as possible to try and make it to Copenhagen. It's a long shot for some of these rosters, but now's the best time to start. For Geek Fam, of course, we've already seen them in action. Natsumi, Mac, Cox, Raging Potato, and Scam. Now, one of those names might be a bit sort of a head scratcher to you. Oh, when did Raging Potato join Geek Fam? Well, he's standing in for them on the position 4 because Jing has, I guess, decided to depart the team. We are not sure what the nature of that decision is. They did participate in some recent events with him, but this is actually Raging Potato's first showing with this iteration of the roster. I think Mac and Cox in particular were standout performers for me, and I think, you know, Geek Fam, despite being pretty tired after that series, maybe stand a pretty good chance up against this Execration lineup. Now, 4-2-3, that's a bit of a typo because it's not Boboka, it's actually Bob, so just keep that in mind. Execration, they're 4-2-3, who of course departed from IHC to join this roster, of course with Palos leaving Execration and all. So they still have Bob, Tino, Shanks, CML. This was the roster that had a little bit of trouble qualifying as of recent. Of course, with Palos' departure, they haven't really quite looked the same, so they'll be chasing that high again. This is an organization and team that has had many major showings at in-person events, LANs, just last year. So to see them kind of fall from grace a little bit does sting, but hopefully that flair, that addition of the new player can help them out.
I mean, this is not the first time Boboka is in SEA though, so don't worry.
Yeah, true. Boom, right? I mean, he's not, just to clarify, he's not here. Apparently G2IG are taking a break because they, quote-unquote, do not want to be on the road for too long.
5 seconds
that's
remaining.
their own decision, I guess, just chilling out. But yeah, Geek Fam versus Execration here. I think my gut is that Geek Fam will get the edge out in this series, because I'm not sure whether 4-2-3 alone is enough of a catalyst to change Execration's recent trajectory.
Well, we'll just have to see whether they have something secret under their sleeves, you know, some strat, you know. I just wish that we get some type of like YOLO push strats, you know. Like, it's been a while that those strats are viable. Nowadays, it's all about being the most efficient team on the patch. There are certain things that you have to do in a particular patch, and if you don't do it, you're just gonna lose. So everybody is just playing very, very similar in a lot of ways in terms of the macro game. And some teams may have 1 or 2 of their own signature picks, but most of the time you see like the overall complexion of the draft, the overall baseline of the strategy remains similar.
Yeah, Execration, I guess with the addition of 4-2-3, they've added a bit of zaniness to their base complexion. In their second game against Talent just now, they picked a position 1 bounty hunter for 4-2-3. He rushed the Phylactery Phase Boots Aghanim's build, so he was playing a bit more of that disruptive space-making core, where they allowed Bob to pick up the Lina and just kind of be that right-click carry instead. Of course, it didn't really pan out that way because I think, unfortunately, Chuan just absolutely shat all over him. on that Lash. So I'm not really sure how that happens, because in my mind, Lina Lash matchup doesn't really work out for Lash. But what do we know about matchups? For now, we'll have the Razor as a selection up against the CM first pick of Execration.
Who do you like? Who do you like? Just one hero, I'm asking you. Who do you like?
Who do I like? For them to pick or ban?
Who's opening do you like more? Just kidding, can't tell. One is a core, one is a support. I feel like personally I like CM more.
Yes,
but Razor has also shown its value in terms of like opening the draft with a flexible core where you can always change where the Razor is going, and Razor gives you a lot of advantage in terms of the lane because he's a strong laner, and we've seen in the previous series what happens if you can't play the lane, you can't play the game, and it's 11-minute GG.
Yup. Execration, they don't want to suffer that same fate, and we already saw a brilliant performance from Mac on this Razor. The execution was so crisp. Playing with the Wisp, there's a lot of little dimensions that open up as a result of this hero. I think I like this Razor opening a lot more because CM feels tame, right? CM feels chill.
Tame?
Yeah,
Hello?
tame. No, as in, it doesn't really signify any clear direction in the draft other than...
in the freezing field. There's nothing tame about this hero.
Alright, like hear me out, Winter. I'm just saying Razor makes it so that there's a certain subset of carry heroes that now feel weird to play. You already mentioned, you know, it's a great answer to heroes like the Gyro, the Medusa, and even the Lash. That is what we saw Geek Fam put to great effect. So CM, on the other hand, you know, great team fight, good control, can root some of these more elusive heroes in place pretty good into the Razor, all things considered. But yeah, I mean, not quite as convincing here as the Centaur and Rubik are swiftly picked up on both sides.
Is the Centaur a support?
Oh, that could be cool.
Against Razor?
Yeah, I guess run away.
Yeah, but the lane is like, that's not a lane I want to play as Centaur.
10 seconds
Maybe you're just assuming that it's not going to be a Natsumi Razor, and that's your gamble.
5 seconds remaining.
So early on, you better make sure the Centaur is still a flexible pick. Okay, never mind.
It's not flexible at all. But they do have kill threat. So maybe what they're thinking is, okay, look, we know you're going to try and static link us, and we are just going to try and kill you with the sheer magic burst. So that's Execration strat. They could also do what we saw last game, where the CM just comes through the Twin Gates at like 3 minutes, 4 minutes, and just runs rampant.
5 seconds
remaining. 5 minutes.
Specifically,
Catapult wave.
Yeah.
Catapult wave.
Kill the Razor's tower. That would be very uncomfortable for him.
Radiant team pick.
Mars!
I mean, Mars generally a pretty good answer. Good pairing with the Rubik. Basically means that this Razor will either be safe lane or mid, and just overall nullifies the effectiveness of the Stampede, right? These three heroes hate being caught inside the arena. There's not much they can really do about it. You need to be outside on the Shadow Demon to really change your fate.
5 seconds remaining.
So, I like this pick here. Geek Fam solidifying their off-lane duo. And Cox had a great showing on it too earlier on, so why not?
Undying. Are you gonna come out tonight?
Do you think that's good? I guess it's just the area control, right?
It's always good.
Dire team pick.
Lion.
I have to go for a Lion instead. So both these traditionally more position 4 heroes can be shifted over to that lane depending on which one of the matchups they think is better. I'd be inclined to think that they might be running Scam Lion because they've done number one, they've done that before, and number 2, it can break up the whole combo that the Centaur's trying to do with the disruption.
I got a feeling that nowadays there feels to be like more of like double position 4 because of how both the supports kind of get like equal farm and you get more gold from a lot of the garbage waves, you know, I call it, because the map is bigger right now, so there's a lot more of garbage farm, so supports get more money. So it just feels like there is more incentive to actually run double position 4 heroes. Like back in the day, we would always say that, oh, you need like a balance, right? One guy needs to farm, one guy needs to be more of like a useful hero without gold. But now I feel like it might not actually matter as much, as long as your pick has a purpose in the game and in the lane itself. Well, this is this is something. Let's see.
Look, it works against the Razor, right?
Okay.
But I hate it. Like
10 seconds
I mean,
remaining.
CM
Bloodseeker.
Bloodseeker, sure, yeah, that's what you gotta say. Is
5
that good
seconds
enough though?
remaining.
I don't know.
Only one way
Radiant
to find
team
out, my
back.
friend. Let's just watch the game together.
No,
We've been
I
told
wanna know
we've
your
been
opinion.
Radiant
told
team back.
that we can't judge the players. We've been told to stay quiet.
Okay.
Watch the game.
Who's telling us that, by the way?
A voice in my head.
Ah, okay. Thank you, Winter Voice in your head.
Dire
I
team
mean,
back.
this makes me so uncomfortable. Execration, it kind of feels like now you're banking so much on this hit or miss safe laner who can just fall completely flat. I guess it's a good answer throughout the game to the Razor, but also if the Razor gets a decent amount of net worth, you can't
10
ever really
seconds
run
remaining.
in on him.
5 seconds remaining.
And like,
They're
it's a
gonna
hero that
need-
can die
they're
to
gonna-
arena, right?
Yeah, and they're gonna need another core. Like Bloodseeker alone is not enough.
Not enough, yeah.
They need a mid hero that can actually carry the game, do damage.
Dire
Is
team pick.
DP in consideration here?
For Execration?
Yeah,
Radiant team pick.
Sure, why not?
it's gotta be the puck. Okay,
I mean, can
well,
Puck carry the game? Maybe, but he's
Sort
up
of.
against Lion. Lion
Yeah.
and Rubik. Lion is like one of the hardest matchups for Puck, yeah, as a support to deal with. It's too many
Yeah.
these instant disables that can catch you out.
yeah, it's such a long duration time as well, and he can contribute so much
seconds
damage
remaining.
to securing your pick off. This Execration lineup isn't
5
really
seconds
singing
remaining.
out to me, but I do like Bob on the puck. I feel like that's a timeless hero-player combo. It's something he's very comfortable on, and you know, if Execration are going to take any games off Geek Fam or take their tournament lives in their own hands and keep it going, it might be off the back of this comfort pick. Now 4-2-3, he is built different. Whether it's in a good way or in a just deranged way, we'll have to find out with this Bloodseeker pick.
Yeah, most of the Dota players are just built different. The ones that get up to like what top 50, top 100 rank,
Yeah.
they're all a little bit crazy, you know.
Yeah, I think 4-2-3's been up there for sure. He's a bit of a deranged man. And
Choose
Life
your
Stealer is the
hero.
final selection. So a hero that we raved on quite a bit about in China, but hasn't really shown its face at least today. Natsumi will pick that up. There is only one real convenient Infest Bomb in the Mars. Other than that, you don't have someone who's always ready to go. But the cooldowns are relatively short, right? Geek Fam, they can always rinse and repeat every 1 minute, 1.5 minutes. They can just keep going. Execration, similar situation. So maybe we'll see a lot of brawling from both these squads.
In the lifesteal is very hard to evict out of the game. You might be wondering, oh, but he's playing against Shadow Demon Purge, but he's playing against Rupture. I guess you don't care about Rupture as much. You can always infest
Yeah.
and run away. But the Shadow Demon Purge is definitely something that's going to annoy him a lot.
Yeah.
But I feel like the primary is mainly due to the fact that he can't be evicted out of the lane by those set of heroes. Like he has a very good lane matchup against Centaur. CM and Shadow Demon can't kick Lifesteal out of the lane initially.
It's gonna be a situation where even if you make that bleed move of rotating up at the 5 minute with the catapult wave, he can just rage off that aggressive
Yeah.
attempt, right?
And he gives his support a lot of room to play. Like just rotate and go and do whatever the hell you want to do, you know?
Yeah.
Just be on the Mars lane, pressure, you can help the Razor secure runes, that's no problem as well. I
Yeah.
mean, this is like a lot of the team's fundamental understanding about why are we picking this hero? Why are we banning that hero? All of these things comes from hours and hours of like looking at replays and discussion and looking at
Sure.
how the better teams win their games and trying to formulate a plan that kind of resembles the winning formula, and at the same time ensure that your team is comfortable with what the captain wants to do or what the coach wants to do, you know?
Yeah, I think it's great that you mentioned the captain because that was the point I was about to make. At the end of the day, Skem is the drafter and the position 5, and we've tended to see him perform the best when he's allowed that freedom, right? He doesn't really excel when he's stuck to his carry, forced to play defensive, forced to hide, cower, zero resources. Skem is a player on the position 5 that with a little bit of greed, he can take you the distance.
You
And
sure?
if-
A little?
No.
A
Okay.
little? You sure?
You just, I try to be nice. Winter, you're enabling me a little bit here, okay? So, a little bit of greed, some quite decent bit of greed. We'll see Scam probably making quite a few rotations around the map,
Yeah,
maybe
but
to this mid
when
lane.
when we say greed, right, it's not like a bad thing, to be greedy.
Yeah,
On the support.
yeah,
It's
it's
not
just a
like,
play
oh
style,
my
right?
god, this support is greedy. Fuck you, you're stealing my farm. No.
Okay,
it's not,
when
it's not.
to be fair, when we say old 11 is greedy, I think at a certain point when we're talking about him buying BKB, yeah, that's a whole different thing. But of course, well wishes from both these sides. I mean, all of them have been around the gauntlet, played against each other before. This
No,
iteration,
wait, I want to straighten things out. When
Okay.
you're talking about being greedy, all right, there's two
Sure.
sides of being greedy. One, the greed that is bad for a team. The other, the greed that can be good for your team by taking
Sure.
up the space that nobody wants and by
Yeah.
forcing the enemy to react to you as a support by
Yeah.
being greedy and giving space to your team to do other things on the map. So
Yeah.
by no means when I say someone is greedy, it's instantly a bad thing.
sure. I mean, it's exactly what you said with the garbage farm, right? I think Scam, he really loves just snatching that up wherever he can, and I think we saw on his Chen game, he came out of the jungle at 9 minutes with a fresh Vlads, and that was only because it was a similar situation. Natsumi was able to hold his own in the lane and allow the Chen to roam free among the woods and pick up all the trash while he's at it.
And you say that it's so beautiful.
30
Just sounds like
seconds to
a
battle.
perfect dream.
Yeah, right? Scam, he's just... close your eyes, just imagine Scam frolicking in the woods, saying hi to the wildlife, colonizing them, bending their minds to his will on the Chen. It's just perfect. What else could you ask for? It's like a poem. As Geek Fam, hopefully the ending of that poem is them continuing their tournament life here. It would be a shame to see them go out after such a strongly held fight
The battle
against Team
begins.
Darling. Would love to see that matchup come through again and see what they learned. Huge rune fight here as the Blood Right means that this is a no-fly zone. 4-2-3 showing up early on to try and help his team out. And it ends up looking to be a 3-for-1, sorry. That doesn't even add up. Yeah, 3-for-1 exchange. So early advantage, nicely done.
What does it add up? 3 for 1?
No, I said 3-for-2, which is like there aren't even 5 runes at the start of the game, so what am I saying?
Maybe you created one extra
Yeah.
because you
Yeah,
were biased to one
no,
of the teams. You
it's not
decided to
biased,
give
it's
them
ours.
extra.
I was so busy imagining Scam picking up free resources on the map that I just manifested one out of nothing. That's what's going on. Early doors here, Mac versus Bob in the mid lane. This should be a decent matchup for the Park because of that interaction that we just saw. Every time the Razor tries for the static link, you can just jaunt away, right? And it shouldn't be too big of a deal.
But I do feel like eventually you're gonna get out traded by the Razor with the static link past Malfield. Because he has much better stats than you, right? Like more armor. Puck has the problem with no armor, so he always gets into bad trades when you're trading right clicks.
That's true. I honestly wouldn't be surprised to see, like, let's say a nighttime smoke move for the Rubik or the Lion to come out of the fog, lift up the Puck, and put them in a bad spot. It's just, if you can see them coming, it's a lot easier to plan your resources, like your jaunt, your phase shift around it. But if they come straight out of nowhere, then suddenly you might get caught at the tail end of your jaunt. It could be curtains for you. Keep an eye out for this setup here. Tino and Shanks, they'll be constantly repeating this process. Scam getting Shadow Poison! Look at that amazing ability. Shadow Demon does it to him there.
Agreed, not paying off this time.
I mean, he's not even greedy yet. He's saying maybe the greed will pay off.
I know.
I feel like, see, in this case, if he wasn't even in the lane, he would have been alive. If he was hitting a jungle camp on Lion, I might not like it, but that would have been the ideal play. For reference to the audience, I'm literally kidding. I guess it's not too bad because Natsumi isn't the one tanking the pressure, right? So as long as you can get your life stealer to the stage where he's not going to be able to be kicked out, you're fine.
I mean, Lifesteal is gonna be pretty hard to kick out, like we discussed during the draft. They are even if they wanted to, they are gonna have to bring, like, I feel like even if the Bloodseeker comes and then the Puck comes, maybe 4 people, like 3 people with any 3. I feel like it's tough to kick him out of the lane.
Yeah, you need to essentially make sure that you kill him before he infests and before some TPs come in, which of course is a tricky affair because he's making his pretty decent headway towards his higher levels already in the lane, being given a lot of resources by Skems, just constant bodyguarding of him. And Tino and Shanks, they understand because there's a rage available, which means that this lifestealer is never going to be a viable target.
Disruption, going for a Lion again.
Set up again, popping the rage preemptively, come out and the Hex, he didn't time the stop just right, but it's not going to matter because it's too much damage coming out from the Centaur. They're starting to sack up the Shadow Poison, and Shanks, it's a beautiful body block to stop Natsumi from getting further goal frenzies. Tino will be able to walk this one off.
Yeah, excellent start here for this lane, the Shadow Demon Centaur lane. This Lion is definitely not really enjoying his time here. He's a very weak hero to all this magic damage in the early laning phase. So he has a stick now, so maybe that's gonna give him some chances of living through the burst from the Shadow Poison stack.
Radiant structures are
Shadow
fortified.
Poison starting to really add up, and even though you are briefly debuff immune, they still latch onto you. I mean, that's the change to the debuff immunity coming into play there. Probably one of the main reasons why Shadow Demon is just that bit stronger in these situations. Shanks, he's taking a lot of damage from the creeps that he's tanking. He has to back up.
Razor is he's still like slightly ahead of the puck in terms of denies and last hit. For the puck, he's more concerned about as long as he can actually just get the runes, refill the bottles, like look at the wards. He has picking 3 wards around him to make sure that he gets there. I mean, 2 of them are from the pre-game rune, pre-game ward.
Gonna expire soon.
Yeah, but it tells you how much he needs it to make sure that he gets runes. You know, he knows that this is a hard matchup for him. He's gonna have to rely on those bottle refills, and here comes Shanks. Refills his bottle one time, giving him more resource to play with.
Top side, good discipline from Raging Potato, had that wand and is very careful with his resources. So baiting in the commitment and only popping these at like the very last moment, so to waste more 4-2-3 time. I already mentioned the potency of this CM and Bloodseeker, and they haven't really been able to resolve that into any sort of outcome just yet. As you were talking about Shanks refilling Bob's bottle with the additional help. It's actually going to force Mac to walk all the way back to base for a reset instead.
Yeah, the most ideal time to refill bottles around minute 5, where you can refill the bottle and contest the runes, and maybe stack, one of the camps, at the same time.
Yeah, and because of that, Bob is going to have complete liberty to grab that shield rune, which means that the kill onto him is unlikely in the next 2 minutes at the very least. Mac will get fully resourced back up though, so the Razor's back in the fray, doesn't really lose much, all things considered. Back to farming.
You're gonna be a lot more static and safe by both teams right now. Gonna play for the Wisdom Runes. Just waiting for a moment of lapse in concentration to punish any of those aggressive plays right now. Both the mid laners are just very concerned about their own lanes right now, not really wanting to move unless they are forced to. And bot lane we see CML making the gate rotation. Not sure if we can actually do much to kick this guy out, like we said.
Yeah.
Lifesteal is very difficult to kick out.
Just literally pops rage and that entire attempt flops, which is the benefit of this pick. I'm surprised it made it all the way through the bans to the last stage, especially when it's such a great answer into what Execration have for the most part. Your only real threat against him is the coil, perhaps coupled with a silence and a blood right on top, and you're basically hoping that he doesn't have any single instance to pop rage. I mean, this kind of feels like one of those games where later down the line, a Lifestealer BKB, if you need it, could be a good pickup as well, just to stand your ground, because that magic immunity, or debuff immunity rather, is so important.
Yeah, now they're just trying to stack control runes. Nobody really wants to make too much rotations. Lifesteal's happy in the lane, sitting and just farming. I mean, Centaur got a couple of kills, but still, Lifesteal against Centaur is still like a matchup where the Lifesteal is pretty happy about. Just free farming the lane.
Yeah, on the bright side for Execration, this isn't one of those dire situations that we've seen before where the lanes go so poorly that they're not even able to play the game. In fact, if you look at the net worth, it's a slight advantage for Execration at this stage. Of course, it's ping-ponging back and forth. We're still at that point in the game where every little bit of CS can impact that lead, but CML will come into contention with the Rubik. So he spots out an entire stack. Instant Trouble Bob will come over here and pop that coil. First one of the game. Straight back into the hands of Mac though. Uh-oh. 4-2-3 needs to try and run. It's a beautiful Earth Spike to hold him in place. And Mac should be able to get that chase down. But with the low HP heroes, the Bloodseeker actually manages to escape. It's CML who now has attracted the ire of Mac. And he will work him down. Stampede up as well. They want to chase down onto this Razor, but into the eye of the storm, it might just be a bit too big of a bullet for them to chew. Mac will just back up here, but Shanks has rotated over to the area, and you know he's going to be shadow poisoning these stacks to try and steal it from Mac.
How much can he get though? It's not gonna be easy. He has backup for the Razor. The Mars is here. Definitely don't want to give your life away for that. For a couple of neutral creep kills. Not gonna be
he
worth
gets
it.
like what, 3 or 4? That's pretty good,
Yeah,
given that
yeah,
you
it's
need
okay.
to bring 3 heroes over.
150 gold.
Yeah. Nice. Free and easy. Straight into the pockets. Up to 2k gold lead now. Not really any major advantage taken by either team. But for now, Execration Cause looking on top in terms of the slight net worth advantage. No level 6s on your supports, but you will still try and rotate into this triangle area. Look for somebody maybe stacking at this point, but no one to be found. Just set up some vision. Maybe rotate bot side to punish this Centaur. Stuck around for a little bit. More Stampede and out it comes to the plasma field. You know it's going to die. Very unfortunate. As Scam is the one to get that last touch. Not ideal, but you'll take it because it continues to open up the bot side for Natsumi to exist here.
Well, just give him some money to buy boots, man. The man needs his boots.
True. Yeah. Please. Anything? Just let me walk. So please. He has it flying out now as Invis is Shanks. We'll get the setup onto the Razor. We're about level 6 and the Demonic Purge. I mean, Mac can just stand his ground and set the damage. They throw out the coil, but you don't have enough magic to throw into this Razor for now. They'll stampede forward, no way of interrupting that TP. Tino manages to close in and stomp down onto Mac. Big kill as Tino gets a double. Finishing off onto Raging Potato as well. They bring the full force of Execration and they punish some of the Geek Fam members.
Yeah, it was actually really, really important that Tino showed up there to get that all-important kill on Mac on the Razor. That he was actually almost out of there with the TP. No more disables until Centaur showed up with the Stampede.
Yeah, perfect stuff. I mean, great move initially from Geek Fam to capitalize on that Stampede being on cooldown, but I think they stuck around a bit too long, got baited in by that Shadow Demon kill, ended up giving up Mac's life as a result. Not too bad all things considered. Natsumi is still farming. It's not at the pace that you hope for, but you can find a freebie over here onto Shanks. Pretty nice too, stealing that disruption. That's going to be a very handy tool for the Rubik to use. Cox, yeah, because of that Cox. It's in trouble, able to spear away 4-2-3. Should have a TP out and recognize that there's nothing they can do to stop him. Is it going to be enough damage? The freezing field just narrowly off the mark. Even with 2 bracers and infused range drop, he almost goes down there.
Yeah, that was actually the most ideal spot for you to cast freezing field. A little bit to the 1 o'clock on the CM. If your target is on that that spot, you actually take the most amount of damage.
Oh, is that?
Yeah,
like
there's a formula thing about that. Since
is it like what's the percentage of crystal bombs that are gonna drop in that section? Oh, that's cool.
So
okay.
on the 1 o'clock location, you actually take the most novas, or what you want to call it, the bombs.
Is there a location where you take the least?
I don't know. They just say the max. Also, when I'm trying to solo kill people, I'm always trying to position myself.
Yeah, right. I mean, next time every time you play CM, you just need to have an analog clock in front of you, just in case you don't remember. I know everyone's looking at digital watches these days.
Oh,
so.
come on, bro.
I'm just playing, messing with the silly little digital fellas. As Execration coming forward here with a smoke. They wanted to find somebody straggling behind the tier 1 tower, but back into the safety of the triangle where there's more farm to be claimed from Mac. And this is a bit too scary of a spot for Execration to penetrate into.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, Asumi has made his rotation. Helps to help Cox secure his tower.
Yeah.
He hasn't really been a part of any fights yet. You know, the Mars. So he probably needs to show up. Like we talk about the arena being very useful against Stampede to stop the heroes from running in or out of a certain location, and he has to come to the fights, you know, for it to be useful.
Yeah, that's fair. Lift out onto the park, the silence as well. The two supports trying to get it done here. They don't have enough damage, especially not without the Finger of Death. I mean, this kind of is a similar story to how Cox was playing that Mars in game game 2, I believe, or game 1, I can't even remember at this point. But the first showing that we saw from Geek Fam, he would take a bit longer, but he wouldn't get involved bright and early. He'd want to farm his way up towards the Blink Dagger first before starting moving. But, you know, as a result, the moves are a little bit limited from Geek Fam at the moment, as they're not really able to punish Execration.
Slower pace game now, but
Yeah.
things are gonna ramp up. Dagger on Centaur, they find Max. Nice hack.
Oh, that is a huge kill. They get the Shadow Demon Purge out onto him as well. And it might not be 1 o'clock, but it's doing a lot of damage. That Shadow Poison, is it going to be enough? The disruption holds him in place, but they turn around and Finger of Death down the Centaur. Mac, somehow he's still alive there. He dodges out onto the high ground and he's fine. The arena, it'll save him. They can't do enough Shadow Poison damage. Meanwhile, they got the control onto Bob, and one last auto attack. Scam will get it done with a double kill. He'll lap that one up, and perfectly split fight from Geek Fam. They once again use Mac as a bait to perfection, and it all comes back to that stolen Waning Rift from Raging Potato.
Yeah, and also Cox deciding to show up.
Hell yeah.
Plays an arena. Finally, he's here to support his team or to get some kills. Just here to collect the taxes, you know.
Hell yeah. I mean, excellent stuff all around. It looked a bit dicey for Mac when he got disrupted instead and was on that sliver of HP, but pops out of there. Maybe just gave him just enough time to use that wand to get his HP back up, even if it's just by a little bit. So, well played to Geek Fam. They get themselves an advantage, even though it's a small one, and kind of claw it back from Execration, who, all things considered, that was your Centaur Blink reveal, so not ideal.
Yeah, they need to find a cleaner initiation from now on. And top, silence again, Rubik.
Raging Potatoes just proving to be such a big problem. Bob trying to get out of there. One last second bought by the disruption. Nicely done by Shanks. But Mac, he has reassumed his dominant position in this mid lane now. Eclipsing the puck by just about 500, 600 gold, which isn't anything crazy, but given the fact that the puck farms way faster than the Razor, just with the spells and the constant clearing of creep waves, it's very impressive that Mac has been able to get himself this advantage and that BKB complete so early. Gonna make the go onto Shanks here, slowed up by the Plasma Field. There's the blocking of the illusions, nicely done. He microed them just to make sure that the Razor couldn't work his way around it. He'll be able to get out alive there.
Yeah, mid tower looks like it's just gonna go down. Not much Execration can do right now. They're gonna need like the BKB on the Bloodseeker to be able to counteract this Razor early BKB. I mean, he's just way too powerful at this point with the BKB rush. So Execration have to be very wary about dealing with this Razor at this moment and just try to be a little bit more defensive until they have their own BKB.
I like this map split right here. Mac, he's farming so aggressively, clearing out some stacks. Meanwhile, Cox and company are just looking for an angle to initiate. Reveal that blink. They found the pop out onto CML. It's a support CM for now. They didn't have to use the arena for it. Now they're looking for more. The stolen disruption sets up onto Shanks. With just one spear and lift should be more than enough. He'll buy himself some time, but that's just more damage from Mac to steal, and he will get that kill. Raging Potato will secure the last hit. And they can just continue playing this aggressive, right? This entire position, it's very hard for Execration to hold their ground and hold the fort here. It's just kind of a byproduct of this Bloodseeker who wants to get involved but can't really risk running into so much damage from Geek Fam.
He's gonna die here. He gets trapped in the arena in Cox's Rupture. There's still a spear available. Yeah.
Stun out as well. Finger of Death. Zap! There we go. Scam finishing off that carry player. Some mega kill streak on this Lion.
I mean, you're definitely on the money here. This is the problem for Bloodseeker because you always have to buy. I mean, I can't believe he actually finished his Mjolnir.
I mean, I get it, right? He wants to push out waves faster. He wants to low
when are you
committal
gonna
cost
fight?
it.
When are you gonna fight?
Now in this mid lane, I guess this is when they're gonna fight, but it's looking less of a fight and more of a bullying session.
This is more like running.
Yeah, Stampede defensively, always a bad sign. The illusion rune being denied by a support. That's
Yeah,
how,
I just
how you
just
know.
feel like this is a very bad spot for Execration to be in. They were able to start the game off very nicely, doing well with the Centaur's lane, and because the Bloodseeker is not deciding to go BKB, this is the kind of greed that I would call bad, you know, to finish the millionaire instead of just trying to get your blacking bar as soon as possible to help. He's gonna join the fight, so maybe I'm wrong, you know, maybe he doesn't need the BKB. We'll see, we'll see. He's going in. Pick
Control up onto Raging Potato, that's a pretty significant amount of damage. And they get the first pick off. Trying to find
Wow,
Scam now
that's
as well, but the
Lion
double
Bomb.
of Spike, he just absolutely comes through. And they buy back on the Rubik, they want to fight here, but 4-2-3, he can't actually come through. Tino with a nice 3-man stomp and Nicole controlling up onto all of them, but do they have to finish off damage? They kill off the Razor finally, Mac goes down. Natsumi dropping low, the Shadow Poison, it just blows him up. The spears and the arenas, the walls, they'll still be enough for Cox to get a double. He'll finish off or try to finish off the Shadow Demon, the last touch. Holds him in place with the disruption and just enough HP. Bob will survive as Shanks still trying to chase out. He needs to be careful and turn around for a spear, but Cox will just retreat back to safety.
Oh, that was a very, very close fight. At the end of the day, I think Geek Fam losing 4 heroes because Rubik was bought back for that fight to ensure that his team had a chance to survive there. So very good fight for Execration despite not having the BKB on the Bloodseeker. He died right away in the fight. So I guess his job was just to tank everything for his team to win the fight.
Yeah,
Using his body.
Look, I don't know whether that counts as him tanking. I feel like if you wanted to tank, you could pick anything else, but I still am not convinced by this Bloodseeker. It just hasn't...
It was the right play, you know, so it worked out for them at the end.
Yeah, you kind of had to do that, it feels like. It's tough.
Yeah, because you can't wait to finish your BKB. If you don't want to get your BKB, then you just have to go to the fight.
Yeah, true.
And pray that you survive.
We'll see whether his BKB will make any much of a difference here. Find out the Mars, but Bob seems to be playing with him a little bit here. Doesn't really feel comfortable committing. Still gonna throw it through with the Stampede as well. Cops, not much you can really do about this. It's very hard. Blink away. Yeah, just dancing on him. Tino will get that dominating kill spree. After all the work that Bob did, the Centaur comes in and just cleans it up. That's cruel.
That was actually a hefty paycheck for the Centaur.
Yeah.
Holy shit, 800 gold? Like, what the hell? Is this game even that far ahead? What the heck? That was an 800 gold bounty?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the Mars just has
really
been...
that far ahead? Or the Mars is that far ahead?
Actually, I have no idea.
With all these kill bounty formulas sometimes.
Yeah. It's one of the more complicated parts about Dota for sure. But top of the net worth now, Execration, they've managed to angle themselves back towards a good position. Natsumi will rage TP knowing that there's a puck in the area and there's nothing that Execration can actually do to stop a BKB or rage TP. So
yeah, and by the way, he opted to go for Desolator, so that's gonna be more of like a damage build right now. Works with the God's Rebuild, works also really well with the Razor, which is all mostly physical damage.
Yeah.
And just trying to play around his team's timing, and Scam once again, he's the bomb, he's the car, he's the vehicle.
Yeah, he doesn't care. Get in, little baby. We're going for a ride. Natsumi still helping Max stand his ground there. The Razor feeling so confident that it's just that Execration can't commit. Shanks has the defensive disruption, but Cox is already on his heels, finishing off that Shadow Demon. Looks like 4-2-3 is gonna go down as well. I say that. He's managed to clean up 1 kill, but he can't get the additional healing. Dropping low is Natsumi, but now it's just CML left, and CML can only do so much.
The buyback.
They will just kill off the CM there. Bob is able to escape. So they buy back onto Scam, which feels a bit reactive. Maybe realizing that they needed more control for the puck, but can't get to the fight in time.
Yeah, so once again, Bloodseeker shows up, Bloodseeker is there. No
Yeah.
BKB. Just can't do anything, you know, can't kill anything to get the regen.
I mean, in the draft, you were talking about how Bloodseeker is not going to be a good overall carry. You need one additional hero, and right now, that person is looking to be Bob.
But to
He's
his
really the
defense,
only
he's
glimmer of
doing
hope.
the right thing. He's coming to the fights. He needs to come to the fights, even though he doesn't have BKB. Like, it was
Yeah.
really close that his team almost... Actually, they kind of won the fight, right? Yeah, they actually won the fight.
Yeah.
They kind of won the fight. It's just your carry is dying all the time.
It would have been
Radiant's
different if
middle
it would have been
tower
a
is under
huge
attack.
win if they were able to actually finish off Natsumi. But he's kept himself intact. 10 Deso charges now. He's going to finish off that Tormentor right at the 23-minute mark. So Shard picked up for Raging Potato, an additional lift to save. I don't know whether that's what you want to do against a Bloodseeker Rupture, but hey, you know, in the face of a Stomp or
No, you're
maybe
right.
a
It's
coil.
not very useful this game.
Yeah, it's a funny situation when
Lion's
none of...
like, why did you take my shot? You know, it belonged to me.
Please, man.
I had my name written all over that shot.
Yeah. Well, clearly not in ink that wasn't invisible. So,
Clearly, it wasn't indeletable ink.
yeah. Is that what it's called? Permanent ink?
Yeah, the ones where you have to dip your hands into, you know, when you go cast your ballot.
Ah, are you talking about indelible?
Indelible.
Okay, well, arena up, and that's literally finds nothing because Bob is just able to jaunt out of there.
And Lion,
It's
once
so
again,
easy.
He's carrying the package.
Yeah, he's the DHL delivery service, bro. He's coming through. He's ready to drop a major bomb in form of the Lifestealer. And I like this move, right? Because I feel like when you jump in with Cox, it almost feels like there's an expectation that Natsumi's inside him and then you just center the control around him. But if Skem's the one bringing him in, you're like, oh wait, we want to commit onto this Lion, but then now we're running into a Lifestealer. This is weird. This is odd. I'm uncomfortable. I'm losing the fight. Uh-oh. Execration. They've yet to experience that because so far they've been able to get the edge. The fact that the Lifestealer is still matching net worth with a Bloodseeker who has died like what, 3-4 times now?
3 times.
Yeah, 1, 3, and 9. I mean, this guy, I guess the early Mjolnir ended up working out for him because he's still farming very, very well.
Yeah, I guess in the grand scheme of things,
Dyer's
it
middle
was
tower
actually
is under
okay
attack.
for him to do this, you know. Just that the deaths were necessary, but at the same time, because you are farming way quicker, so it kind of means that you're also keeping up at the same time.
Yeah, true. And grouping up for this nighttime Roche now, it just pops up here. But of course, it's going to take a little bit of a... No, Excursion is fortune cooking a little bit. That's the setup onto Cox. Surely they have to expect this, but it's already half HP. Where's the backup? Where's the help? I mean, it comes in the form of the Greaves and the back away BKB, but that is not really the start of the fight that you wanted.
That was very nice from Execration, not committing onto the Mars there, just like poking and just forcing and just being really cautious about what lies ahead. You know, they don't want to like just jump in and try to finish the Mars, but then the Lifestealers nearby infest and the fight turns around.
They're already in the
Geek
Roche
Fam.
pit though, Execration.
They're turning around here.
Yeah, big
Dyer's
just kind of wrap around move. I think they caught Shanks, but Mac in a rush. Go into this
fight.
pit. He's taking a lot of damage into the Bloodseeker, who is just working him down. He doesn't have any more HP. No Greaves, nothing defensive. Cox, he was busy hiding in the trees. Now Trouble City, as Bob does go down, Scam is able to clean up the kill. So mid laner for mid laner, and that trade is not even. It's a dominating kill streak for Scam.
Dyer's bottom
Taking
tower is under
reverse
attack.
positions now, Geek Fam and Execration. There's a bye-bye on the Razor if he wants to rejoin the fight, but no Eye of the Storm and BKB.
AC is coming on the career for
Oh,
the
wow.
Lifestealer. This is huge for Natsumi.
Yeah. Needs to make sure it doesn't get killed though. Starting to
No
D-wall,
marking
get
in the
stomped
game,
off
don't worry.
again. Yeah. Still held in place. The arena will keep the Mars safe. Disruption holding Tino back for now, but they're still going to be able to get the claws out. Lifestealer able to finish off that kill, and they're looking for more here. CML hiding in the tree line will be found by a stray Earth Spike as Natsumi.
You sure they saw him?
Oh my. Alright. Well, he's gone, which is kind of insane. But yeah, so Roche looking to be claimed by Geek Fam instead off of that brilliant smoke wraparound.
Yep, the price, the Aegis of the Immortal.
Hell yeah.
It
Give that to
belongs to.
Dude, what? Oh, they don't even feel confident enough to keep going for this.
They just want to
They
fight.
they just want to find more kills. They know that Execration will be posturing around this area trying to find some wave clear. Bait with Cox, it's perfect. The trap is set. Does Bot want to commit? No. He smells that something is fishy here. Where are the additional heroes? Why is Cox coming out of the pit? But just because of that move, they're not going to be able to get the Aegis. Scam, he's run all the way down here with sneaky little Glimmer Cape, trying to find an angle, trying to find a pick off. But there's no one to be found, and now Execration, they're getting the better position in the pit again. This is a very strange set of plays from Geek Fam, because they're gonna have to come up with something meaningful
But they actually just leave the pit if they didn't want to.
Yeah, I mean,
Even
now...
if they didn't want to finish it, they didn't feel it was big enough, they had to posture around just in case the enemy goes for it.
Yeah, and all of that just slips through the drain now. Every single move you make, it just felt undermined in that moment. Might try and get the touch on the 4-2-3, looking for the jump. Scam has the angle onto the Bloodseeker, and looks like he'll be going down. No! Clutch disruption from Shanks saves the Bloodseeker for now. He can turn around and try and fight. At the end of the day, it's just his first life, but you finish off CML as well. There's a buyback available, and you come in and TP to that tier 2. BKB is popped by 4-2-3, starting to chase down. The control is there as well. Tino stomp out onto 3, and Mac, he's dropping low, and he will get taken down by the orb. Now comes the Bloodseeker. He's ready to hunt in a 1v1 situation. It's not so much of a man fight if you have your whole team around you. And 4-2-3, this guy is a Bloodseeker specialist. We doubted, we were worried, but he still comes through and does the job for the squad, baiting perfectly with his first life. And Geek Fam, they bite off a bit more than they can chew. They lose 4.
You say we is more of I doubted. I'm pretty sure you believe on the Bloodseeker all the way, you know. No BKB, no problem. It was all me. I casted the doubts onto your mind. I made you doubt this Bloodseeker working.
Yeah. You're kind of like Emperor Palpatine. Just Sith Lord, just negatively influencing my mind. Yeah. I'm just like coming in. I'm coming in here. I'm trying to be optimistic. You know, I'm trying to give each of these teams a chance, and you're like, no, they suck. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, you know, relax, man. I know you're professional, but like, you know what you're talking about. But it's clear that this Bloodseeker knows exactly what he's doing. The fight execution has been clean. Execration, again, it's these Tino Stomps. We need to give that credit where it's due, right? He's coming through, catching the Geek Fam heroes just stuck around each other, desperately trying to fall over each other to save them, their friends. And it kind of works against him there. You have SNY and BKB complete by Mac, another defensive build, because he understands his job on the Razor. But Execration, they have a really solid lead now of 9k, and the puck, he has the Parasma, Agonyms, and Nemesis Curse. He's doing a ton of damage.
Yeah, Cox just needs to find a better initiation. In the last fight, I felt like he didn't really use the arena very well. He caught the Bloodseeker with his first life, and then he arenaed just the Shadow Demon after that. Like I think he needs to be able to get like both the supports at least, or at least with the Centaur, because all those heroes are the setup for Execration. And setting up, BKB forced. Stampede, can you run away, Razor? And just like that, the Mars and the Rubik just goes down, you know. Another good fight for Execration. They're gonna have to find a better way for them to initiate. Lifesteal is building a BKB, and that might actually help him.
Yeah, I mean, that fight was just clean stuff, right? The commitment in.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, Execration just playing with a heap of confidence right now. They know that with the BKB and the Bloodseeker, with the Milner, he's just doing enough damage. Lifesteal can't really trade right now. Like, all this armor doesn't really help when he's doing a lot of magic damage with the Bloodseeker. And once you don't have your BKB charges on your Razor, your Mars,
Radiant's middle tower
and you don't have Rage on your Lifestealer, everything is just gonna fall apart very quickly. And you mentioned even the Puck being a major DPS dealer in the fights right now with the Parasma.
Yeah, you saw that come to fruition with Bob just angling for more kills. That's how he got the pick up onto Raging Potato on the back line in that fight. Clean stuff, Execration. And here we were thinking that they were already out of it at the early doors there, how the lanes were going. But to be fair, you look at the graph, Execration, they've had this lead for quite a duration of the game, right? It was just Mac who was, you know, largely swaying things in their favor. A few bumps up here and there, but the recent engagements, I think it all comes back to that Roche fight. It was a very strange set of events. The fact that they won that fight initially, or felt like they won that fight, went for an insane wraparound play, maybe expecting the Execration heroes to give up on the Roche and start split pushing. Maybe that's what they thought. But clearly, it never went that way, because Execration just go back into the pit, you lose the fight, and the momentum of the game is completely out of your hands now.
Yeah, it just feels strange at that point. There was either two things you could have done. Either you just wait around there under a vision, or you smoke out with the Lion and you just try to intercept, because you know Execution, they're gonna try to return to the rush pit as soon as possible, so you try to intercept heroes, you know.
Yeah.
But they did neither. They just backed off.
Yeah, it's like, okay, well, guess we'll just give up the advantage we just built here.
And they kind of hit the Roche for like 3, 4, 5 seconds, and then it might be a bad idea, and then they just left.
Yeah, but what they came up with was an even worse idea, funnily enough. Kaya-san complete for this Bloodseeker, so he's going to be in fighting fit territory. Bob already encroaching upon the high ground, just getting that vision that Cox is trying to set up. Just need to preserve Tino. So far, Tino's been a very important factor in terms of these big poop storms, but just off the mark of the Lotus, a free coil in, forcing that infest. And now Mac is just dead. Tino goes in and destroys him. Cox goes down as well. Where did they disappear? Who did so much damage? Was that just the Park?
Just the Bloodseeker and the Puck, both of them.
Oh my goodness. Oh,
Look
did
at
he get
fire
blood
recap.
rage or
Puck
something?
did 6,000 damage almost.
Yikes. It's just the X, right? I mean, X coil, just the auto attacks coming through with Parasma and everything. Nemesis curse as well.
Damage rune.
Yeah, AD rune. You missed that out. This is the wraparound play from Geek Fam. They're trying to find any stragglers. Sticking together are the Execration heroes. They don't see anyone in front of them, and they might have a bit of an inkling that something sneaky is going on. Scam just blinks back up to the high ground, understands that the jig is up. 17 more seconds until Mac comes back though. Man, Mac has just melted this game. It's even less like the Execration Mac and more like mac and cheese, the way he's just being devoured.
The classic mac and cheese.
Yeah.
Can't go wrong with that.
Yeah, very yummy. Execration are hungry. Hungry to stay in this tournament, it seems like, and they have the perfect meal in front of them every single step of the way. The Puck's lane didn't go great by any stretch of the imagination, but it doesn't seem to matter. Bob, there's a reason why they're so comfortable putting him on this last pick, giving him his comfort hero. It's because he absolutely delivers. The amount of damage he's doing in this game, absurd.
I just can't help but feel like it was also the Mars not getting the initiation there. Like when he was defending the high ground, he missed the spear back because Center was standing on the high ground trying to get vision. And he missed the spear, and then he didn't pop BKB. He hacks on the Lotus, and then he just got caught and just died from full to 0.
Yeah, very weak attempt there. I mean, Geek Fam feels like they are getting slightly derailed a little bit. The signs of that strong team that we saw in that matchup against Darleng. It's just not there this game.
This has to be the final stand here. They have to make this work somehow.
Yeah.
The spear back. X, spear back. Arena.
Yeah, there it is. That's the control straight onto the centaur, but he's able to get the stampede and destruction to save him as well. Now, 4-2-3 is in the mix, but he's taking a lot of damage. Tino, he's still standing his ground and working down these heroes. He might finally be able to kill off the centaur, but does it matter? Natsumi, he's popped his BKB. There are buybacks on both these cores that are dead.
Puck's killing everyone.
Yeah, Puck is just in there, getting the kills, can't finish up on the Rubik. Has he gone a bit too far forward? The disruption again from Shanks will save him time and time. This Shadow Demon coming in clutch for the squad, buying additional time for the Centaur as well. And 4-2-3 went off, get a lot of healing done. Whoa, what is this? He even has an early refresher. What is this build on the Bloodseeker? That's so cool.
Double BKB, he needs double BKB charge to run in the fights. I think it's a very, very nice solution here. In the late game, when you have 6-second BKB, you just get a refresher, so you get a 12-second BKB. Double rupture. I mean, wait till you get your axe, then you have sorry, you don't even actually have that anymore.
Yeah. You're gonna say 4 ruptures. Is that what you're gonna say?
You need level 25 for that now. So it's what, 6 ruptures? Oh no, yeah, 4 ruptures.
No,
you're correct. Yeah.
It's still insane. You rupture everyone other than the Rubik, and you're like, yeah, you can Depending on who's the nicest to you, you don't rupture that scam. Jumping forward, the catch onto 423 could be huge, but again, the disruption. Shanks, has he bought enough time for 423 to work? Bob is here as well, and Scam is just going down. CML, he just crushes Natsumi. I mean, they just get wiped out. They're desperately trying to buy back, but what else can they find? The Geek Fam heroes, they split up on the map, and looks like Raging Potato is going to go down as well. That's a dieback for the Rubik, who just came back into the mix. Bob, he is just obliterating his foes here on this puck. And even though Shanks dies, he is undisputedly the MVP for this game. All these clutch disruptions, just giving Execration the space they need to work and reset these fights. Geek Fam, they don't have enough. They're gonna lose this lane of Rags, and it's looking like the game as well. Natsumi not available for another 50. You get the Hex out, but onto another Lotus. Back, he's stealing as much damage as he can. 4-2-3, trying to fight in the midst of it all. Puck, he needs to come in and do the damage. Look at Max HP just melt. The Finger of Death, it does finish off the Bloodseeker, but that's not before Bob seals the deal on this game. GG is called. Geek Fam, they tap out of this game number 1 after a great comeback from Execration.
Yeah, well done there by Execration, you know, especially like the way the team move together, the cohesiveness. I mean, sure, I made a fuss about the Bloodseeker not getting a BKB, but at the end of the day, he came to the fights, you know, even without the BKB, he came to the fights, he came to tank for his team, he died in every single fight that he came to, but he was still the top net worth hero. He tanked for his team, and that's what you want from a carry player. Knowing that even though you have to die, you have to sacrifice yourself for the greater good, and it paid out. Puck was able to carry the latter portions of the game. Every fight, you look at the damage dealt, Puck is always on top of every single one of them, and just showing that the Bloodseeker just needs to come and be the body and be the mid shield, you know, together with the Centaur, and the Puck eventually is going to kill every single one of them.
Yeah, and I think you put it perfectly, right? It goes back to what we saw in the previous series as well. It's a heightened understanding on how to play carry, something that Jackie shares with 423. You understand that your role in the game, it's not this age-old cookie cutter, oh, I farm, I AFK, I play passive because I'm not strong yet. You need to identify exactly what you can do for your team and how you can bring them forward in the game. And that's exactly what he does. Even though it's not pretty, I think the most impressive part is that he still is able to keep up in farm, get his key item timings, and contribute in such a meaningful way. And Shanks, man, those disruptions just seal the deal. What an opening game from Execration, and proving that, you know, even though they got beat down by Talon, they're down but not out just yet. We'll find out whether that continues to be the case, whether they can preserve their tournament life with a 2-0 over Geek Fam, or whether the Geeks will fight back. We'll be back after a short break. A very warm welcome back, Elite League action. Last series of the day for Southeast Asia. We had a long one, we had a short one, and I guess if we're going by that metric, this should be a pretty even series altogether. You know, game one kind of told that story. Of course, we're watching Execration versus Geek Fam with myself, Perm Sneeze, and Winter. And, you know, it felt like Geek Fam did have an advantage, but they made a few questionable moves around the map, especially around the Roche pit, that felt like they just tossed it all away.
Time to forget that it happened and play the next game.
True. The only way out of this tough situation is 2 wins steamroll straight ahead for Geek Fam to stay alive in this tournament. There are 2 slots for Southeast Asia overall to get into the Swiss stage, so I think it's a lot more forgiving than China, but of course you need to make it there, and losing this hard on the first day would be very rough. I mean, Geek Fam, they showed some of their potential in that matchup against Team Darling, so hopefully they bring some of that out here.
They have to rediscover themselves right now. Seems like they're a bit lost, you know. And the last game definitely felt like it would have shaken their confidence. And time to try to find something that can bring back the confidence. Some familiar faces, you know, some comfort heroes, you know. Time to bring those back.
Yeah, true. He picks up this gyrocopter here. It seems to be something that they are very comfortable on. I guess for the flex potential between Natsumi and himself. Although we talked about rating openings, you mentioned that you prefer the CM because it's quite casual. This gyro feels a bit more heavy committal for me though.
Did I say it was casual?
No, as in we were basically saying, you know, between the Razor and the CM, which one you like more, and you're saying, okay, you know, CM because it doesn't really jank up your draft or put you in a weird spot.
I mean, CM is also just strong, you know. Like I feel like teams should start to value this hero. The hero is just right now among the position 5 heroes. I think apart from Chen, I think CM is overall one of the, if not the strongest, because the shot is just amazing. And just how she feels in the game right now with, I think people are starting to find the build-up where you get the
Radiant team ban.
The solar crest, and then you get the twin gate movements.
Yeah.
All these things, when you get this right, and on top of it, you need to know what to pair the CM with, like what type of carry you can pair the CM with. Because if you pair the CM with the right hero, the CM can straight up just win you the game, or at least win you the early game. That allows the other heroes to win you the game.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, in the games that we watched so far, it seems to be, at least for the Chinese region, a very heavy emphasis on the Bat Rider, right? And we're not seeing any of that here at all. In fact, she's like,
There's one more hero. It's not just
the techies, right?
Oh yeah, techies, yeah.
I'm quite surprised by the lack of techies here. Techies
like
is a
gyro
winner.
picked over techies. I guess what we're realizing here in these Southeast Asian teams is that they really value the flexibility in the draft over securing and showing you their hand early on, right? The fact that this Centaur Wall Runner, we've seen it play in support, not by these teams, but in China, I guess that's kind of where their head's at.
Centaur and gyro. So kind of very, very similar heroes that Execration had the last game. Carry they can stand and fight. Initiating tool from Centaur.
Yeah.
And they ban out the Mars just for that. I mean, he doesn't want to play Mars anymore after that game, pretty sure.
Yeah, he's done.
Just
he's
a bit
done.
traumatized.
Let's chill a bit, you know. Cox, he had one good game, one bad game. It's vibes. You've had your fill on the Mars train. Techies, there we go. Just as we say.
Devil.
Of course, I mean, Shanks, he did sort of play it quite a bit recently, and the Kunkka as well, being grabbed up. This is likely going to be a Bob hero, if I had to guess. But that's the beauty of it. Can be flexed depending. Tino could probably play this as well. That's going to open up the Shadow Demon as a available option for Geek Fam. So that's likely the support duo sorted out, I would hope.
Yeah, the Kunkka does really well against Core Gyro.
10 seconds remaining.
Just stopping the flag damage. I mean, not stopping but delaying, because Gyro really relies on like the flag damage doing substantial amount in the team fights, and being able to slow it down, it definitely makes like a huge deal. You know, it used to be like the go-to counter to Gyro. You see Gyro, you pick Kunkka to counter it with the full.
Yeah. And all throughout the game, essentially, Gyro doesn't really have any options against the X-Marks. You get caught, you're gonna get killed. immediately picking up that Morphling. We've already seen this Gyro Morphling matchup, and it doesn't go well. But even into the Lifestealer, this is a great Morphling game, right? You're really only scared about maybe an early game Morphling death because of the center.
Morphling game.
10
It feels like
seconds.
if you don't come up with a mid hero that can solve this Morphling, it's gonna be tough. You know that there's not many heroes that can solve the Morphling from the mid. You're thinking of like
Radiant team back.
heroes that can insta burst him so he can't really do much in the fights, like Dina, TA, Tiny mid, maybe OD. I don't even know if OD works the same way right now against the Morphling. Is the matchup still similar? Like the Lifestealer and Centaur, they are not going to be enough against this
10
Morphling.
seconds remaining.
Absolutely not. Not even close, it feels like.
There used to be 2 Morphling counters,
5
like when
seconds
Morphling was like the
remaining.
Giga OP with the universal stats agonyms. The teams have tried to pick Invoker and Tinker against Morphling.
That's fair, but Tinker, unfortunately, not a hero now. Thank God.
What? Who? Tink who?
Who? Who is that?
Who?
Even worse than even worse than that Lycan performance that we we saw the other day.
Yeah, I have a feeling they might need to result into Invoker. I mean, they have Centaur to set up with Sunstrike. And
Well, okay, what's the rationale though? Because I think traditionally Kunkka has always been seen as a counter to the Invoker in lane. I think
yeah, that's the problem too, you know.
yeah, Execration
But
have a
Morphling,
really good
you
draft.
have no
Entire team
answers
back.
to Morphling. That's gonna be like the issue surrounding the draft.
Oh, they ban out they ban out the Huskar, which Mac. I'm not sure whether he's known to play. He's more of a traditionalist, likes his Puck, Ember, Pango. The Primal Beast was also pretty convincing. Another tool for the Lifestealer to use.
10
Maybe just enough
seconds
magic damage to
remaining.
work through the Morphling. Although it's not very convincing. You need to build like a
5
Spirit
seconds
Vessel.
Maybe a
remaining.
vessel.
Kotal?
Yeah, he needs a vessel hero maybe.
Kotal, perhaps?
Yeah, Kotal. Yeah, just try to snowball and run away with the game. But Kotal not the best against Kunkka once more.
Yeah, we've already seen that matchup happen in China as well, where somehow the Kunkka was able to completely smoke the Kotal and just get him time after time. Okay, we're high because Kotal is banned literally in the first 2. And honestly, no surprise because you're playing against Scam and Scam will take that any day of the week.
I just feel like Geek Fam are they're gonna be in a tough spot here against this Morphling.
Yeah.
It's very worrisome, when you see this type of 18 pick Morphling and you don't really have good avenues of dealing
Yeah.
with the Morphling. I'm sure they have already figured out something, at this stage,
Yeah,
Morphling's
they
a
probably have
pretty
fished out some options.
pretty common hero. There's not many remaining. I'm sure one of them is going to be picked, and we'll see how Execration bulletproofs their Morphling draft. They just need to
Dire
pick like
team
a
pick.
an
Radiant
off laner
team
that can
pick.
kind of
Bounty hunter.
off laner. Okay, off laner. Bounty is the off laner.
I mean,
He wins. Does he actually win the lane against Lifesteal? Because usually bounties win against melee heroes.
yeah, it's crazy, but I
10
think it
seconds
might just
remaining.
work. There's also the potential that they run it back and they play
5
Bounty
seconds
Hunter
remaining.
in the safe lane up against the Centaur. They play Kunkka in the off lane and they play a Morphling mid. It's not traditional by any stretch of the imagination, but I think that's kind of the craziness that 4-2-3 brings to this roster. That level of flexibility. Tino used to be a core player himself. I'm sure he can pilot that Kunkka to success. Geek Fam, they've just been thrown for a complete loop with this last pick. And while I don't really like Bounty Hunter as a hero in this current meta, I think it's just what they need to throw Geek Fam for a bit of a loop here.
Phylactery.
Yeah, Phase Boots Phylactery. A lot of damage, and then you get the Ags and ping, 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 bounce, bounce, bounce. I mean, the heroes on Geek Fam don't have anything they can do about it. You're going to rely on Shadow Demon Shard later down the line to cleanse off some of those shenanigans. That's not a good use just for like a track, a measly little track. They have so much follow-up magic damage into his shenanigans as well. You talk about Kunkka always needing advanced, I guess, vision of your opponents. Bounty Hunter will solve that problem easily.
How about the Morphling problem? What's the solution right now, Geek Fam?
My only option that I can offer is Void Spirit. As we see, it's going
You
to be
may now
Lash
select
instead.
your
Okay,
heroes.
so
Okay, this is all in. This
yeah,
is literally all
all in.
in.
They are just hoping that there isn't any nastiness.
Is this a bluff?
It's it's a bit of a bluff. It's an off-lane bounty. So this is what we thought would be the case. Bob is going to take that mid lane. It seems like what they're hoping for is for Lesh to do so well against the Kunkka that the Kunkka doesn't have a game. You're able to pressure these towers way faster than the Morphling can respond. And this, I mean, it almost feels like a last pick that you didn't really have a choice in, right? It's not ideal, but it has to get the job done.
It gives the draft purpose, I think, with the
Yes.
Shadow Demon and Lifestealer being the saves for Lash. So
Yeah.
Lash has, and the Stampede. So Lash has a lot of room to play in the team fights, you know. As long as he's alive, he can
10
actually
seconds remaining.
do a lot. But for the Spirit Vessel, I'm not sure who can actually buy it this game on SD and Gyro. Those are not heroes that want to buy the Vessel, but maybe they would have to buy it on one of those heroes to ensure that they have an option to deal with the Morphling in the game. Because apart from that, all their heroes don't really deal with Morphling.
Yeah, it's tricky business. I wonder what this Bounty Hunter is going to bring to the table, though, because the previous time Execration played it in their matchup against Talon, they did put it on 4-2-3 in the carry position. A very aggressive build with the Phase Boots Phylactery, like we said. Is it going to be something similar? Is he going to focus a bit more on the auras? Spirit Vessel is definitely something the Bounty could buy. It's not ideal, but I think that's one of the benefits the hero gives you. A bit of flexibility in terms of itemization. Is there any draft that you're liking going into this game number 2, though, Winter?
I'm a man that wants to watch more Dota. And I'm a man who loves Disco Pony.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I think we got a bit sold short with that series number 2. Even though we are back on schedule, which, you know, for production and everything else, and everyone working is going to be great.
Aren't we still on schedule?
We are. We're fine. We're fine for a game. I'm fine for a game 3. I'm always down for more Dota, and I tend to agree with you. I think this Lash injects their draft with a sense of purpose as to what they want to try and do here in this game. And I think it might just be the juice that they need. I mean, Double Horse worked out really well for the Chinese region. So hopefully they can replicate that success here in Southeast Asia.
So what's the combo? Workhorse, you carry the Lash into the middle of the team fight? Is that
Okay, no. The combo is you press Stampede and the Lash runs in and he does a lot of damage. How's that?
And the enemy has Pipe, right? And Boat.
Yeah, they have both, but Pipe is a bit harder, especially if Tino doesn't necessarily have the best lane. You did mention a bit about how Bounty excels in these melee versus melee matchups, but I guess that's what Scam is there for, right? He can always Rocket Barrage and force the Bounty back.
You say that, but he has Flat Cannon.
Oh my... You're...
Yeah,
what?
Flat Cannon is normal to have Flat Cannon at level 1.
No, I mean, I know,
some
but...
lanes it's fine.
But then you're just gonna... I guess Scam is just gonna play for pushing the wave out and harassing you that way.
Yeah, just trading because he knows it's a losing lane for the Lifestealer, so he has to play to equalize lane.
Cox is
no.
Cox is deceased unless Raging Potato was smart with the disruption. He's biding his time, but that's just gonna allow the rest of Execration to swarm over him. A lot of damage coming through from that Flat Cannon, the Lightning as well. Last auto attack, they couldn't find the Centaur. They will grab him with that Crystal Nova, but CML looking to be the price to pay. They return that kill 10 seconds before another disruption, but they can just keep charging forward. Another Lightning Storm coming through. Bob will pick up that rune from right under their noses as they're chasing on to 4-2-3. Disrupt. Grab the rune. Nicely done. Scam and the gang can still try and punch out 4-2-3. Running slightly low on resources. Still a couple of Bond charges to work with. And that's going to be the end of that chase. Turn their sights towards Shanks now, but he should be able to wiggle himself to safety. So as the dust settles, the fact that it's who gets the first blood there? It's CML. Not too big of a deal, all things considered, but still good start for Execration.
Geek Fam coming out with 3 bounty runes. So
Yummy!
Kind of
Evening the
favors
score.
them a little bit.
Yeah. I don't know whether this is a winning matchup until like you're level 4 or level 5 on the bounty, and I feel like getting there is going to be a bit of a hurdle, especially with a gyrocopter backing you up.
Level 4? Don't you start to win the lane with you have level 2 Jinada?
Yeah, but I mean he got Shuriken level 1, so... Oh wait, no, I'm high. I guess, because I'm thinking maybe he wants a value point in the Shadow Wall. I don't know, I feel like I haven't seen a Bounty Hunter call in ages. I guess you're right. Just max out that Diginada to try and put as much pressure out onto the lifestealer as possible.
Yeah, I ran into one the other day, like maybe a week or 2 weeks ago.
How did that go?
He destroyed my carries thing.
Oh shit. Okay. Well, we want more Dota, so we're unfortunately rooting for him to not destroy Natsumi's game here because we understand how integral this lifestealer is to the plan. We've seen a Lash already flop today of a byproduct of losing the lane. Seems to be doing very well this time round though against the Kunkka. Of course, it's the last pick, so should be favorable his way.
Oh, Bob in trouble here.
Yeah, Bob
Lightning
being one
storm.
down. Mac, he's not going to bother for the chase. Won't waste time that he can spend hitting creeps, frolicking in this way, feeling
Tough
good
lane.
about himself.
Tough lane for the Kunkka here. Gonna
Yeah.
be out of resources.
And just able to get that water rune refill. Very, very handy stuff. Cox, on this Centaur, should be able to, at the very least, tie with the Morphling. He won't necessarily be pushed out of the lane until later on when the Morphling becomes this stat-abusing, min-max regen messing beast in the lane. That's
Why can't
still...
you just say what he's doing on Morphling is illegal?
It's not illegal. I mean, it's still in the game. And it's been in the game forever. So, I
Do you
guess
think
that's
it
the
will
benefit.
break the hero if you can't do that? Like, if you can't heal like that?
Oh, I guess his early laning stage will be atrocious.
Give him something, but yeah.
Like what? What would you give him?
More damage, maybe, on adaptive.
Ah, that's fair. Then you play the lane kind of like a PA, right? Ah, okay. I see where you're going with this. I don't know. For now, though, it still exists, unfortunately, which means that 423 should be able to efficiently trade and keep his health up in this lane, especially with the wand. Similarly, I think we got off on the wrong foot here, and it's not necessarily bad, it just painted our expectations the wrong way, right? The first game between Geek Fam and Darling, non-stop hit, banging, smacking, I couldn't even breathe, you couldn't even talk, they were just fighting non-stop. And then ever since then, some of these early games have been a bit slower. Maybe it's a byproduct of the hero picks, but I kind of feel like there is some kill threat on both of these teams.
I mean, that series was kind of crazy with the first game where they picked all melee heroes, all brawling heroes.
Yeah, true. I mean, that
It's
may
definitely
be
drop dependent as well. I mean, with the bounty, you could kind of expect that bounty just wants to brawl and wants to fight all the time.
Yeah, maybe once he gets his level 6 is the timing that Tino's looking for, and then he'll be unleashed all over the map. It's gonna come down to whether he can really impact the mid lane, especially because the Lash, as we've come to know and love, becomes a big problem if not addressed. You need to get him killed at least once or twice, and makes every subsequent death a lot easier to grab.
I think the Kunkka is actually doing well.
Okay, yeah, not too bad.
CS-wise.
I guess the matchup, despite it being rougher early on, now he's able to trade back some of that damage.
Here comes the TP.
This is classic Kunkka play that we've been seeing, but Bob, he's dropping very low. Slight miscommunication there. But Mark,
misses the
last bit
torrent.
of damage, yeah. Torrent, a bit off the mark, and as a result, Lash will be able to walk free. So a bit of mis-execution there from Execration costs them that kill.
And Scam is gonna TP over to take the XP.
That tips come through. Scam, number one garbage collector on the map, you know what I mean? Every single time there's a bit of juicy farm, you know he'll be there to grab it. That's kind of what makes him such a great POS 5 also, because he ends up with a lot more net worth and relevance than you're expecting.
I mean, right now, because he left, Lifesteal is feeling a bit uneasy here, you know? He didn't pull the wave back for him, so the wave is in the middle of the lane. Blast off, Natsumi is getting forced back.
Yeah. Just has to walk it off. I think he'll be fine here. They don't have enough damage. CML with the rotation. It's a great one. And uncomfortable is an
Wait,
understatement.
they killed the Kunkka? Holy crap.
Yeah, I guess tag teaming up in the mid
No
lane,
TP.
getting it done.
That's a big wave
And-
here. The Kunkka's gonna lose so much gold.
Dire's middle
Oh,
tower
this is the
under
timing that they were
attack.
waiting for. Maybe the tips towards Scam. A bit preemptive. Now Mac closing in,
Dire's
trying to go
turret
up to
has
this
been
high ground,
killed.
trying to source out any stacks, and he finds one. Putting that regen rune to work. So garnering himself an advantage in the mid lane already. Very nicely done from this Lash.
Yeah, looking good for the Lash right now. He has to do a lot this game, so everything has to be perfect.
Yeah. It's giving me shades of that butterfly effect performance. Of course, he has a lot to do if he wants to get to that stage where he's borderline unkillable. Could get there. Stampede out. Looks like there's aggression in the bot side. That's where they're looking at least. Getting the touch onto Tino. Toss Nova. Oh, Tino. He's able to walk it off. They guessed a bit wrong on his location and they aren't able to burn him down.
Radiant are scanning.
And we haven't really got to talk much about Cox, but he's actually winning his lane against the Morphling.
Yeah.
44 and 13 to 24 and 5. How actually did this happen?
Radiant's middle
I mean,
tower
base
is
damage
under
difference
attack.
1. Centaur's base damage is so high. He got that helm really early on as well, which has been allowing him to trade with the double edge. Just walk forward, double edge the Morphling. Casual about it as well, you know. No surprise that it's top of the network. Natsumi not able to pop the rage in time. Will get controlled up, but yeah, I mean, this is the power of the Lifestealer, right? It can always just shrug these moves off. Doesn't even need Scam to be around. The bounty's not really a threat until he hits his level 6 for which he's closing in on, but you know, I mean, this move is never gonna work.
I feel like they have to try to play around the Conquer instead of playing around the Bounty. The Bounty just wants solar XP to get his level 6. Like you say, you know, he needs the level 6 and Conquer already has his level 6.
Yeah, coming in here, but Scam with the setup. Hold the lash in place so that he can't close the distance to do damage, but that's what the Stampede is for. Charging in on the Disco
nice
Pony.
disrupt.
Beautiful disruption. Just holds back that aggression. Prevents a lot of damage being taken by the Lash, and now he's ready to keep fighting. Tino has shown up, but he's getting Pulse Nova down. He just gets worked. Double kill for Mag, and he can just keep it going here. If they're not careful and stick around, they're just going to get run down. Scam, still full HP, but now under the tower. Maybe a bit too far forward now. Techi's coming back for the TP. Will eat a split up, but gets himself a gyro kill as a return. A lot of resources being expended by Execration in this mid lane, and they still lose their off laner.
Dire's bottom tower
Matt
is
is
under attack.
getting one of those games again, you know, like the previous Razor game. It's going to be really, really huge on this Lash this game. Going to get a very early use to set up kills for his team. And very useful at dodging the Kanka combos as well. As long as he's surviving in the team fights, he's going to be outputting a lot of damage.
Yeah, the Execration rely very heavily on this burst and chain disable between the Techies and the Frostbite and all the Kanka shenanigans. So if you're able to just combo break it just a bit, and buy yourself some time for maybe the disruption to come in or Stampede to get you out, it's gonna be difficult for Execration to continue aggressing as we saw just now in that fight. And he's already found himself at the top of the network, 1k ahead of that Kanka. Things cooling down for Geek Fam. I think that benefits them, right? The fact that they are all farming on all 3 of their cores and really ramping up comparatively to their counterparts. The Morphling is the big one suffering here.
I don't really feel like he should be even like not sure. But
Yeah.
it is what it is. He's not in a very good spot now, so he's gonna need his team to create some kind of window for him to actually just get his Blats, and once he has that, he's going to be able to just jungle freely.
Yeah. Calling Tino up here to his top side for an attempted
Radiant's
kill on
top
Cox.
tower is under attack.
But a free Stampede out and no stuns between them. You gotta wonder if they brought up the Kanka, it would have been a lot easier for them to manage, but he has his own problems to deal with. Seems to be busy farming away in his own triangle. 4 10-minute mark. It's a slight gold lead going the way of Geek Fam, and I mean, they have the heroes that can keep that amplified, right? You look at the Lifestealer, what's he queuing up? It's a Hamlet, okay, so nothing really like a Maelstrom. Looks like Tino is hunting in the triangle. Scan comes through, so he knows that the hero's there. And the question is, do Geek Fam have any semblance of knowledge that there's a bounty around? Guard their stacks with Sentry. They will clean this up.
They're completely abandoning
Radiant's
the bottom
middle
side
tower is under attack.
just to try to pressure the, or help the Morphling though. Don't really feel like this is worth it.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. I think I'm not too sure what the Execration plan is, because ever since Tino has hit level 6, he's tried to make a couple of moves. He's found the tail end of Lash instead and suffered 1 or 2 deaths. Now things are awkward because what do you do as the bounty hunter, right? Are you waiting for your next item? What even is your next item? Is it going to be a phylactery or something like that? All you have is 2 Wraith Bands, 1 Phase Boots right now. Tino has yet to really make a mark this game. Now rotation up to the top side. They've smoked up on the side of Geek Fam and they want to get 4-2-3. It'll be a very prime target to claim. Know exactly where he's farming. He can set up, start with the Pulse Nova, finding this Morphling, just need a stun, set up the disruption, even just run forward with the Stampede onto him. Doesn't have any resources left and he will die. So just finishes up that Vlad, punished in the top side, and Mac is dominating.
Double TP mid,
Yeah,
save your captain.
Correct. Scam calls for it and you know the boys got to answer, but it's nothing but the scare tactic. It does well enough to cause Execration to sound the horn to retreat. Just like that, Scam's able to walk free.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
And this is not looking good for the Execration side right now. Morphing your most important hero and dying.
Is under attack.
They're not really able to capitalize on anything. Didn't get a tower, didn't get a kill, and your snowballing offlaner is not exactly doing anything with the bounty right now.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out what exactly the game plan is for this bounty, but for now, getting found out here, set up the duels, come down to a split up, and he is absolutely dead. I mean, space, that's about it. That's all I can say. Allows bot to take this tier 1 mid tower, I guess. It's so sad because I feel like Execration, we were looking at their first 4 picks of the draft and we're like, wow, this is really robust. It's really coming together. They've covered their bases so nice. They can't even pick a mid lane hero because, you know, Kanka covers so many angles, Morph covers so many angles, and then they last pick Bounty. They scratch our heads, and now I think they're scratching their heads because they're not really sure what they should be doing with Tino.
Probably not expecting the Morphing thing to go badly too, you know, if the safe lane actually went a little bit better when they make rotations, Morphing's a little bit harder to kill or Morphing's stronger.
Bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, it definitely doesn't feel like it was part of their plan, you know, for the lanes to just be
Dire's middle tower is
uneasy
under
for the
attack.
Morphing. Kind of felt like the Bounty expected
Dire's
Morphing to do
middle
well,
tower
so he can
has
actually
fallen.
rotate over and kill off the Centaur, and maybe the complexion of things would be totally different.
Yeah. And the lineup doesn't really serve them well in this case either, right? Because Execration, their whole goal is, at this current juncture, they want a bit more of an extended fight for the Bounty Hunter to work. It doesn't necessarily synergize with the Morphling or the Kanka who want to pick someone off immediately, but Lesh is completely fine with that. If you're going to stand for an extended duration next to him and let him Pulse Nova, Lightning Storm you to death, he'll say A-OK to that any day.
Yeah, they kind of have to wait for, I guess, BKB. I'm not sure, you know, what is going to be the timing for their lineup. I mean, Morphing needs like a long way more to go. I think the BKB on Konka or BKB on and the BKB on Bounty is probably going to be their first strongest timing with their lineup.
Yeah, that's what we'll be waiting for at least. There's 5k gold lead. Continues to crawl upwards slowly. Blink complete from the Shadow Demon. Just a very clear blanket over your head, showing you just exactly how far behind you are, that this support has been able to get that item at the time. Blink forward disruption allows him to position so much further back, so no risk of being caught out by this bounty hunter who will likely be snooping around.
Bounty!
Speaking of snooping around, Execration, they seem to be on the hunt, but all 5 of the Geek Fam heroes are down here in this spot side. You could come through the twin gates and catch them by surprise, but you don't know where their vision is set up.
Dire's bottom tower
We'll just
has
take this
fallen.
tier 1 for essentially free. I don't think, I mean, my opinion,
Dire's
Execration,
bottom
is that
tower
I don't
is
think they
under
can
attack.
actually afford to fight right now. Like, at all.
I think in the next 5 minutes that's going to be the case.
Stray Dust, looking for somebody here, but Their scan
Radiant's
betrays
top
them.
tower is under attack.
If you think that there is a Geek Fam hero in the area. Oh, sorry, no, the bounty on Execration. That's not a Geek Fam. Execration is able to TP out. Just safety. Geek Fam smoking up now. On converge on the top side by Execration. They just get the jump onto Natsumi. Beautiful disruption from Raging Potato. And he's able to just infest, get himself to safety. Cox, a bit of a miss on that blink. He would have liked to just enter the fight, but we'll get CML. He's just running away right now, buying some time. Bob, he's starting to drop a little bit low. The Execration heroes, they're able to kill off Mac. It's the blade mail from Bob. They stand their ground and they work through the lash. And Mac, I don't think he expected that damage. Now, Cox will go down as well. 4-2-3 able to clean up. And it's an extended fight with a lash, but if the lash is there, it's no problem. A couple of really big kills going Execration's way.
Yeah, a huge kill on the lash for sure. Dota did not expect the blade mail damage there. Just went in super confident, just wanted to output the deeps, but just killing himself instead. I think Cox once again, you know, watching the initiation. This is the slump.
Yeah, he's feeling it right now for sure. Something must have cancelled his blink. Was it just the CM spell? Like the Crystal Nova that tagged him, unfortunately. You just gotta kind of suck it up and move on those. They started that fight in a weird spot as well. The fact that Natsumi had to try and run away and basically use disruption as well as infest rage to get out of that initial aggressive move. Great timing from Execration more than anything to get that advanced jump.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Heals.
Goes up with the setup, but Bob, he was waiting. In comes the boat, crashes right onto the lash. And this is the second high-profile lash kill in the past 2 minutes. Geek Fam, if they want to come back in this series, they can't keep letting this happen. This has to be the last time.
Yeah, those are very valuable track kills giving to Execration. And Morphing meanwhile has kind of caught up, you know, the last couple of minutes just farming.
Yeah, 4-2-3. Again, it feels like he's undeterred by these rough early games that he's facing and still able to come back and keep up on his net worth. Oh, the blink out into the mid lane. They spot the Morphling but choose to target Tino instead. They'll eat a whole store of magic damage. Cox, he has the Stampede out there. Natsumi has popped its rage as well. But Tino on the front line is just doing so much damage to the BKB reveal. Scam will go down to the bouncers of that Shuriken. And still on the chase, X-Marks holding Cox back in place. They'll try for a Storm. A bit of misalignment with the timing on that Torrent, and Tino, he might just pay the price for it. Mac, he's in the mix now and he's outputting all the deeps like you mentioned, but he is getting worked down. 4-2-3 committing in, but the last waveform, beautiful disruption, dodging out everything. Raging Potato, he was patient with it, and is it enough? Mac, he's still gonna go down, but not before wiping out the two remaining cores for the side of Execration. This area is theirs. This Geek Fam can't contest no more. Natsumi, still looking for something there, but we'll force the waveform out. 4-2-3 and Bob will escape. I mean, that disruption just saved the fight for Geek Fam.
Yeah, very, very clutch move there. It's very, very close, you know. You see the power of the Morphling against the Lifestealer. Like, without a lead, the Morphling just straight through everybody. Like, he has the S and Y of all things, you know. So he feels like he needs the status resist this game over like getting something like a Manta.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm falling in love a little bit with the way that 4-2-3 is playing carry. It's not the cleanest, it doesn't make him shine in the spotlight, but it's all these sort of creative approaches and the mindset he's bringing to this role that is allowing his team to succeed. Bob with a very clutch Blade Mail pickup as well. I think that caught Mac by surprise the first time, and this is gonna be his third death essentially. So the Lash, we talked about it. The more you kill him, the easier it gets, and he's kind of gone for the setup build with the Yules instead of a bit more self-focused items like the BKB Bloodstone. He'll have that on the horizon now. Just a couple of items away from completing that. But yeah, I mean, 4-2-3, like you said, he's outputting the damage that is necessary, and to a certain extent, Mac is outputting the damage onto himself as well. Coming through the twin gates, they're smoked up on the high ground. Tino in some trouble, able to dodge away. They dust him, get the connection, but he's able to pop the BKB. Still, it doesn't seem like he has enough HP to survive this. He will get cleaned up by the missile. Clean execution from the side of Execration as Shanks is able to escape, and the rest of the heroes on Execration are desperately split pushing on the map.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, using Potato. That Blink has spotted out Shanks, calling for backup now to get himself a freebie. Doesn't want to use the disruption just yet because he's scared about the TP out and scared being here. Trying to connect with the homing missile a bit too far away. Shanks, he's out of there. Great play from that Techies to keep his life intact and waste a bit of time from Geek Fam.
Precious time for the Morphing to farm.
Yes.
I mean, Bob has Acadims, you know, so the team fight is actually pretty strong at the moment. I mean, your cores don't really have BKB, your Lifesteal has Rage, but apart from that, I think if you don't have BKB going to the fight right now, Conquer is just gonna destroy you. So maybe Execration aren't actually that weak, you know, they can actually have a chance to have a good initiation and just finish the fight with the Torrent Storm.
Yeah, this gets picked up by Bob, a huge component in the team fight. Sure, you have your rage, but it's only gonna last so long. The Lash, if he's controlled up and he can't stick on his targets, it's gonna be a major problem for him. Tino creeping in this bot side. They'll spot him out with the sentry scan, getting the advanced notice, but the X marks over the cliff. With the setup of the Torrent, Execration, they're playing this a bit cautious because they know Geek are angling for a fight as well. 4-2-3, the only one presenting himself at the moment. Very risky stuff, but he's feeling comfortable enough with the Phylactery and Sanj and Yasha complete, like you mentioned. They'll be preparing for Roche instead. Start mining up this area, controlling the high ground, and getting the vision advantage. It's all about the initial connection. Cox, you gotta come in here with a killer hoof stomp onto multiple. That's proven so hard so far. Where's the rest of the team starting to join? He might just go ahead of the curve, gets bombs blown up on him on the high ground. Shanks has that perfectly planned out. Just playing a bit of Minesweeper there. We'll clear out the vision. Sentry in, and they've already vacated the pit. Execration going for a crazy wraparound play. We've seen this happen before. Geek Fam, in this very area, they're going to have to stand their ground. They're going to allow that Morphling to do damage. They're going to pay for it. Tino, following the smell of the courier, they might just see Mac. They haven't dewarded to go for the stun. Where's the follow-up? The Torrent couldn't connect in time. They're pulling back the Lash, but the Disruption buys him space, and in goes Cox, straight onto CML. Able to force staff away and use that ultimate, but the Morphlings in the mix already. They wipe out 2 on the side of Geek Fam, and 3 to fall. They only lose their carry. Sure, you find an initiation with Cox and Natsumi to get that kill, but they even need to stampede to safety out of fear. Clean stuff from Execration, understanding what their objective is. They just need to kill the Lash, and they successfully do so.
Yeah, totally outplayed by the lead that Geek Fam has here. They understand that with the Aghanim's on Conquer, no BKB on Lash, no BKB on Santos.
It ain't happening.
They just can't go into the fight. It's just so easy, you know, for the Morphin to just dish out the deeds when the Torrent Storm is on the fight.
Yeah.
Roshan has
Naturally,
fallen
Back
into
to even game, which is bad news for Lifestealer against Morphling.
Bad news for Lash as well. You don't want to be in an even game state. You want to be slightly ahead and powerful so you can run in undeterred. But at this point, Mac finished off that Bloodstone, but the Blade Mail has been such a thorn in his side. Now needs to queue up the BKB as well, because into the face of all this control between the two blast-offs, all these little tracks and torrents and tidal waves, you just get washed away. Positioning now in this bot side, Raging Potato will come forward for a disruption, but instantly has to blink away. Understands that his life is in danger.
Radiant's bottom
towards
tower
this
is under
tower.
attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Now Geek Fam is the one that needs to dodge.
Structures are fortified.
Yeah, I mean, they managed to get that Aegis after the fight as well, so 2 lives essentially. S and Y even being bought by the Bounty Hunter. Neat itemization.
Oh, they're gonna smoke and clean out the rats, catch the rats.
Yeah, flush out these supports hiding around the trees, hiding around the area. Hoping to set up for their cause or maybe body
Dire's
for them.
top tower is under attack.
Tino leading the charge,
Radiant's
cutting straight
bottom
through.
tower
He
is
has his
under
eyes on
attack.
Mac. It's gonna be a huge kill, and the Centaur has just TP'd away.
Dire's middle
There is a
tower
Stampede
is under
available, but
attack.
Tino, do his senses help him out here? He needs to be on the money. Can he smell the horse? Can he smell the disco? Doesn't seem like it. Mac able to make a clean retreat as Tino hunting for him won't be successful.
They're probably gonna just get one tower here. Geek Fam just has to dodge until
Radiant's top tower is under
just
attack.
until at the very least you have BKB on Centaur and BKB on Lash.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I mean, this morphing is just. I feel like he's just not gonna die in the team fight. He's gonna have his counter.
I'm struggling to see a world where they kill him. It feels like they need to get underneath and double stomp up, Cox into the initiation, forcing the BKB out of Tino, but the water park, it's coming up. No! Kunkka couldn't even cast it. Great move from Geek Fam, catching the Kunkka by surprise, and now it's Execration who has to run. You can't kill the Morphling in a 5v5 situation, but without the biggest component of control, maybe you stand a chance. Getting the jump on the CM now, held in place, trying for the freezing field, but stomped down. 4-2-3 still wants to fight, trying to focus down on the Raging Potato, has morphed into Life Stealer and Rage out. The Infest saving him, yeah, 4-2-3 now in some trouble. He might have that second life, but he can't actually man fight. And he will go down the first time. You might just have to buy back on the Kunkka if you want to help him out there. 4-2-3 will just waveform across the high ground into the lower side. Raging Potato can't risk the chase through as Tino on the backside, he's able to clean up on Scam, but he will likely pay with his life for it. Goes down as a result. They clean up Shanks as well. Ends up being a 4-for-1 exchange there as Geek Fam. They're able to punch right back. The pendulum swings again, as is with Geek Fam games.
Kind of tried to all in the Shadow Demon on the morphing, but the mech from the gyro kept him alive,
Dire's
and
middle
I think
tower
the fight was
is
just
under
very,
attack.
very difficult to say, you know, like what the morphing needed to do. He was kind of confused once the Kunkka died. The Kunkka died because the morphing was hitting the wave at top, so he kind of showed himself for a little bit. And then once Geek Fam saw him doing that, then they realized, oh, they're going to have one hero less in this area. Let's just jump on the other Kunkka shot at the same time. So he just got jumped, and that was it. You know, no BKB, so no way out.
Yeah, a very easy deduction to make there. It's a classic sort of, I wouldn't say it's a misplay, but just Execration maybe feeling a bit comfortable after getting that initial lead for the first time this game. Maybe they started feeling like, oh, you know, Mac is no longer a problem, we're not under any threat. So that's what can happen to you. Natsumi, 3 items up, the Radiance and the Sanjin Yasha freshly complete. He is still quite an important component in the fight, right? We see even in these other engagements, you're addressing Mac, but Natsumi is still pretty powerful.
He's gonna get his Aghanim soon. I think that's gonna change the fights a lot.
Yeah, we talked about this a lot in China. The cowardly lifestealer build. Just hide away instead of fighting face to face.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant
Sometimes
are
that's how wars are
scanning.
won. You know, you need to go for these kind of sneaky tactics. Mess with your opponents. Maybe land another killer stomp again. Bob, he would be a great target. Cox on the front line, Stampede up, finds the Kunkka. They're trying to full focus him down, but the healing is enough. He turns around with the BKB, and things are troublesome now. Execration, they're trying to surge back forward and find whatever kills they can. They get their eyes onto Mac. He's able to use himself up and break up that combo. Natsumi on the front lines now, running forward brazenly. He understands the position he's in. Cox with the connection only onto the CM though. And starting to punches out another rage out. Natsumi's courier actually dies. A bit unfortunate, losing the Aghanims. You're trying to disrupt to save this poor Centaur. He'll just come back right into a torrent. It's a good bit of control. At 4-2-3, he's doing the damage. Now in a man fight situation against Natsumi, but he's morphed into a life stealer. He should be able to waveform down to the low ground. No, it's CML with 4 staff saving him for now. Bob is the price to pay though, as Natsumi still undeterred, unstopped on the front lines, punching away. There's nothing much that this Execration lineup can actually do against him. He's just dancing on them right now. They all just have to back up, use up the setup. It's there with the split earth, and unfortunately 4-2-3 won't make it out of this engagement alive. Huge trade out from Geek Fam.
Yeah, that was a crazy initiation, but it kind of worked out for them. Bob just got his BKB, and he kind of felt like he wanted to go back in, after the center stormed him. But they didn't really land a really good X-Mark combo versus of the BKBs, and everything got whiffed. And I think that was the moment where you needed to just back off and reset, right? Because without your Ghost Ship Torrent Storm combo, it means your team fight is non-existent.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the only major cooldown that they extended in that particular case was the Stampede, right? So you can just back up, try again, and most you give them one objective. It's not that big of a deal as compared to losing 4-2-3 on the Morphling. It's a very different story from the previous game where 4-2-3, he needed to give way to Bob to carry the game. The Kunkka, we've talked about it before, it's more focused on the control, more focused on the spell casting in the team fight. It's not really a hero that can win the game by himself. This is also where we saw things go wrong for Kev, right? The ultimate winners of the Chinese qualifiers, where they played Butterfly Effect Kunkka, and he's this big winner for them and big bread winner for the squad, and he just doesn't have the tools. Kunkka is a hero, as much control as he has, doesn't have extended damage in these team fights.
Unless you have the Daedalus build.
Yeah? Do you think we're gonna see that?
Nah, that build doesn't work anymore.
Yeah.
Because they changed the type rating splash to physical instead of pure rating.
Dire are scanning.
What can you do?
Like, Kunkka always runs into a situation where there's going to be just that amount of time in the game where you just don't do enough damage anymore.
What about Revenant's Brooch? What about Kunkka, Revenant's Brooch, Crit Stick, Divine Rapier?
I have to try it out. I don't know.
That could work. Cox, it's a great recovery for him. A rough start, but basically acting like the mailman for his team, delivering the fresh life stealer right to their doorsteps. And it's working out big time. These stomps, it's not the cleanest, but he's acting as a body and allowing his team time to assess the situation. When in Geek Fam, when they're the ones with the initiative, it's a lot easier for Mac to maneuver these fights.
In very, very tense moments, they have a 10k lead, but the lead could very well be over if they just lose one single fight against Steve Smallthing. And Smallthing just purchased BKB, so he's gonna be a lot stronger now in this coming one.
Yeah, and I think also the Geek Fam, they are one game away from being knocked out of this entire qualifier. I think the high hopes, especially from their odds on this roster. So if, they kind of fizzle out like this, just off of one or two thrown fights in a way, it's gonna be a real tough pill to swallow. Grouping around for this Roche spawn that will come back up in 25 seconds. Geek Fam, they're ready to fight though. Infested up onto Cox, they're waiting for an entry, waiting for an opening. But they don't have any vision set up in the area for now. Biding their time, the wraparound play, Execration, no hero showing, just the waves. You're trying to cut through, go up to that high ground. The ward's already placed by Scam. Mines will alert them to any sort of movement. Torrent gonna go wide, Mac on the front line, seemingly fearless. Maybe he should observe a bit more concern. In comes Call straight on 4-2-3. This Morphling still able to stand his ground, force out the BKB from the center and focusing down onto the back lines. Still can't get the connection though. Tino, he's trying to pressure the Shadow Demon out of the fight, but this has just gone completely messy. The BKB from the Bounty Hunter, it's only gonna last him so long. Hawk coming through with another two-man stun, controlling onto Bob, forcing that BKB 4-2-3. He needs to kill off Raging Potato and he successfully does so. The buyback immediately, they lose their techies. 1-for-1 trade for now and a nice squeezing field, but it can't do enough. The Infest, the Aghanim's, they're inside the Morphling. 4-2-3 needs to fly out of here, hides in the Roach Pit and TP's out to safety against all odds. Tino won't be quite as lucky as he gets heals up and controlled. 3 members down from Execration as a buyback from Geek Fam wins them the fight.
Gonna win them the Roche as well. I mean, 3 heroes down, can't contest, and can only watch the Roche go down here. I mean, the fight was just so freaking messy.
Yeah.
And I feel like they need to kind of go in together with the Bounty and the Morphling to kill off the Shell Demon. I think once they find him, because he was like chasing him all the way with the Bounty, but couldn't finish him off fast enough.
Wait, what the hell? Why did Roche banner drop? Hello? Do my eyes deceive me? That's a Roche banner, right?
Yeah.
Why is it... Isn't it a nighttime Roche?
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Game still in beta, I guess? What the hell?
Regeneration.
I mean, maybe Roshan didn't... he was still holding on that Roche banner when he moved through. I don't know what time that exactly resets, but I assume that as soon as he goes through the twin gates, he does a little change in item. But I guess that doesn't matter because now Geek Fam banging on the high ground and Natsumi feeling very, very strong with that Aegis. Even has back-pocketed the Skadi. That's how confident he's feeling for that Aegis. Up to the high ground. Original plan for Geek Fam slightly derailed by Execration's mid-game timing thanks to their Kunkka and 4-2-3, but reaching a point where, like you mentioned, the Kunkka he just doesn't do enough. And I'm looking back at this Bounty Hunter and wondering whether it was the right pick for them to close out this draft. They had everything going for them in terms of the matchups, but the Life Stealer trump card, as well as Lash, seems to have given Geek Fam a very clear direction, one that they're following all the way to the end, and one that might result in the game number 3.
Yeah, everything is on the Morphin's hands right now. He has to be able to do the brunt of the damage for his team.
It's so hard. It's so hard, especially when they are just looking out for him the entire fight. 4-2-3. Weight of the entire Execration team on his shoulders now. It's not too bad even if they lose this, but why would you even want to lose this? Set up the second chance. On Natsumi, so you'll go up to the high ground now. Geek Fam is circling around. They want to just punch their ticket through to a game 3 and breathe a bit of a sigh of relief. Execration now, they're the ones in a very tense situation. Geek Fam, they can still continue to try pushing out this area, but they decide to play it a little chill for now. Execration, that's going to give them room to smoke up. 4-2-3 leading the charge. They just need to get the jump on the Shadow Demon in the back line, stop the saves from coming in. Shadow Demon ultimate has been so important. Bob coming through, getting the jump on Tino, but he's caught the BKB already. 4-2-3, starting a lane into Natsumi, but he's now focusing on Mac instead. The Yule's available, going to dodge out. Perfectly done by the Lash. They aren't threatening him at all in the face of his own Bloodstone. He's fine, he's going to turn around. 4-2-3 can't get in the mix, and as a result, they'll turn around, kill off Tino on the backside, and the whole of Execration just has to watch. There's no buyback available for this bounty. 4v5 now. Stampede still available and Max still at full HP. They found Raging Potato. He disrupts himself and the rest of the team coming in to help. 4-2-3 gonna rage up, at least try for the kill. They full committed on the Raging Potato time and time again, but they just can't kill the Shadow Demon. Huge blast off to save 4-2-3 and Shanks will have to give his life for it. But at this point, in this 2v5 situation, I don't know whether there's an out. They will at least lose one lane of Rax. If not, it might even be a game 3 that we're looking at.
I mean, they have to try to buy back on the both of the supports to fight here.
Yeah,
See
surely.
any other option.
I mean, maybe you're willing to give up one lane of Rags and 2 lanes is where you draw the line, try and sync it up with the Bounty Hunter respawn. That's the only thing I can think about. But no BKB for another 50 seconds for your Morphling. That is a huge problem. 24 for this Kunkka as well.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Trying to get those tracks up to rack up the damage. You know, he's been relatively quiet this game. Starting to punch out, but already focused down, and Tino is just dead again. 50 more seconds without your off laner, and it's at best a 4v5 situation. Like I said, the Techies not even going to bother to buy back. They'll lose the second lane of Rax. And Geek Fam, they can just go for more here. They understand just how far ahead they are. Geek Fam surging forward, looking at 4-2-3. You're doing a lot of damage back the way of that Centaur, but the disruption saves him. And now Mac and Natsumi on the front lines, dishing it out, and Bob has to just run away. Natsumi tucks himself into the Kunkka, but doesn't have enough damage to finish the job. Now looking onto Shanks, focusing on this Techies, forcing the blast off away. Every single one of these Execration members was trying to dangle themselves, distract you from the obvious objective of this Mega Creeps, but buyback now. They're fully focused. Natsumi punching onto this roam. There is a Hex, but where is the follow-up? The status resist is just a bit too strong and allows the Rage to come back up. Geek Fam, they're able to get what they came for. Not exactly the Megas as Mac. Still sticks around for a bit too long. Not able to Wind Waker himself back to safety. Didn't even see that he picked up that item. 5 members back in, but a huge storm caught with the setup for the squad. Natsumi coming through to clean up the game, and the rest of the Execration lineup. They want to push it the distance. They're hiding in the Morphling. 4-2-3 has too much to do, and he absolutely can't. Out of mana and out of HP, GG is called as they wipe the side of Execration, and Geek Fam force a game number 3.
Yeah, well done, Geek Fam. You know, came back from a tough first game, and right now with the Lash, just dealt with the morphing. You know, I just didn't think that game would actually look so dominant for them. You know, I thought the morphing would have proven to be much of a bigger problem for their lineup, but apparently not. You know, with the Lash pushing down towers, SD behind him, I felt like the last couple of fights were just Execration trying to hunt down this Shadow Demon. But the Shadow Demon he was just trying to juke and jive, and they couldn't kill him. So it means that they couldn't kill any of the other heroes if SD is not dead in the team fight.
Yeah, I mean, the priorities were clear, but Execration, they didn't actually have tools to do the job. I once again look back at this Bounty Hunter last pick that, you know, I personally love Bounty Hunter. I think it's a cool hero. I like that they're bringing out different flavors, but it clearly wasn't what they needed. They needed somebody to help out with the damage, somebody to at least jump this backline, and the Bounty Hunter wasn't it. It felt like every single engagement, Tino's in there, Execration, they use their initial slew of spells, they try and reset, but the Bounty Hunter doesn't have any way of getting out of the fight. He ends the game with Skadi, BKB, and SNY, but tell me at what point in that game was he even auto-attacking? He just never really had a chance to shine. I mean, he pivoted away from the build that 423 was going for with that phylactery, spell damage, and even that would have made a bit more of an impact, I feel.
Yeah, they probably expected the Bounty to do much better in the lane matchup against Lifestealer. You know, if you don't pick the hero to lose your lane, you know, and unfortunately that was what happened. But I still think that they could have still played the mid-game team fights. They could have won with the morphing item timings and just didn't really execute some of the team fights well enough, especially on the morphing. I felt like he made a couple of really big mistakes in the team fight, got caught, as well he didn't even start off the lane very strongly. You know, he was constantly bullied by the Centaur. But despite that, I still think that in the mid-game team fights, the morphing could have played a little bit better and maybe put his team on his back off a couple of team fights that they lost. If he actually managed to do that, I just think that the Bounty Hunter pick might still be okay, you know, for them to be able to win with the hero. But unfortunately, they couldn't do it, and so now we're here into a game 3 and back to the drawing board for Execration to find another solution.
Yeah, and we will have that game 3 for you very shortly, right after a break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. The last game of a pretty long day, number 1 here at the Southeast Asia Close Qualifiers for Elite League, Permasleys in winter here. And of course, we are at the tail end of things. Geek Fam being able to push it the distance against Execration, even though in that game 1 it looked pretty back and forth. Similar story for them, but they were able to round out their draft with a Leshrac that gave them a sense of direction, gave them a really good base point to play around, as Mac usually does. And even though there were some slip-ups in those mid-game team fights, Execration, it felt like they weren't able to do enough with their off-lane bounty hunter, and they fell short in the end. Of course, Geek Fam, now they're not going to let Execration have their hands on that pesky Shadow Demon again, and they grab the Lash that worked so well for them to start things off.
CM Phoenix, Pango. Okay, a little bit different.
Yeah?
I mean, I guess the Phoenix is it's okay against Lash. I mean, I wouldn't say it's like amazing, but you need something like that in the team fights to kind of deal with Lash, so you can't really just run in the team fights and kill your team.
Yeah, I also would like to see maybe this would lead to an off-laner being a bit more active and running around the map and getting things done. Because between the two supports, CM and Phoenix, they can't actually achieve much on their own, even as a duo, if they're running around and stuff like that. As compared to something like, you know, we've seen in the past, Lion +1 or Rubik +1 or Techies +1, just hasn't really, it doesn't have the same level of power. I guess where they come into play is in the team fight. And Geek Fam are investing into that as well, right? They're bringing the Brewmaster up to par. Cox, this is not something we've seen him play just yet, but he has brought it out in the past, so no surprises there. Strong team fight control, a lot of interrupts for this CM's poor little, I guess, freezing field that's never going to come to fruition. They're pretty quick with what they want though. The Mirana largely looked over. You talked about CM being the strongest position 5, but Mirana undisputably, at least in the Chinese region, has found so much success, and classic tried and tested combo Shadow Demon Mirana.
8 killer, Mirana.
True.
10 seconds.
That pounce.
I mean, the Brewmaster is gonna just mainly have to protect the Lash in the team fights. As long as Lash is not dying, they're gonna be able to rely on the Lash to do the deeps. And it's not Morphling, there's no Life Stealer. I guess Anti-Mage. Anti-Mage will be a solid answer to the Lash.
Yeah. There's still
it's kind of okay against Brew in the lane. I mean, obviously we've seen this lane before, AM against Brew. When you run out of mana, just play around your Drunken Brawler and you just last hit.
Yeah. Is there a world where Execration pick up the Morphling for themselves? They go for the Beastmaster first, which is an offlane hero who has fallen by the wayside, but can really kick up the tempo and take advantage of the relative weakness of Shadow Demon Mirana.
I think they're not gonna play the Morphling again. I mean, last game was a free Morphling game and they can't win the game, so it's probably not their hero.
Oh, that's true.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, what do you think about this Beastmaster pick though? Already a very different tempo to round things out here.
Not sure what's the plan here, because usually when you have Beastmaster, you're gonna try to play very aggressive with your overall composition, like Beast, Luna, Beast with Gyro, something that can siege early and just try to take over the map and try to, I guess, out damage the Lash.
Team ban.
Yeah. I mean, you talk about the heroes that you want to play with. In terms of keeping up tempo, Luna's still available in the pool. It doesn't get banned out. They instead choose to take the Faceless Void and the Weaver out of the pool. So Execration still have that Luna available to them, although I can't help but feel like Luna's going to have a tough time against Brewmaster and Shadow Demon.
10 seconds remaining.
What can even work against a Shadow Demon Brewmaster lane?
Remaining.
Just the free ignite on that Cinderbrew is going to be so annoying. Can you really afford to anti-mage this game? I guess it's a pretty free game, right? Not a lot of control. But then you suddenly don't have any team fight prospects other than your 4 heroes.
At this point, I mean, I don't know what's already good for them to fight into the Lash. I think AM is like, you're gonna give yourself a chance. You have a mana void target, and you have Beastmaster like going for pickoffs on the map for you, so making space.
And opening it up for you, right?
Yeah, you just need to just reach your timings with the AM, with the Aghanims. I think
overall, it's a very reasonable pick for the whole game.
10 seconds remaining.
I guess they're a
There's
bit
no
scared
FE,
because they don't have
there's
overall
no
last pick.
FE, there's no
5
TP. I think
seconds
a lot of the
remaining.
AM counters are not there, you know. Make sure they can maybe pick a TA if they see your
Radiant
AM.
team picked.
Ends up being the Sven instead, which is quite surprising because, yeah, you can cut through the Brewmaster and Brewlings, but I guess it goes back to that central weakness of Lesh that you mentioned. The man doesn't really buy a lot of armor items, so they're hoping to try and prioritize him in the fights,
seconds
focus him down. Even if he comes out through the Shadow Demon Disruption momentary save, the Sven can
5
just,
seconds
you know, you
remaining.
use yourself, the Aghanims dispels, stuff like that. Overall, pretty good defenders of the egg on the Execration lineup as Geek Fam finish up their draft with the
Choose your hero.
Morphling, so they are going to grab that hero for themselves instead.
Yeah, it's his signature hero on Natsumi. He's really good with this hero. Like Morphling and Outwarden, those are his two. When I see him play those two heroes, I always feel like he just knows exactly what he needs to do at every given situation. It's a
Yeah.
good matchup against the Sven. It's very, it's very strong in the lane as well against the Beastmaster.
Yeah, I mean,
just a very good hero, you know. It's a very good hero.
I've seen Morphlings go for this high sort of level in Adaptive Strike, and then they just focus down the boss in lane, basically making sure that Tino on the Beastmaster can't have much presence. I do think that, I mean, with this Morphling, they've given themselves an alternate win condition other than Mac, which I think can just kind of bring the game back for them, because we know Cox, you know, on that Brewmaster, even though he can scale, it's not going to be to the level where he can stand toe-to-toe with that Sven. Now, are you convinced here? Because you said Natsumi, this is his best hero, he's bringing out the big guns, this is life or death situation, backs against the wall, as Seb said, something injured animal, whatever. Right? Is it enough?
He's not the only one that's going to, do the work. There's a Lash in the game, which I kind of feel like he's going to get a good laning phase. He's not
Sure.
exactly fully answered. He has a SD to build him up.
Sure.
He won't be
Are we-
all on the Morphling, even though the Morphling has, he's going to have a very good game here.
Yeah. I mean, of course, all of this could change depending on how strong Tino shows this Beastmaster to be. There's a reason why, not a lot of players favor it anymore. It almost feels like you need to be a bit of a specialist to make it work. Not as crazy as those Lycans, Visages in the offlane, but for sure, it's other styles of offlane play have come into trend instead of the helm of the Overlord. And also a bit curious, I mean, I don't know whether you go for a build like that, especially against a Mirana who can just insta-gib your creeps. But we'll have to see. Tino, it's clear they have a plan here on Execration with this sort of unique spin on their draft. They still start out with the same core and pick Bob's hero early. And might leave him in a bit of trouble. But this is a Bob special. Alongside the Pango, it's always the Puck or maybe even the Storm Embers that we see him on that he's impressed us on. So let's see how things go here. Game number 3 for life in this qualifiers to continue on. Both these organizations pretty big in terms of the name, and I guess in this current season of Dota where everything's all down to qualifiers and it's really only Aurora who stand at the top. The second place, anything goes, whoever can grab it, it's all theirs. I don't think the Southeast Asian fans will be too sad about another strong team. I feel like we've been waiting for that for a while
30
now.
seconds to battle.
Maybe not even Blacklist, right? Because Blacklist had their time to shine, didn't quite cut it. Same thing for Execration slightly earlier on. Talent. Maybe it's time for their time in the limelight again with that fresh new roster. Seem to not have any trouble with Execration at all, so very promising stuff. We'll be excited to see the upper bracket
The
matches
battle
between Team
begins.
Darling and them tomorrow. Moon fights, Raging Potato getting stunned up. Control looks to be going down here. Turns around for a disruption, but Fire Spirits in the last auto attack should be enough to finish him off.
They're going to lose all the runes.
Oh,
I don't
yikes.
even know if that's worth it to get the first blood.
Yikes, yeah, Cox just reaches behind them and grabs it. That's a lot of gold, and you can see Geek Fam, they're the ones with the net worth advantage instead, despite losing the first blood.
And this top lane is going to suffer for sure. CM used 2 of her spells already for the fight.
Yeah, and the fact that she's the one who gets the first blood as well. I mean, okay, you're gonna ferry yourself more regen. cool, and they're just gonna keep spamming you with spells. It's gonna be a pretty free lane here. Cox trying to pump fake Thunderclap. Doesn't manage to get the last hit. Very unfortunate. But looking at this mid lane, Bob versus Mac, you did mention that this should be a pretty free wash for the Lash, right?
Dire's turret has been killed.
Yeah, probably not gonna be able to do much on the Pango. I mean, it's just like he's just gonna try to get as much farm as he can. I mean, Lash is a very strong laner now with the buffs to Lightning Storm.
Raging Potato looking really good. So we talked about this net worth advantage as a result of the first blood from CML. Kills off the courier, so none of those additional resources are coming his way. Basically a dead even lane. And Cox, he's lapping it up, man. He's having a great time. Pause, just a quick reconnect probably as we get a bit more time to assess the situation. Safe lane, this should be what? A free Morphling game? Looks pretty clean. 30 out of 10, not really sure what he's referring to. But Max seems to get the joke, so maybe just a shared little tidbit between them. Maybe it's referring to the creeps. Not too sure. But yeah, I mean, Execration, it seems to be that there's going to be a certain tempo that they want to set this game, right? Surely with the Beastmaster, there's a timing that you're hoping to hit. Is it something like the flats? I mean, does he have anything queued up for now? Doesn't seem that way. Oh no, he will queue up the Helm. So still going for the standard build up. Yeah, are you ready to go once the Helm comes out? Can you actually force the Morphling out of the lane?
I mean, Morphling is a little bit like Lifesteal. Very hard to kick him out. And he doesn't really lose his lanes very often.
He's already beating back into Shanks, doing quite a bit of damage. Interested to see what the idea behind this Phoenix pick is, because everyone knows what it does, you know, Egg in the team fight, huge AoE area control, Sunray, percentage HP damage, work through some of these healing heroes and the Lash and maybe the Morphling. Someone's gonna have to get a Spirit Vessel, it might just be him, but meanwhile top side, surrounded by a beautiful disruption, Raging Potato catches CML off guard. Meanwhile Natsumi cleans up the kill onto Shanks, so on both prongs of the map, Geek Fam, they're able to kill off the supports.
4 bounty runes maybe.
Yeah, 4 bounty room difference. Cha-ching! Putting that to work. And Shanks, it's just a casual situation where he didn't have his level 2, so wasn't able to dive out of trouble probably. 8 an arrow to the dome. Easily done by Scam. This game, I mean, it's shaping up to be quite scary for Execration, because I was just thinking about their timing with, like, let's say the Helm and then maybe the first few items on the Sven. You're gonna run into maybe a Radiance Brewmaster with Midas and Lash with 1 or 2 items. It's not the funnest thing to run up into, especially when you have Raging Potato. His positioning was pinpoint perfect that previous game, right? But fortunately, it just, you know, it wasn't enough at the end, but his disruptions were so clutch. I feel like if he can, you know, repeat that, it's gonna be good stuff for them.
A tithe to the impurities.
I mean, you have primal, primal split in the game for you. It's gonna be a lot of cover for you to survive and get your disruption off. He only needs to keep the Lash alive in the team fights. That's mainly his job.
Yeah. Everyone else doesn't matter. Maybe the Morphling a little bit if he screams loud enough. Maybe you need to be like, okay, yeah, I know you're the boss one. Yeah, okay. But going for a bit of a dual core situation, right, Geek Fam? Between the Lash and the Morphling, going to have 2 very important targets to take down. And that's gonna be difficult for the Sven, because he likes to burst down somebody 100 to 0, and both these cores that he needs to burst down are very tanky with a save behind them to help them out as well. Kind of feel like the early tempo needs to be set by Execration if they want to stand a chance, because if Geek Fam are just allowed to farm up their items here, I feel like they're going to be so comfortable taking this later on. When they have more resources like the positioning tools on the Shadow Demon, defensive auras on the Mirana, and everything Mac and Natsumi could ask for. What's the game? What's the response? How is the destruction on the top side, putting on the pressure onto 4-3. Was able to do quite a number onto Cox, but another pause. Seems like somebody on Execration's having some issues, unfortunately. Can't hear each other. Yeah, Raging Potato doesn't have a lot of mana, but Cox is still holding on to 9 stick charges. I don't think this is going to result in anything crazy, just a bunch of harass onto 423 and CML.
They're out of mana on the SD, so not sure if they can actually pursue the matter more.
Yeah, I think it's a backup type situation. Nothing else to be found. Man, Geek Fam, they are. You can't take away the fact that they're a resilient team. You know, there were some shaky performances and whatnot, but you know, I think they really have grit, right, to come back from that tough situation in Game 2 and come back in general in some really rough circumstances.
Nice try there.
What's he doing?
It's asking him his CS numbers.
Bob complaining about someone being rank 1, I think. Straight back into it we go. Many games played by this Geek Fam lineup today. Raging Potato does go down. Looks like he was the one getting aggressive but pays the price instead. Just doesn't respect the burst that can come through. The Sven CM lane, we didn't talk about it, but it has quite a bit of kill threat. The only thing keeping Cox alive is this Drunken Brawler stance and an additional cell of 2 bracers as well. Gonna pep him up back to full. But Raging Potato won't be quite as lucky in these circumstances.
The Sven is actually pretty good in terms of net worth right now, despite not getting any bounty runes in the start of the game. He's gonna have to be very, very far ahead. He has to snowball in Beastmaster Aura. So when you go to late game against SD Morphling, it's gonna be tough for you. Between the Purge, the Disrupt.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I can't help but feel like this Sven, every moment that passes by, to be thinking about that eventual late game that he might not be able to bring his team forward into. And what else do you have, right? This Pango can transition into a semi-core. Same to be said for the Beastmaster, but these semi-cores can't actually deal with the Morphling. Now to me it's going to be a big problem for them. I'm probably going to go for the Vlad's build for this team as well. It's understandable that they might go for an aura timing. Maybe an early Greaves on the Mirana, you know, you run through with the Radiance on the Brew. Start getting going. Mac stealing away some very, very important stacks. Could really help the Pango and the Sven back into the game, but Mac, he's been on top of this entire stacking situation for most of the games that we've seen him play, right? He's always unafraid to push out the wave, walk up into the enemy jungle and steal up whatever stacks that they can. It really cuts down the economy of his opponents by such a huge margin.
Why even stack if you can just take your enemy stack?
True. Your support's doing other things because you know as soon as Execration supports leave the lane, they're stacking. Oh, okay, where did they go? Track their movement, just claim it for yourself. Free and easy. Thanks for your charity, my friends. You know, these level 6s should be pretty important. I'm wondering whether we'll see a Pango rotation, a TP to lane perhaps. Try and catch Natsumi off guard, or maybe he's just gonna wait for his refusal timing and play a bit more passive. Either way, this feels like this Morphling needs to be dealt with actually. Not just this Morphling. Feels like Execration, they need to start dealing with these laners and these cores. Because they're just sitting there, sapping net worth, sapping EXP, and getting everything that they want in this game. Isn't really anything that Execration are doing to stop them for now.
Yeah, the Sven is being tracked by the Lash with haste right now.
Womp womp. He dead. Moves that way. Face down, 4-2-3, left on an island with no one else to call his friend. He will really be the Rogue Knight in this jungle. Very sad. It's a true story. It was based on his real life.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
8-minute rune here. Shanks tries to hang on to it for his ally, but Mirana forces him to grab it. But Mac has rotated up to this top side as a result of that 4-2-3 kill. Is trying to get some sort of a reaction on this tier 1 tower. Execration. They don't really have the best wave clear other than the Pango and the CX. Maybe higher levels into the X might make a difference, but the Wild Axes, sorry. Choosing to focus their sights towards the mid lane instead. Put a bit of pressure onto Scam. Yeah, but Geek Fam, I kind of feel like this limbo stable state has to benefit them. I just keep looking at their cores, looking at the net worth, and see it ramp up slowly but surely, and it feels like they're completely fine with this, right? 3 cores at the top of the net worth, all 3 of them. Looking up the Brewmaster and TPing out. CML, he'll be fine. Regroups with his team back in the mid lane.
I mean, their cores are just going to be generally stronger like in the early and mid game. I feel like Execration has a very small window with the Beastmaster and the Sven timings. When you have BKB, you have the Superman Sven and the Beastmaster with its auras. If they don't win a couple of fights during that time, then it's going to be very hard to deal with the Morph because they don't really have good answers for the Morphling.
Moonlight Shadow sneak through. They want to get the kill onto Tino. They spot him out. Under the tower already. They have the vision. Igniting the Cinderbrew for now, and with the Shadow Demon ultimate, should slow him in place. Bob will commit the Rolling Thunder in. They're trying to control, but beautiful waveform forward from Natsumi. Ignores that in its entirety. The rest of the Execution lineup in no position to respond. Cox looking for a further chase down, but Bob able to swashbuckle back to safety. So good pick off there onto Tino, and you mentioned that you need to try and take advantage of this Beastmaster Sven timing window. Well, bad news is that the window just got a little bit further away. Now, if they can kill off Mac, that'll be a good way to slow him down. CML has the Amplify damage rune, doesn't sidestep the arrow though, and tanks a 1 straight to the skull. Double kill for Mac as he wipes out both supports with his lingering magic damage. That disruption coming in clutch.
I'm not sure if they needed disruption. Almost actually gave the Pango enough time to follow up. Scam is going to scout out a stack, small stack. He's going to get some of the last hit here.
It's funny because this Geek Fam lineup is not so good at stacking themselves, but damn are they good at stealing other people's stacks. I feel like they've been encroaching upon these jungle areas over and over, and they know exactly how to play around it.
It's very easy to do that when your cores can sit in the lane and not get kicked out, you know. That's when you know that the enemy needs to kick you out, so the other heroes can easily rotate to steal stacks or just pressure the jungle.
Yeah, that's how we saw Lee get off to those amazing quick wins as well. They just were so stable in the lanes that they were able to consistently rinse and repeat that action of running into the triangle, forcing a reaction, and a suboptimal one from their opponents. Meanwhile, they're the ones just gathering so much net worth. This Lash is off to a rolling start. Disco Pony, he's ready to boogie. I like this build a lot more because it tells me that the Lash is comfortable, right? Yeah, in the past few games we've seen Lash, sometimes you see them go for the use, for the setup, for the team. I get that. You want to make things happen. Mac, he's building up for himself instead, immediately going for that Bloodstone. And I think it's so important for this hero.
It's the components, right? If you get used, you don't get HP. You don't get anything that makes you certain.
Yeah.
Use is like, sure, you can dodge some spells and set up for your stun, but it doesn't really help you survive in the fights. Another primal split. Tino once again gonna be the target here. We're gonna try to TP people in, but he's gonna die regardless. It's gonna be another purge on him.
The Sunray, I mean, it's doing quite a bit of healing, and the primal split rulings, they will finally finish him off. Cox goes back into his main Brewmaster form. They are very deep here though. I'm wondering whether Execration, if they will be able to punish. But now they're trying to link the goal onto the Lash. Yeah, he is just that must have been a shield rune. Yeah. For Voodoo Mask shield rune, Lash, you're not killing him. It's a valiant attempt there from CML, but he is up against insurmountable odds as the entire squad of Geek Fam is just situated in this triangle and they aren't willing to budge.
And that was like a 3-stack, 4-stack gets stolen by the Lash again.
Dire's middle
Sven has nothing to go back to, man.
Yeah, like, he has no stacks.
Oh my goodness, not even the side stacks.
And look at Natsumi as well. He's stealing another stack here. I think the Beastmaster stack is another triple stack.
All the resources on the map that are on Execration side. Thank you very much, Geek Fam. It's our ancient stack, they say. to come in and clean this one up. Feels like with the
Dire's
pace that they're
middle
playing, they
tower
might just
has
clean up
fallen.
Execration out of this tournament. It's been a tough break for this organization as of late. Prior to this, they were running with a carry player called Yona, who only had quite limited success in his own competitive career, and it didn't really work out. They're picking weird shit like Spectre, and it's just, you know, it left the Execration sort of core very confused as to how they were supposed to navigate that. And now it feels like even with this addition of 4-2-3, he hasn't been able to really turn things around for them. A few moments of brilliance with his Bloodseeker and the Morphling play, but it's clearly not his hero. And I don't, you know, I never really think of 4-2-3 on these kind of heroes, these more traditional. It's always about these crazy, weird tech heroes that only he plays, like that bounty that we saw them bring out. It didn't work out, but you get my point, you know. This feels like Execration. I don't know whether they're playing to their strengths by putting themselves on such a tough timer.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, they used to have this Visage offlane that worked really well for them. I mean, it was last year, you know. And
Yeah.
now with everything changed, a lot of things removed, and just feels like they don't really have that offlane like hero that works really well for them.
Yeah? Doesn't seem
Like
like
he's
there's a clear
like
identity.
a player that wants to play the Zoo heroes.
Yeah. I guess the
But all the
Beastmaster is a bit
Zoo
of a...
heroes are kind of weak now. They're not very strong.
Beastmaster, a hero that's known for being able to dominate his lane and maybe start pressuring the game that way. Petering behind in terms of the net worth, the lowest net worth core at the current juncture. Hasn't been able to find much impact or purchase on the map. Hasn't even been able to take down the tier 1, which will tell you the state of the game. Geek Fam, they're just splitting up on their heroes and farming. Again, in no rush to get anything done. Just taking it casually, slowly encroaching. No pressure, you know, they don't want to push themselves on you. That would be a bit too forward. They want to slowly but methodically edge out a win in this game. Keep themselves alive here in this tournament, go on to face up against their other opponents that they've yet to even meet. Who knows? Get some revenge on Team Darling as well.
Dire's middle
Don't think
tower
they
is
have
under
any Team
attack.
Darling anymore, right?
I mean, if they make it to the grand finals, or if Team Darling drop.
No, because there's 2 slots. I mean, yeah, I guess.
Oh,
if they
that's
lose,
true. That's true. If Team Darling,
if they lose
Give
the
enough
upper
chance.
bracket final, they'll
That's
drop down
yeah,
and
that's a
say
good point
hi.
actually. It slipped my mind a little bit. Just pass by them, say like, hey, you're going to Elite League 2? No.
Let's go together. Book the same flight, you know, book the same
Yeah.
hotel.
I mean, they already showed in that particular match that they're really good form, so I wouldn't even be surprised. To me, chasing down on the Sven, 4-2-3, sniffed out, founding this area and Scam now on the hunt. Found the Sven with the Stormhammer, just need to set up for an arrow, but a bit late from Scam, and 4-2-3 will be able to walk this one off. I mean, honestly, even if they landed that arrow, I don't think it's enough to
Yeah, 26 charges.
Dire's top
CKHP.
tower is under attack.
I mean, the good thing is they're kicking him out of their area. Beastmaster wants to farm the Ancients. So now they're both huddling together to share. There's very limited room for them to farm, you see. Like, the support don't really know what can they do. They want to play with the Beast, but the Beast is like, I'm weak. Angles and I also need to catch. I mean, I had a hard lane against Slash. So nobody wants to play with the support, so the support's going to be seen just wandering around, unsure of what is their purpose in this game.
Yeah, lost, aimless, and it's a terrible sight. Looking like a child who can't find their parent in a grocery store. Like, Mom, please. And everyone's just looking at them like in pity. That's the CM's current situation. CML. At this pick, you did
Dire's
mention
top
that it's a
tower
very
is
strong
under
support
attack.
that team should start to respect more, but when she doesn't have a frontline body, she
Radiant
doesn't have a core to play
structures are
through, she
fortified.
can't actually get much done on the
I
match. She
trust
can only just
everyone
stand
was
around
out
and
to
try and clear creep waves.
Smoke out, this has to work. 80-minute rune. No detection.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Oh boy.
Stun up, they'll get the kill on CML. That'll be an easy Natsumi pickup. Bob will just TP to to safety. But of course, they know that that's going to happen, so they just ignore him and walk the other way. Set up his bot side, the subject of the demonic purge, and Natsumi will come down here and claim another double kill for this Morphling. Just clean stuff all around from Geek Fam.
Execration just hasn't been able to string together a move at all, you know. I just feel like somebody has to sacrifice their game to give the team something to play for. Like everybody's just playing for their own game. There's no teamwork.
Yeah, I think
Angle and the Sven and the Beast, they're all just I need this, I need that, I need this, and the supports are like, okay, then what do we do?
I mean, Execration were in this position in game number 1, right? But then that's where 4-2-3 was a bit more selfless on Bloodseeker. He understood that he needed to die
Yeah,
to make
he
space.
kind of needs to be greedy here, and the Penguin and the Beast has to be the selfless ones.
Yeah, but
But
they
they
know
are
and
not-
Bob, they are
they're
just...
not- They're not doing it, especially the Penguin.
Yeah, it feels like we haven't even seen a single Pango roll work out. The only one he made was when he TP bot to try and save Tino, and that didn't even pan out. It's a very quiet game from Pangoliers today.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They're just gonna cover their bases, keep these things pushed up, keep exerting this advantage. I mean, this first Aegis, you're not too pressed about making too much happen with it, right? Still 2.5 minutes. But Mac, Aegis or not, he hasn't really had a problem farming so aggressively throughout all stages of the game. So, you know, cool, second life, I guess, if you can even kill me the first time.
Always refreshing.
Trouble seems great.
Arrow? Wow, okay, nice.
Perfect on the Bob, yeah. And he just Pango just instantly evaporates Natsumi. So much burst damage. Damn. The all chat
Oh
bang
my God.
because he just gets obliterated. Rank 1 arrow, true.
Dire's bottom tower
I mean, let's
is
just
under
scam with
attack.
some friendly all chat. Maybe Execration know that their time is up here. Still will try and put up a fight. Finally, the Helm of the Overlord complete for the Beastmaster. That's what he was asking for, and that's what he needs. But at this point in the game, what's it gonna do other than split push? Mac and Natsumi on your high ground. These two heroes have been completely unaddressed. And not just the draft, but in the game in its entirety. You need to try and find an opening, maybe jump in with the spend, but to what avail? He finally has his BKB. Maybe this is what they were waiting for. Execration, they need to make something happen. They need to make some sort of a move. Last thing you want is to group up for like 3-man Stormhammer though, so they'll back up, let Mac do the heavy lifting in terms of the push. Rolling Thunder can get that Mac, still pushing the stands in front. Popping that Bloodstone, getting the healing out, God Strength. It's a lot of physical damage. They'll cut him down the first time. Where's the follow-up? Cox has the split available. They're looking for that Shadow Demon to disrupt and save him. They're managing to get it. Raging Potato keeping him under for now as CML. Trying with a freezing field, doing a decent amount of damage, but the egg, it just can't do enough. Troublesome now as CML. He just is able to... He just dies in the fight, and now this Sven left high and dry. Too much. Raging Potato, he has the Aghanims and holds the Sven in place, and we already knew this was gonna happen. Execration, they set themselves up for a very narrow timing window, and they never even reach it. GG is called. As Execration, they end up losing this series despite a very strong showing in game number 1. Geek Fam, they're able to complete the reverse sweep and stay alive in this tournament.
Live to fight another day.
Cool.
They made the appropriate adjustments, not really getting phased in after the first game. A surprising defeat to Execrations, and just managed to soldier on and just play well enough to win.
Yeah, and I think excellent resilience being shown by the Geek Fam roster, despite them facing unfavorable circumstances in multiple stages throughout the series and throughout the day, in fact. They don't really... It doesn't really look like they're despondent at any point in time, right? They're always trying, always looking for an angle. I think it was only one weird like Roche wraparound fight that they did this particular series that had me scratching my head, but I gotta say, Raging Potato, this stand-in performance has been stellar. The 2 games that he played on the Shadow Demon, and even before that, all the showings, the Dark Willow, these other heroes, Monkey King, yeah, to start us off, it's been brilliant. And Geek Fam, as a result, they stay in the tournament on the back of their great performance, 14-2 as the dust settles. As Execration, they will have to swallow another bitter defeat. This organization hasn't really been what it used to be, ever since they just kind of let go of Palos, or whether he decided to leave. Of course, situation's unclear, but Execration, they have a long way to go if they want to establish an international presence just like they used to. But that does wrap up our day for Elite League. Of course, it's been an action-packed one, starting out with Team Darling and Geek Fam going the distance. That was a series to go back and watch if I've ever seen one. And of course, going into our next game, that's a series that even if you wanted to watch, there isn't really much to, right? Bleed up against IHC. Ooh, they got clapped, put us right back on schedule. That was an easy 2-0, and the overall series lasted less than, 30 minutes? And of course, Geek Fam now in a best of 3, going all the way with a reverse sweep. What a way to start our Southeast Asia run, Winter.
Yeah, what a way to start it. And I feel like Team Darling is gonna maybe have the same impact as the last time, where they reached the grand finals, and hopefully this time they're gonna be able to take that one step that they didn't finish the last time, which is falling in the finals. What, Aurora? Did they lose to Aurora?
Yes, they did lose to Aurora. 3-2.
Yeah, they lost to Aurora in 5 games. So this time there's no Aurora.
Correct.
And they have to just deal with Talent, Bleed, Blacklist, and just hopefully the streamer team is gonna make it to the Elite League and just do us proud, you know.
Yeah, that would be really cool to see. And Team Darling, they're already showing signs of brilliance here. But of course, I think we do have a bracket updated for you so you can see exactly how it has shaken out. Like we mentioned, I'll just cover the matches that we didn't see, right? Talent Esports able to 2-0 Execration handily. That's what left them in this lower bracket, and unfortunately, we will have to say goodbye to them. Salvation Gaming actually managing to 2-0 IHC. So this Mongolian roster, unfortunately, not having the showing that they want. They're going to have to come back with some fresh new recipes, but that's going to allow Salvation Gaming to stay into the mix. So the one team that we didn't really talk about at all throughout the entirety of today is Salvation Gaming. They consist of none other than Young God, Wonderboy, Rupido, Drake, and Lloyd. So Drake, of course, was the soft support on Team Darling in their run the previous time. Young God, you know, I believe he's either Filipino or from Myanmar. I'm not too sure. But I believe Wonderboy is also Malaysian. So a big mix of different nationalities coming in under a stack that might just be the dark horse for this tournament. But for now, of course, our sights are set very clearly. Tomorrow, it's going to be Team Darling versus Talon. That is going to be the matchup to watch, and Bleed against Blacklist as well. Those should be really fun. But unfortunately, this is a bit of bad news if you liked our casting. If you don't, then this is great news for you. But for us, Winter and Sneeze will be taking a break tomorrow. We'll be back for the grand finals day for Southeast Asia on Saturday. But of course, that doesn't mean we don't have a cast for you. You know, there's still going to be casters coming in to cover the action. And speaking of casters to cover the action, I believe Middle East is happening right now. MENA region is happening right now. We got Western Europe. No, not Western Europe's over. Sorry, Eastern Europe is also happening. 9 Pandas versus Next Up. So you can find that on the ESP_Dota2 EN stream, the main one for Eastern Europe. And you can find, I believe, I'm not sure whether MENA is still happening. Maybe I tell a lie. But as long as you search up ESP_Dota2_EN, you'll find everything you need to about all the different qualifier regions that are happening concurrently. You can go tune on over there now that this stream is over. But Winter, any final closing words you want to say before we send it off for the next 2 days?
Well, SEA Dota is going to come back just like China. Just you guys watch, you know.
Damn.
Just you see.
Oh my goodness, words of confidence from Winter. He is you heard it here first, folks. The CEO of Southeast Asian Dota himself has made his decree. We'll see what else we have in store as the days continue and we get closer and closer to finding out which one of these 2 Southeast Asian teams will be our representatives at the Swiss stage. But for Sneeze and Winter, and for today, we'll be saying goodnight. See you guys again.